Mr. Carpenter, please call the roll.
Senators Bridges, Cook, Coram, Crowder, Danielson,
Good morning.
Donovan, Finberg, Fields, Foote, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Hill, Heisey, Holbert, Lee,
Here.
Lundeen, Marble,
Gardner.
Moreno, Pedersen, Briola,
No.
Rankin,
Gonzalez.
Rodriguez, Scott,
Hill.
Scott,
Holbert. Lee.
Smallwood,
Levine.
Sonnenberg, Story,
Edison.
Tate,
Viola. No.
Todd, Williams,
Scott.
Here.
Present.
Hill.
Winter, Woodward,
Here.
Zinzinger. Mr. President,
Here. With 35 present, 0 absent, 0 excused, we have a quorum. Members and guests, please rise in joining me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the reading of the Journal of Saturday, June 6th, be dispensed with and that the journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Senate Services.
correctly printed, Senate Bill 220, correctly engrossed, Senate Bill 28, 207, 210, 211, 214, and 219, correctly re-engrossed, Senate Bill 00755 and 200, correctly revised, House Bill 1206, correctly revised, House Bill 1024, 1061, 1316, 1361, 1362, 1364, 1365, 1366, 1367, 1368, 1369, 1371, 1372, 1375, 1377, 1378, 1379, 1380, 1381, 1382, 1384, 1385, 1386, 1387, 1391, 1393, 1397, 1398, 1399, 1400, and 1401.
Committee reports.
June 6, 2020, Committee on Finance. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. Senate Bill 218 be amended as follows. SMN be referred to Committee on Appropriations with a favorable recommendation. June 6, 2020, Committee on Finance. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1343 be referred to Committee to hold with a favorable recommendation. June 6, 2020, Committee on Finance. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. Senate Bill 213 be amended as follows. SMN be referred to Committee to hold with a favorable recommendation. Recommendation placed on the consent calendar. June 6, 2020, Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1002 be referred favorably to Committee on Finance. June 6, 2020, Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. House Bill 1347 be referred to Committee to hold with a favorable recommendation. June 6, 2020, Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. Senate Concurrent Resolution 2 be postponed indefinitely. June 6, 2020, Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration, Mayor's Committee as following. Senate Joint Resolution 22 be postponed indefinitely.
Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1383.
House Bill 1383 by Representatives Escar and Ransom, Senators Moreno and Rankin, concerning a temporary reduction in the General Fund Reserve.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1383 lay over until tomorrow, June 9th.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1383 will be laid over one day, 6/9/2020. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 211.
Senate Bill 211 by Senators Winter and Gonzalez and Representative Harrod concerning limitations on certain debt collection actions.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 211 on third reading and final passage. And Mr. President, with great regret, we request permission to run a technical third reading amendment. Promise.
It's from the bill drafter.
Will the good senator from Denver please explain why the body should allow you permission to offer a third reading amendment, even if it is technical? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We did receive this request for a correction from the bill drafter, and the bill or the amendment L017 strikes the word attachment and substitutes garnishment comma.
The question before the body is to allow the good senator from Denver permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it and permission is granted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Carpenter, please read Amendment L017.
Amendment
Senator
L017.
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L017 and ask for an aye
To
vote.
the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a technical amendment that does not change in any way the intent or impact of the bill.
Is there further discussion regarding Amendment L017? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L017. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Excuse me. Are there any no votes on Amendment L017? Seeing none, with 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, Amendment L017 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Saturday, I stood in this well and uttered two phrases that are offensive. For that, I'm sorry. Those phrases were uttered in ignorance, not out of hate or spite. I've had a chance to seek wisdom from a few of my friends, some of whom happen to be African American legislators here in the Capitol. We spoke about the words, we spoke about experiences, theirs and mine. We come from different places, different times, different lives. They taught me about the history of those phrases and about the history of the battle that continues inside and outside this building. Each of us is human. We make mistakes. When I make a mistake, I would ask that you would give me a chance to learn. If we don't give each other the space to learn, then the only alternative is to do battle, and that just drives us further apart. This should be a place where we rise above and seek to understand each other. I'm committed to doing that. Let me start by offering an apology to the good senator from Denver. I attributed words to her that she did not say. On that morning, I asked Senate staff to provide me a transcription of her opening remarks from committee because they were powerful. One staff member made the mistake in the transcription. He feels terrible. When I received the transcription moments before the debate, I proofread it to make sure that I could pronounce the words. You all know that I still get nervous when I approach this microphone. I then walked to the well and read aloud what I thought was a word-for-word transcription of her statement. You heard me stumble as I got to those words because they sounded offensive in the instant. But I wasn't sure, and I didn't want to stray from her statement. They are not words that I've ever used before. In a split second, I plowed through and read what was on the paper in front of me. If I can be honest, political correctness always makes me nervous when I speak about African Americans or minorities. There are times when I've been afraid to speak because I don't want to offend someone. Back to the transcription. I own it. I should have proofread it better. I should have gone back to the audio to make sure she actually said those words. I should have been alarmed that the words were on paper. I wasn't. It was also because I didn't know the historical context of those words. I knew they were the name of the part of the NAACP, but I didn't know much else. I learned that they were used as a pejorative in the 60s. I learned that they were still used in racist circles today. But this phrase is not something that has ever come up in my life experience. I went on to use another phrase. I've heard the phrase used at the well by members of both parties here in the Senate. I've heard it used by Ken Salazar when he referred to oil companies. I've heard it used by my grandpa back in Wyoming when we'd watch for rattlesnakes as a kid. Until 2 weeks ago, this phrase was a euphemism about the raw power used to subdue someone or something. If you're like me, the video of a bad cop kneeling on the neck of George Floyd plays over and over again in my head. That cop used inexcusable force to overpower Mr. Floyd. We all know that the cop was wrong and his actions were evil, and he deserves the heavy hand of justice. If you recall, I was trying to get your approval on an amendment that would prevent the government from using their raw power to garnish the wages of people who are suffering during this crisis. The image of George Floyd is how I pictured state government taking money from those who are governing, or from those who are struggling. As that image played in my head, I began to utter an offensive phrase on Saturday. I realized mid-sentence that I was about to say something that was too raw. In my mind, I stopped before I finished that phrase. But as I watched the video this weekend, I saw that my mouth was faster than my brain. You saw me stumble to a stop and say something else, but I did finish that phrase. If you were offended by my words, I apologize. They came from a place of ignorance, not out of hate. I ask for your forgiveness. I ask that you use opportunities like these to teach me. I have learned from this experience, and my friendship with a few of you has grown deeper. There are some who would come to this well to double down on their statements. There are some who would come for political cover. I come to you with a sincere apology for my words, and I ask for your forgiveness. The good senator from Westminster reminded us that we need to choose our words carefully. I will work to do a better job. If I screw up, call me on it. Help me learn and understand. I'll do my best to grant you the same grace. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion regarding Senate Bill 211? Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to speak just to the general sense I have about 211. And I first want to thank the bill sponsors for compromising, adjusting their bill, however you want to say it. I don't get the sense they really had to, and I'm not thoroughly sure of what their motivations were in doing that. But I do think, in my perspective, the bill definitely comes back from the dangerous direction in which it was going. And I just want to thank them for taking the time to listen to stakeholders, listen to the committee hearing, and making those changes at second reading. What I said in the committee hearing, which I guess is somewhat obsolete commentary considering the bill's been modified, but I called it an economic injustice bill. And I said that, I feel like on pretty solid ground at the time, because when you have a whole industry with hundreds of jobs coming in saying all these jobs are going to be gone and all the business value wiped out, meaning life savings, the life work of small businesses, gone, that doesn't sound like economic justice to me, especially when you think about who makes up those employees. Additionally, and this is I think where it's a little more subtle, is what is the role of debt collectors? Why do they exist? It's not like they're, found some Coors beer and they're smoking the Bandit trying to run out of Colorado as quickly as they can with it. That's an old metaphor for anyone over the age of 50. They're there to provide liquidity to businesses. Meaning businesses have to offer credit to customers, and if they can't collect on that credit and or sell their AR to companies that can manage that, businesses are not going to offer credit. Now, the sponsors did a great job amending the bill, coming back from the point of where, the industry is threatened. But the theme I really am struggling with, and it's not just on this bill, I've seen other bills we had last session, whether it be like how we handle the tenant lessor relationship. Even like what was called, I think it was euphemistically called the loan shark bill. They had a car driving around the Capitol with a shark on it, if y'all remember that, about subprime structured loans. Whatever you think about it, that industry's gone because of what we did here. And that credit that's available for those with a credit rating below 500, they don't have credit. And so then I just think to myself, is the agenda of the stakeholders behind these bills, including this one, to not have a certain segment of our society be able to access credit? Maybe it is. And maybe those stakeholders say it's a good thing they can't access credit. But I don't think it's a good thing that I don't think it's a good thing if they're barred from getting credit. I want them to get credit. I want businesses to be able to offer credit, be able to finance goods and services for their customers. That's how jobs are created. That's how the economy goes. That's how people can build on their credit rating. That's how people can economically advance. And I just ask members here, when they're working with bills like that, to kind of think what the direction is that they really want to go with certain parts of our economy. And, maybe I'm wrong. One thing I always do when I come here is every morning in the chamber, every bill, I always think, what if I'm wrong? I don't approach every day's work with metaphysical certainty. I'm just concerned. Because some things, when you turn the switch off, you can't turn it back on again. So I just wanted to provide that message. And again, I do want to thank the bill sponsors for the work they did, because honestly, they didn't have to do that. So thank you.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in continued opposition to the bill, but the preface to that is an acknowledgement of and appreciation for the efforts of the bill sponsors to narrow this. The changes that have taken place have forestalled what was going to be, I think, a cascading negative effect to an industry that would have potentially pushed the industry, the collection industry, and many aspects of it, out of business, because there were permanent changes to exemptions that just went far beyond the pale, and those have been removed. But I rise in opposition to the bill, not on behalf of a stakeholder group or an association or an industry. I rise in opposition to the bill because I believe that even as recharacterized and dramatically amended, this bill will still have the effect of providing relief for a few and an enormous cost for many. This bill, I believe, will provide some limited relief for people in extreme circumstances in their personal lives. But it will take away the opportunity for a broader segment of society, a segment of society that struggles to have access to credit, and an industry that provides that credit on the thinnest of margins in order to find a win-win, a place where credit can be extended and credit can be received in the most challenging of circumstances. And it is those people who need access to that credit, who desire access to that credit. And quite frankly, if I were giving them financial advice, I might say, yeah, maybe don't take the debt on this. But it's not my choice to make. It's their choice to make. And that choice likely dries up because of the nature of this bill and the change that it will push into society. So I rise in opposition to the bill with acknowledgement that it is a better bill, but still a fundamentally flawed bill. And I rise in opposition to the bill on behalf of the many, many people who are being forgotten about as we create policy on behalf of a limited number of people who are in a challenged circumstance in this moment. Mr. President, I appreciate the opportunity to share my perspective and opposition to Senate Bill 211.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, before I came to the legislature, in some ways, I was the person, I served as the firm manager at a local immigration and criminal defense firm. And I met with people to sign their contracts, and then would meet with people to enforce those contracts. I was the person in those moments of crisis when a loved one was sitting in a jail or detention center. I was the person collecting the debt. I was the person on the other end of the line saying, if you want to continue the representation, the legal representation on your loved one's behalf, this money is due. And so I know what it is to be on that side of that phone call. And I also know what it is to treat people with grace. That sometimes the person who's sitting in a jail cell is the breadwinner, and they have no money left to give. And they just need to the weekend to sell the car so that they can pay the lawyer, so that they can get their loved one home. This bill is asking for grace in the most extraordinary of moments. For people who are facing wage garnishment in the midst of a pandemic. Yeah, initially we wanted to put some permanent protections in there because I don't think that we're right now in an equal playing field. But you know what? We heard from the debt collectors. And we amended the bill. The good senator from Monument's right. We didn't have to. But we did. And so when there are comments from the good senator from Loveland about raw power, not only on so many levels, I was just stunned. And I couldn't say anything because at the end of the day, words are all we have here in this chamber. Words are what put forward the policies that impact people's lives. And I didn't want to respond out of rage or pain. And so I appreciate the good senator from Westminster for stepping in. It's good allyship. It's good co-prime sponsor support. And it's also the respect with which we should treat each other in this space. To the good senator from Loveland, I'm glad you learned from that experience. That is our work. If we're ever going to move forward as a community, as a state, as a nation, we have to be able to work together. And with that, Mr. President, I renew my motion on third reading and final passage for Senate Bill 211.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 211 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Marble, Lundin, Priola, Minority Leader, Quorum, Woodward, Hill, Scott, Sonnenberg, Gardner, Tate, Smallwood, Cook, Heisey. With 21, Rankin will be recorded as a no vote. With 20 ayes, 15 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 211 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Danielson, Fields, Rodriguez, Story, Pedersen, Hansen, Todd, Majority Leader, Lee, Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1206.
House Bill 1206 by Representatives Michael and Janae and Landgraf, Senators Winter and Tate, concerning the continuation of the regulation of mental health professionals and in connection with implementing recommendations contained in 2019 census report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move on third reading and final passage, House Bill 1206.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1206 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Crowder, Marble, Minority Leader, Smallwood, Hill, Scott, Lundin, with 28 ayes, 7 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1206 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Fields, Majority Leader, Janal, Todd, Gonzalez, Hansen, Pedersen, Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 207.
Senate Bill 207 by Senators Hansen and Winter, Representatives Gray and Sullivan, concerning unemployment insurance.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for third reading and final passage, Senate Bill 207.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 207 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Crowder, Marble, Quorum, Priola, Scott, Gardner, Minority Leader, Rankin, Tate, Hill, Smallwood, Cook, Woodward, Heisey, Lundin, With 19 ayes, 16 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 207 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, the Majority Leader, Fields, Danielson, Story, Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 210.
Senate Bill 210 by Senator Gonzalez concerning extension of the scheduled repeal date for Uniform Commercial Code filing fees to provide funding for the Colorado Fraud Investigators Unit.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are some major negotiations going on this bill. So I move to lay 210 over to the end of the third reading of bill's calendar.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 210 to the end of the third reading calendar. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 210 will be moved to the end of the third reading bill's calendar. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 214.
Senate Bill 214 by Senators Finberg and Holbrook, Representatives Garnett and Neville, concerning legislative interim committee activities and in connection therewith suspending legislative interim activities during the 2020 interim, changing the minimum number of meetings that the Early Childhood and School Readiness Legislative Commission must hold to be the maximum number of meetings annually that the commission may hold and reducing an appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 214 on third reading and final passage.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 214 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 214 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Woodward, Crowder, Heisey, Fields, Todd, Moreno, Gonzalez, Bridges, Marble, Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of Senate Bill 219.
Senate Bill 219 by Senators Fields and Sonnenberg, Representatives Valdez A. and Rich, concerning the issuance of a lease purchase agreement to fund the continuations of certain previously funded capital construction projects.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 219 on third reading and final passage.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 219 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 219 is passed. Co-sponsors, Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Quorum, Crowder, Tate, Priola, Todd, Gardner, Rankin, Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 028.
Senate Bill 28 by Senators Patterson, Priola, Representatives Mateo and Harrod, concerning measures to assist an individual's recovery from a substance use disorder and in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 28 on third reading and final passage.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 28 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Marble, Scott, Sonnenberg, Woodward, Smallwood, Gardner, Hill, Lundin, Rankin, Cook, Heisey, with 23 ayes, 12 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 028 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Story, Danielson, Hanson, Lee, Winter, Zenzinger, Crowder, Tate, Gonzalez, Todd, Fields, Janal, Donovan, please have the president, the majority leader. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of Senate Bill 210.
Senate Bill 210 by Senator Gonzalez concerning an extension of the scheduled appeal date for Uniform Commercial Code filing fees to provide funding for the Colorado Fraud Investigators Unit.
The Senate will stand in a recess. The Senate will come to order. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Third time's a charm, and so now I move on third reading and final passage, Senate Bill 210.
For the record, Mr. Carpenter, please read Senate Bill 210.
Senate Bill 210 by Senator Gonzalez and Representative Roberts concerning extension of the scheduled appeal date for Uniform Commercial Code filing fees to provide funding for the Colorado Fraud Investigators Unit.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill and ask for a vote. Thanks.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 210 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Marble, Scott, Crowder, Lundin, Sonnenberg, Hill, Smallwood, Woodward, Rankin, Minority Leader, Quorum. Is there no votes on Senate Bill 210? Cook, Tate, Gardner. With 21 ayes, 14 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 210 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Rodriguez, Fields, Lee, General orders, second reading of bills. Senator Foote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Foote will take the chair.
Committee will come to order. The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed for everyone. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill or SCR 001.
Including concurrent resolution 1 by Senators Tate and Hansen, Representative Escar and Soper, submitting to the Register of Elections of the State of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution to repeal the requirement that the General Assembly periodically change the residential assessment rate in order to maintain the statewide proportion of residential property as compared to all other taxable property value for property tax purposes and repeal the non-residential property tax assessment rate of 29%.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Concurrent Resolution 1 on second reading of bills.
To the resolution, Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. My colleague and I are pleased to discuss Senate Concurrent Resolution 1, and I certainly promise to do so with all the humorlessness that is tax policy discussion today. We're here to talk about the Colorado property tax system as well as the Gallagher Amendment. SCR 001 repeals and is a clean repeal of the Gallagher Amendment. That means we are merely removing words out of the Constitution of the state of Colorado. While I know that the understanding of the Gallagher Amendment varies from member to member as well as out in the community, I do want to take a few minutes to talk about the Gallagher Amendment's interaction with our property tax system from a thematic perspective. Our property tax system is one that exists at the local level in our counties and in our special districts. These taxes at the local level have all been approved by voters at the local level for the benefit of law enforcement, firefighters, hospitals, and ambulances. But I hope that you understand by me saying this that I'm emphasizing that all taxes are local for the benefit of our local communities as decided by voters in those constituencies without any money going to the state government. So where does the state of Colorado and the Gallagher Amendment come into play? The Gallagher Amendment allows the state to tell our local jurisdictions before and after the fact of any tax measure what the value of real property in those jurisdictions, what proportion of the value of the real property in those jurisdictions can be taxed. The Gallagher Amendment applies a factor, a percentage, to the value of a real property and says, hey, that's the amount that Fire District 1, hey, that's the amount you're allowed to tax of that piece of real estate. That term is an assessment rate, and that's the domain of the Gallagher Amendment. And Gallagher put in place a mechanism of assessment rates for two classes of property, residential property and non-residential property, which I tend to call business property for short. The Gallagher Amendment does not have any role in determining the overall amount of property taxes paid. Let me say that again. The Gallagher Amendment does not determine the amount of overall property taxes paid. It merely says that that overall amount is the function of the value of business property, and then further it seeks to divide that overall pie between the two classes of property I mentioned before. Many observers erroneously communicate that Gallagher protects or controls the level of taxation, and that is not true. Tax rates are at the local level, and Gallagher comes in to manipulate the division, I should say manipulate arbitrarily, the division of that pie of property taxes by adjusting one of the assessment rates of one class of property based on the value of the other. In fact, Gallagher will adjust assessment rates either up or down, irrespective of whether overall property rates are going up or down, all based on statewide averages. So what I hope that I communicate right now is that Gallagher is a blind automaton, a metronome that clicks every 2 years, that does not prescribe a certain level of taxes paid, nor does it ascribe a direction as to whether a rate should go up or down. It is merely a mechanism by which tax burdens are transferred between classes of property. So why do we have it, and what was its original purpose? Simply, the purpose of the Gallagher Amendment in 1982 was to make sure that business property owners paid their fair share of taxes. You have to go back to the economic environment of the early 80s with incredibly high interest rates and high inflation to understand why these were concerns for Colorado. Which leads us as to why we're here today. The approximately 40-year history of Gallagher has seen an incredible tax burden shift to business property owners, to the point now where an owner of a business property pays over 4 times the amount of taxes for the same amount of property based on arbitrary state action. While we can look backward and say that the benefits of Gallagher have been one of the lowest tax burdens in the country for an owner of residential property, good. The opposite is true for business property. And we just cannot go any further transferring that tax liability to the business community, especially at a time when the business community has been crippled by the current economic situation. Even if you think Gallagher Amendment has been the best public policy for 40 years, there's just a time to stop. While I understand that Tom Brady of the New England Patriots, now Tampa Bay Buccaneers, has had a very excellent football career, that does not mean he should still be playing football when he's 72 years old. One final observation I'll make before turning things over to my good colleague from Denver is how inherently unfair the Gallagher Amendment is to local communities, especially in rural Colorado. As I mentioned before, Gallagher uses statewide averages to affect these local communities and is thus blind to the differences between Cortez and Carbondale and Lamar, Denver, and Burlington. It is ready to pull the rug out from under a local rural community merely based on the value of Denver-based real estate. And if a rural community responds to the rug being pulled out from under them, it does so with a new property tax and a real tax that exacerbates the tax burden on businesses even more. Wash, rinse, repeat. Now is the time to stop where we are, say we're in a good place, freeze assessment rates, stop creating financial havoc in our rural communities. Rather, we should be providing stability for our law enforcement professionals, our firefighters, our hospitals, and our schools. Let's make sure we help the helpers and help the job creators. Thank you, members, for letting me offer that commentary.
And 1 moment, senators. Hanson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I very much appreciate the remarks of my co-sponsor, the good senator from Centennial. We've been working closely together for months and weeks on bringing this joint resolution to you. I think this is a very timely moment to consider the repeal of the Gallagher Amendment. We just had the opportunity to collectively pass the Colorado state budget, a budget that was severely hit by our current economic situation, which is a direct result of the global pandemic. What we know is that we've had to make significant cuts to many areas that we all care deeply about. We will underinvest again next year in education, both at the K-12 level and higher ed. We will underinvest in our infrastructure. This continues to happen year after year. One of the reasons is because we continue to have the Gallagher Amendment in our Constitution. As my colleague mentioned, it's been voted in by the voters of Colorado in 1982. A very different situation, a Colorado that was very different from the one that we are moving forward today, a population that was much smaller, an economic environment that was very different from the challenges we face in 2020. Gallagher it has accomplished what the voters asked it to accomplish. We have pushed down the residential assessment rate from 21 to 7.15% today. We have kept property taxes low for the average homeowner in the state of Colorado. But the consequence of continuing with the Gallagher Amendment are stark. We know that next year's budget is going to hammer K-12 education without a change to Gallagher. The latest estimate would be $500 million. Today, we are still sitting with a budget stabilization or negative factor of $560 million. We would essentially be doubling the shortfall that K-12 is up against right now. For those of you that have rural hospitals that rely on property tax, for those of you that represent fire districts that rely on property tax, county services that rely on property tax, Gallagher continues to undermine that tax base, continues to undermine local decisions about providing those services. Without changing Gallagher, we will continue to drastically undermine those important services. Again, our hospitals, our firefighters, our peace officers, and our K-12 students across the state. I have long believed that budgets are moral documents. When we pass a budget in the General Assembly, we are making a statement about what we value, what we prioritize, what rises to the level of the moral imperative to fund right now, despite all of the competing priorities that are on the table in front of us. What I can tell you is that in the 21-22 budget, if we do not repeal Gallagher, we will face tremendous cuts across all of these important services, and I believe it is a moral imperative to fund our K-12 system. That's why I'm standing here today asking for the repeal of the Gallagher Amendment. Because without a repeal, we will not be able to meet our moral obligation to the K-12 students of the state of Colorado. It's time to stabilize our property tax system. It's time to stop this arbitrary provision from continuing to destabilize the services that our citizens expect and a K-12 school system that our parents in the state expect, including the one standing in front of you right now. I urge an aye vote on this resolution.
Senator Rankin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the sponsors for carrying the ball on this. Like many of our issues and bills, there's a history. This one goes all the way back to 1982, as you've heard, where the actual bill at that time did a lot. It standardized assessments across the state, but there was an amendment to it. Senator Gallagher has told me that he sometimes regrets his name is attached to it, but there was an amendment to try to protect rapidly increasing residential values. So in '92, Tabor comes along and complicated the recovery from the impacts of the Gallagher Amendment. So in 18, I actually, representing rural Colorado, was one of the requesters. I had 40 co-signers asking for an interim committee to study Gallagher and its impacts. And we did that. Senator Tate was on that committee. And we came out of that recommending a repeal of Gallagher, which is today what you're seeing. So that we didn't run the bill that year. It got crowded out by other things on the ballot. But it's been alive since then. At that time, rural special districts, county school districts were anticipating a 15% cut in their budgets based on property tax impacts. And we literally had a lot of fire departments testifying. We literally had one rural fire department who sold a fire truck or two to try to accommodate for what they thought was coming. Didn't happen. So the issue sort of went away. For now, we have this tremendous impact. We have, as you've heard, predicted increases in the next year's assessment affecting 22 tax rates of 15-20%, between 15 and 20%. That means, because I don't see our budget revenue recovering from other sources, about another $500 million hit to K-12, because half of these taxes go to K-12. So if we are to live with the instability in those districts, school districts, fire departments, counties, special districts, then we have a major problem that exacerbates the already difficult problem of future budgets. This is a rural issue, and that's really why I've been behind it. It's a rural issue more than an urban issue. Unfortunately, very unfortunately, in our Constitution, the calculation is described, and the word statewide is used in the Constitution. That's a problem. If the word statewide were not used, we could potentially adapt the calculation, but we cannot. So I actually asked Senator Dennis Gallagher in a committee one day, I said, Senator Gallagher, when you did this in 1982, did you consider the disparity that would occur in rural versus urban? And he said, no, but we should have. But we're stuck with that. And so it's a rural issue more than an urban issue. If you're a local fire department, you may have 98, 99, 100% of your tax base in your district could very well be residential. So if the residential assessment rate goes down, you have to go back to your voters to raise your mill levy to compensate, or you got to sell fire trucks. This is expensive. It costs a lot of money to run a local election. And, you know, these districts, need legal guidance. We had a few of those run. And a lot of them probably don't follow, proper legal guidance. They were all over the place. All sorts of different amendments were run. Colorado Mountain College probably did the best job. They passed something that let their mill levy float. But when the mill levy floats, look what happens to commercial, to what little commercial is in that district. It further exacerbates the disparity between commercial and non-commercial. So it hurts business. It hurts small businesses in rural Colorado. So I ask for a yes vote on this. I know there are some concerns that in the future, the legislature could actually change these assessment rates. But, you know, it really, in the end, this puts more control over local taxation in local hands and gets us out of the statewide calculation. I'll say again that what fits Denver doesn't always fit rural Colorado. And what we're doing here is changing the process so that our local taxation can stabilize, folks can make their own decisions. I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Hansen, then the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Senator Rankin's remarks. I wanted to add one thing that he helped remind me of, which is the commitment that I made to many stakeholders along with my co-sponsor to bring companion statutory legislation that if the voters approve the repeal, we will be freezing rates in the state by statute for a period of no less than 4 years. You'll see that legislation very shortly. It's being drafted as we debate this resolution. I did want to make sure members were aware of that commitment.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe I've taken this position or said these words before, but maybe. I agree with everything. I sat and listened. I agreed everything that my colleague from Centennial said. I agree with the senator from Denver. I agree with the senator from Carbondale. And I'm voting no. How can that be? The reason I'm voting no on Senate Concurrent Resolution 1 isn't in Senate Concurrent Resolution 1. I want to back up before I explain why I'll be voting no and take a moment to applaud the brilliance of Senator Dennis Gallagher. I don't know him well, but I have heard him speak at this well on memorials and a few times outside of the Capitol. And he's clearly brilliant. If you want to hear someone quote Shakespeare, and I can't do that, just go to Senator Gallagher. And I understand, I respect, I appreciate that Senator Gallagher may have already said, admitted in committee, maybe he didn't take into consideration that rural-urban divide and the effect. That shows even greater character for the senator to look back that long ago and embrace the reality that maybe that wasn't so obvious then. Why am I going to vote no on Senate Concurrent Resolution 1? It isn't because I'm somehow deaf to the business community and their increasing burden of property taxes. That's not it. I hear you. And we need to find a way to solve it. And maybe this is the best or possibly even the only way to do it. It's not because I'm insensitive to business concerns. It's not because Senate Concurrent Resolution itself is a tax increase. It's not. It is that right now, there are people who want more money from government. And yesterday, there were people who wanted more money from government. And a year ago, and 10 years ago, and 10 years into the future, there are and there will be people and organizations who want more money from government. And right now, it's difficult to get more money out of property taxes. It's challenging to get more money out of property taxes. You can go and run a local bond and mill override, but if we have low residential property taxes because of the Gallagher Amendment, my concern in the future is that some, certainly not going to accuse anyone here of this, but some in the future might say, let's raise residential property taxes. Let's raise the percentage, the rate. Now, where I live in Douglas County, my wife and I have been paying more and more. Assessments happen every 2 years, and every year the tax bill that generally happen through an escrow account if a mortgage exists on a residential property. But the amount of that residential tax, the dollar amount, has been going up while the rate has been going down. If the rate stays the same, the people I represent, and probably a lot of you, are going to see a very noticeable increase at the same rates because if property values continue to go up. But leaving this in the hands of the legislature to set those rates in the future, and I appreciate the senator from Denver saying that there's another bill that would cap that, prohibit that for 4 years. Colleagues, we've all seen that long word, notwithstanding. We can't bind a future legislature. We can make a deal. We can say we agree as the current legislature that we're not going to allow that for 4 years, but whoever the 35 members of this body are and the 65 across the way in the House, if that bill's on the books, there's one long word and a comma that needs to start the bill to raise property values, property tax rates, notwithstanding. Because we cannot bind that future legislature. And my goodness, we talk over and over again, whether it's alcohol regulation, any sort of regulatory framework that we put in place, whether it's there for a year or decades, notwithstanding, that's all you need to say. Notwithstanding the law says we can't do this, that we're going to go ahead and do this. And my experience is that there are people, there are organizations that exist and advocate within the chambers of this legislature for one thing: more money. And when they get more money, then their request, their demand, what they advocate for transitions from more money to more money. And if we take Gallagher away and leave it in the hands of the legislature, I believe that people who own residential property over time will see increased rates. That would be a tax increase, but this isn't. It's at least a two-stage process, a two-step process. And I can't support taking the first step because the people who I represent who own residential property in the district that I represent, they may not be aware of it. They may want stable funding for our fire districts and others. They may say, yes, I agree with the senators who spoke in favor of this. They may say, vote yes on this. But when they see that spike in their residential property tax assessments and the bills that they have to pay, they're going to be coming back and asking us or our successors, who did this? Who did this? And they probably won't be so patient to hear, well, it was a two-step process. It starts here with Senate Concurrent Resolution 1, and I applaud the sponsors for coming up for the creative solution. This is not the worst answer, it's probably the best answer. But my concern is what happens in the future. And I respectfully ask for a no vote on Senate Concurrent Resolution 1. The last thing I want to comment about is when the legislature, or even, for instance, the school board, when they refer a local bond and mill, there's 4 possible options for us and those other elected officials who vote on these kind of referred measures. The first 2 are really obvious. The first option is you're a yes today, and if this gets enough votes to be on the ballot, you'll be a yes in November. The second obvious position is the one that I'm going to have. I'm a no today, and I'll be a no in November. The third and fourth maybe aren't so obvious, but my experience is it's very precarious. And that would be to be a yes today and a no in November, or a no today and a yes in November. I really want you to think through. See, some people will say, it's our responsibility to vote yes to refer this to the people. No, that's a responsibility, but I would encourage you to be thoughtful about, do you want to be a yes today and a yes then, a no today or a no then, or do you want to get into that less obvious, those two alternatives, be a yes today and a no then, a no today or a yes then? I can't tell you how to vote. I can't tell you what positions to take in November, but this choice here today, I would say, is clear. Be one or the other. A yes and a yes, or a no and a no. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time. Respectfully, again, ask for a no vote on SCR 001.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I am supportive of this Gallagher repeal. Several have already mentioned the importance of this relative to public education. And when we know that public education hasn't even recovered from the 2009 Great Recession in terms of funding, it's absolutely mortifying to think that public education could lose another $500 million and set that BS factor back to $1 billion again of unfunding or lack of funding that our public schools should be receiving. And when you think about public education and the percentage of the budget that goes towards educator pay, it's because it's a service industry. So public education provides a service, so about 80% of school districts' budgets go towards paying staff. And we're struggling to retain and recruit teachers because we don't do a good enough job of paying them here. And it is critically important that we not continue to fall further and further behind in terms of how we fund public education. But another point that I'd like to make as well, it was mentioned that our fire departments, our local fire departments and local hospitals also rely on funding from property tax. And this is, again, critically important for our local fire departments. I live up in the foothills. Some of the others of you also live up in there or have districts that cover the foothills west of Denver and along the Front Range. There are 7 small local fire departments in my district in Jeffco, and they too are hurting for funding. They can't replace vehicles that they need to replace. They struggle to get more volunteers on board. They struggle to provide all the training that's necessary. And the conifer and evergreen areas are considered the #1 fire risk in the country for a wildfire. Think about Paradise, California a couple years ago and the fire that ravaged that area. We are looking at that potential up in the conifer and evergreen area. And if we have a harsh summer and it's really hot and dry, the local fire chief at one of the departments up there has shared in a public meeting that should we have conditions not unlike we had during the Hayman fire or like what Paradise experienced, which is not out of the realm of possibilities, that a fire come from Evergreen to the edge of the foothills within 12 hours and be spotlighting fires in Lakewood, Colorado, and would wipe out 10,000 homes. This is a big deal, and we need to be able to fund our local fire departments and not have the impact that is expected from what may happen if we maintain and keep Gallagher. So I urge your support on this repeal so that we can stabilize funding for all of these issues. Thank you.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as a concluding observation, I would like to again ask for an aye vote on Senate Concurrent Resolution 1. The outcome of the repeal that the real estate, real property assessment factors that are in the will be in statute under the domain of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And I'd like to respond to the comments of the good minority leader by Just referring the right honorable members of this chamber to the comments I'd made some moments ago. Ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
One moment, please. Is there any further discussion on SCR 001? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SCR 001. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. SCR 001 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
I think we're going to be good to go here. But could we do this first?
The Senate will come to order. Senator Foote.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had one bill under consideration. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee holds executive reports adding stories following tax bills being second reading. The makes following recommendation on Senate concurrent resolution 1 passed second reading order grows please count for the reading and final passage.
Senator Foote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg. Senator Lundin. Mr. Minority Leader. With 32 ayes, 3 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 001 passed on second reading, order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Consideration of resolutions. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to SJR 019.
Senate General Resolution 19 by Senators Cook and Janal, Representative Carver, concerning declaring the week May 10, 16, 2020 as Police Week and in connection with declaring May 15, 2020 as Peace Officers Memorial Day.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Resolution 19 lay over until tomorrow, June 9th.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and SJR 019 will be laid over until 6/9/2020. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Will the clerk please read the title to SB 102?
Senate Bill 102 by Senators Janal and Cook and Representatives Carveo and Titone concerning required disclosures to patients regarding formal actions based on sexual misconduct.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 102.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to explain why we concurred. Basically, there were some changes in dates. We're requiring disclosures from March 1 instead of January 1st because of DORA issues. Also, at the request of the DA's Council, we corrected outdated language regarding the plea agreements, changed the terminology for the final disciplinary action, and also added an applicability clause to specify that the act applies prospectively to convictions. And I ask for your aye vote on our concurrence.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is to allow for the Senate to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 102. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excuse, that motion is adopted. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 102.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the repassage of Senate Bill 102. Are there any no votes?
Good job. Seriously.
With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excuse, that Senate Bill 102 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Consideration of governor's appointments. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the consideration of governor's appointments, including members of the State Fair Authority Board of Commissioners, lay over until June 10th.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. We will lay over the governor's appointments for the Colorado State Fair Authority Board of Commissions until 6/10/2020. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we are going to take up some bills on specials. I believe you have a calendar on your desk with 4 bills on it. Senate Bill 212, Senate Bill 205, Senate Bill 215, and Senate Bill 217. We are still discussing the exact order and if some of this will happen after committees. But we are going to get started at least on Senate Bill 212, and we will let you know what we are doing in terms of rearranging the calendar and if something will be in the afternoon.
But can we not make the motion right after the first conversation?
Sure.
It would be better if we...
Either way, it's going to be on special calendar. Mr. President.
Mr. Majority Leader.
I request a senatorial 5.
The Senate will stand in a senatorial 5. The Senate will come back to order. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, so no major changes. We will be moving into special order second reading of bills for those 4 bills listed on the calendar that should have been distributed by now. However, we will be taking up the first 3 bills, and if in consulting with the minority leader and the assistant minority leader, if we feel like we need to take a pause, digest the pre-amended version, which I think the drafter is putting together so everybody understands how the proposed amendments fit in, we'll take a pause, we'll do what we need to do, take a breather, or we'll go into committee. But we will go into special orders, go through those 3 bills, and see where we're at with the pre-amended version of the draft. So, Mr. President, I move that we take up Senate bills 212, 205, 215, and 217 on special order second reading of bills at the hour of 11:49 a.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up special order second reading bills, which include Senate Bill 212, 205, 215, and 217, at the hour of 11:49. This motion requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted, and the Senate will take up those bills listed on the special orders second reading of bills calendar at the hour of 11:49.
Yes, 2 of them, State Veterans Military Affairs and Appropriations.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole in order to take up special order second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. The motion is to resolve ourselves to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special order second reading of bills. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special order second reading of bills, and Senator Zenzinger will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 212?
Senate Bill 212 by Senators Winter and Tate, Representatives Lontaine and Soper, concerning reimbursement for healthcare services provided through telehealth.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move for the passage of Senate Bill 212 along with the State Affairs Report and the Appropriations Committee reports.
To the State Affairs Report.
In the State Affairs Committee, we discussed how important telehealth is, and I encourage a yes vote.
Is there any discussion on the State Affairs Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Appropriations Committee, we added a declaration that showed that for the first year of funding for the expansion of telehealth, it would come from CARES Act funding, and I encourage a yes vote.
Is there any discussion on the Appropriation Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L002?
Amendment L002, Senate Bill 212 by Senator Winter.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the passage of Amendment L002.
To the amendment.
This amendment restores the definition of store and forward transfers and adds the term back into the definitions of telehealth. And I encourage a yes vote.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L002? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Amendment L002. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L003?
Amendment L003, Senate Bill 212 by Senator Winter, amend Printed Bill page 4, line 21 after telehealth, and any rules adopted by the State Board pursuant to the subsection 1.5 shall be in conformity with applicable federal law, must take into consideration the appropriateness, suitability, and necessity of method of supervision
Senator
permitted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the passage of L003.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L003. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L003 is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L004?
Amendment L004, Senate Bill 2.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the passage of L004. This ensures that telehealth is HIPAA compliant.
Is there any discussion on L004? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L004. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L005?
Amendment L005, Senate Bill 212 by Senator Winter, amend Printed
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the adoption of L005, and I apologize. L004 was a report from HICPUF on the utilization of telehealth. This is the amendment that makes it HIPAA compliant.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L005? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Amendment L005. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L006?
Amendment L006, Senate Bill 212 by Senator Tate, amend Printed Bill page 2, line 3, after strike 2E and substitute 2B3, 2E, page 2, line 4, strike 2E. A carrier shall not, and substitute 2B3, section 10-16-704 applies to the subsection 2B in the availability of...
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L006 to Senate Bill 212.
Is there any discussion? Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this is kind of interesting that I will take a moment to actually read the amendment because it brings up some serious things I think we need to consider in terms of this industry and our regulations of the industry. You know, we ask for network adequacy in terms of medical providers to guarantee access of medical services to patients. And we want to make sure that plans provide a sufficient network of providers available in the community to provide in-person healthcare services. And this bill, and I think my colleague from Westminster will talk about the bill very briefly subsequent to the amendment phase. Part of this bill is making sure that appropriate medical services provided via telehealth are compensated at the same rate as an in-person service. This amendment says, in terms of telehealth and providing a sufficient network, says except that appropriate telehealth services that are equivalent to in-person healthcare services may be counted towards compliance with network adequacy requirements or regulatory requirements. Members, this brings to mind issues of disruptive technologies. Like Uber and Lyft always comes to mind, where technology makes asset utilization more important and the ability to manage workforce more important. Building in-person healthcare facilities are more expensive when they're not used to their fullest. And members, what this amendment does is, in terms of the Department of Insurance and is regulating this industry, that if access is provided to patients via telehealth, that there's an understanding that physical capital may not be as necessary prior to having this technology. Ask for consideration of this amendment.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think we are going to be having discussions about telehealth for a long time in this building, including how we can meet network adequacy agreements, also about the inclusion of different types of practices in telehealth, and I am committed to having those conversations.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In light of that commentary, I withdraw L006.
Amendment L006 has been withdrawn. Seeing no further amendments, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge for the passage of Senate Bill 212. Telehealth has become increasingly important in this time, not only for access to healthcare, but also different ways to get access to healthcare. We have seen that when we told folks to stay home, they actually stopped going to the doctor. And we've had late diagnoses of everything from heart attacks to strokes. And this provides an alternative way for both providers and patients to access healthcare. It's part of the future, and this bill codifies the executive orders on telehealth, and I encourage a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, sponsors, for bringing this bill. I rise in support of this bill and ask for you to support it as well. As we found ourselves at the end of session and trying to do the final works in our final days, I will say that this bill also was able to grab a number of other bill concepts that were out there this session and include them. So I'm grateful that the sponsors were willing to take a lot of the other telehealth ideas that were out there and include them in this bill. I also think it is great to see this COVID-19 has been a devastating and tragic experience across the world. But hopefully, as in many tragedies, there are some good things that can arise from it. I think the robust discussion around the usage of telehealth will be one of those things. One of the first contentious meetings I ever held in this building as a senator was around telehealth and the resistance for it to be covered and offered. In fact, one of the big debates we had in that meeting that I will never forget is that telehealth was being battled as a way that you could talk to your doctor over a telephone. The very inherent definition of telehealth, even just 6 years ago, was being resisted as a way to access medical care. We've come a long way, and this bill is certainly indicative of that. And I will close with just the comment that this is so important in rural areas where a specialist or a doctor is not 10 minutes away. I have some of my constituents who have a 3-hour drive to go visit a specialist. And being able to receive some of that consultation with their medical professional via telehealth is important in everyday life, but has become even acutely apparent in a situation like COVID-19 of us being able to have these systems in place. So thank you to the sponsors for running this bill, and I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 212. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 212 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 205?
Senate Bill 205 by Senators Finberg and Bridges and Representatives Becker and Caraveo concerning the requirement that employers offer sick leave to their employees.
Finance.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 205 and the committee reports.
To the first report, the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report. Is there any discussion? Then the motion before the body is the adoption of the State Affairs report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the appropriations report, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee appropriately appropriated the appropriation.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The aye has it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The COVID-19 crisis has made it clear that there are holes in our employment system here in Colorado. There are people who went to work sick with COVID-19. They felt a little under the weather, but they didn't have any sick days because 40% of employers in the state don't provide sick days. They went, they worked, they spread the disease, and now Colorado as a state is suffering. And so what we're doing here in this bill is a direct response to what we've seen over the course of 2020. And we are attempting to address this issue in multiple different ways. The bill does three things. First, it says that the federal requirements to provide 80 hours of leave during this particular crisis, which lasts until December 31st, that federal law, that applies to every company in Colorado. The federal law only applied to companies 500 and fewer. This one just says applies to everybody, 500 or more included. Second thing this bill does is it says that in the next health crisis, employers have to offer 80 hours of leave. Just basically the same standard we've set here, making sure that in the future when we have something else like this, which I'm fairly sure is a when, not an if, that Coloradans will be protected. And the third part of this bill is to say that in those in-between times, in January and February of this year, March of this year, that when folks are sick, they should get 48 hours every year of earned sick leave to stay home, take care of themselves, take care of their kids, take care of their spouse, and make sure that they are keeping themselves safe, their coworkers safe, and their customers safe. No one wants a burger and fries with a side of COVID, and this bill helps to keep that from happening. We have a number of amendments, and we hope for your support on all of those amendments, along with the final bill. And let's get started.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L054?
Amendment L054 to Senate Bill 205.
Senator Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L054.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L054 it does two things. First, it cleans up some of the language of what a public health emergency is. This came from the executive branch on exactly what a public health emergency, how they would define it, making sure it's consistent. And then secondly, it clarifies that when we are in a public health emergency and somebody is eligible for the increased amount of hours because they have, in this case, they have COVID-19 or symptoms of COVID-19, that they're only allowed to take that extended period of leave once during the emergency. They can't sort of take their 80 hours and then come back to work and a few days later they'll be like, oh, never mind, I'm still kind of sick, and take another 80 hours. It is meant to just have to be used at one point during the public health emergency.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just two things quickly to note on that. Those 80 hours can only be used for issues related to whatever the public health emergency is related to. It can't be that, well, now I've got 80 hours, it's time for that hip surgery, let's go. Those 80 hours, again, only related to what the public health emergency is for. And then secondly, that 80 hours is not in addition to the 48 hours of leave that's been accrued. It is a plus up to a total of 80 hours.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L054. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L050?
Amendment L050, Senate Bill 205.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L050.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L050 is, just like many of these, based on discussions with stakeholders and individual employer groups and organizations like that. And there was some confusion around this piece in a workplace, and we have them even here. You'll sometimes see posters up about your rights as a worker. And they're usually in the break room or something. It was unclear as drafted if someone didn't put up a poster, and again, it would have to be willfully, the $100 fine that someone could be subject to is not for each time an employee didn't see a poster. It would just be once. So if you don't put up a poster, you could be out $100. Not $100 times the amount of employees you have times the amount of times they came into the office.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L050. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L052?
Amendment L052, Senate Bill 205 by Senator Fenberg, amend the State Veterans Military Affairs Committee report dated June 3rd, 2020, page 3.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is with regard to notification of employees of their rights and just letting the division promulgate rules about exactly what that notification needs to be.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption. Oh, I'm so sorry, but Senator Bridges, you need to move the amendment, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L052.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L052. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L055?
Amendment L055, Senate Bill 205.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L055.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was a request from the Retail Council and wanting to ensure that it would be okay for them to provide their employees the sick leave on the front end rather than having them accrue it and not deal with the paperwork and the records. And this clarifies that that is acceptable and that meets the minimum requirements in the bill.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this really speaks to what this bill is about. Again, this is an earned sick leave policy, and generally speaking, this is that you get a certain amount of time for every hour worked. And we're just saying that if employers would like to not make that based on the number of hours worked and just make that a benefit, that they are welcome to do that.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L005. A division has been called.
Why would we do a division on something?
Let's just go.
It's fine.
A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is for the adoption of Amendment L055. All those in favor, please stand. Okay. Please stand still. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L057?
Amendment L057.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L057.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This clarifies that the division will be doing rulemaking for different types of employment situations like fee for service that might not be purely based on an hourly workday.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L057. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L018?
Amendment L018.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L018.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This just specifies that should an employee use sick leave not for the reasons that the person is allowed to use sick leave, say, for instance, to go to the beach with friends, that the employer can indeed fire said employee for doing such a thing. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L018. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L029?
Amendment L029, Senate Bill 205 by Senator Finberg, amendment Printed Bill page 10 after line 10, insert 6, except as provided in section 813.34055.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L029.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This simply says that after 4 days, the employer is allowed to request documentation for that leave. Some employers wanted this in case they felt like something was a little fishy, and they're allowed to ask for documentation in those circumstances.
Is there any further discussion about Amendment L029? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L029. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L029 is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L045?
Amendment L045,
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L045.
To the amendment.
Thank you. This is about allowing employees to use paid sick leave in hourly increments. The way the bill was worded, it could be much smaller than that. If an employer chooses to allow it to be smaller, they can, but this is just requiring that it's an hourly, no smaller.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L045? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L045. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L045 is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L046?
Amendment L046, Senate Bill 205.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L046.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This just clarifies the original intent, which is that if someone earns 48 hours, they don't use it, and it's the end of the year, they're allowed to roll it over, but they can't accrue more than 48 hours. So this, we previously said that they can't use more than 48 hours. This is so they can't earn or use 48 hours, more than 48 hours in a year.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, quick question for that. Realize they can't earn it. Are they legally allowed to cash this out if they leave employment while this has been accrued?
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great question. That is something that is very clear in the bill, that there is no requirement for employers to pay for any of the leave that has been accrued under this policy upon separation for any reason. So unlike something like vacation time or PTO, depending on the employer, where you sort of build up a bank and you are provided those funds upon termination, in the case of this bill, none of the hours earned in this bill are required to be paid out. Employer could choose to do that, and for example, there are many employers that have PTO policies that this bill would not impact because they already provide a more generous policy and they choose to pay that out. But this bill in no way requires any kind of payout upon separation.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L046. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L048?
Amendment L048.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L048.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We should have Space Command here in Colorado. This amendment is to make it clear that the federal guidelines for contractors working with Space Command already meet all of the requirements of this bill. We have looked very carefully at what it is that is provided to them, and it looks great. And so we are just saying that, that they meet those requirements, and that we are eliminating one potential barrier that some folks in Springs were worried might prevent Colorado from becoming the new headquarters for the new United States Military Space Command.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Appreciate this amendment. It is good. It's interesting that we need this carve out. I'm wondering, two questions really. I'm wondering how many other carve outs we might need, and I do support this. I absolutely think that this is a necessary element, but I'm wondering how many we've missed, how many other such situations we should in fact have thought about. That's question one. Question two, as we're continuing to power through these amendments, is a simple question of fact. How many amendments were put on the bill in committee is the second question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, it's an interesting question, member from El Paso County, about this amendment. I think you could look at it as a carve out. We were quite certain that federal law already does what this amendment does. And it just was requested to add it in based on Colorado Springs Chamber of Commerce and maybe the City of Colorado Springs, and we felt it was fine for people to just have some belts and suspenders around this issue. But it's not really a carve out because our understanding is that it's already preempted from federal law. On the second question, I don't remember exactly how many. I think how many amendments?
Half dozen?
I actually. 3, I believe. Four. Sorry, I missed that one amendment. That was very significant. There were 4 amendments. One was significant, and the others were less significant, and just a couple of cleanup things.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this question goes to the heart of this bill. This is not a carve-out. This is something we are required to do by the federal government. There are 2 folks in this bill that get what might be thought of as a carve-out, but I think it's really important to note here, no one is actually carved out of this bill. The state is, in some cases, preempted by the federal government, in the case of people that work on railroads, and these folks right here. And so all that we are doing in this bill is recognizing that the federal government has the final say on these particular cases. There are other cases where we don't believe the federal government does have that claim, and we are not providing any carve-outs in those cases, and we are not providing any carve-outs to any particular industries. And believe me, many industries came to us and said, for us, don't put us in this bill. We're a very special circumstance, and we think that our employees, of course none of them said this, but we think our employees don't need to have this sick leave, and we think that no one should be going to work sick. You should have at least 48 hours every year to keep yourself safe, to keep your coworkers safe, to keep your customers safe. There are no carve-outs in this bill.
Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the Senator's comments. I appreciate the fact that preemption, in fact, potentially resolves this matter prior to the amendment. I also appreciate the amendment because sometimes belt and suspenders is not a bad thing. The challenge that I'm having a little bit with this is the way we are so far removed in access to the conversation of the people affected by this legislation. Typically, we really hash these things out in committee, and the room's full of people who have an interest, who either will be benefited by or challenged by the legislation. And we're so far removed from that is the statement that I just want to make really clear. And we can all sign it off to the coronavirus. I would argue that it's not the coronavirus, it's our policy response to the coronavirus, but there's a little bit of heartburn associated with that, and it's just not opposition at all. I do support the amendment. It's simply a statement of discomfort with the way this is unfolding. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further discussion on Amendment L048? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L048. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L049?
Amendment L049.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L049.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This strikes some language that we put in committee that many people had questions about and replaces it with really what we were attempting to get at. And that is, there are some industries where they have essentially multiple employers that are all part of a contract for that employee. For instance, in the construction industry, And so it is maybe technically not their employer that would be providing the leave. It would be sort of a multi-employer fund that the different employers pay into to provide that leave. So we clarified that for these situations, these workers, it is acceptable for them to get their leave from the multi-employer paid sick leave fund, essentially, rather than it be directly from their employer.
Is there any further discussion? The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L049. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L042?
Amendment L042.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L042.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was a request that we received from multiple different stakeholders and types of employers, and it takes out the section of the bill regarding rebuttable presumption, which basically was around if an employer took retaliatory action against the employee because they were taking sick leave or requested the sick leave or something like that. There was a section of this bill that said that the presumption was that it was, if they did any sort of disciplinary action, it was in response to them taking that leave. It's not always going to be. We know that sometimes someone takes a sick day and a couple weeks later they make some sort of mistake on the job and they're disciplined, and that's okay. We still make it clear that retaliatory actions by the employer are not allowed, they're prohibited, but we took out the section around rebuttable presumption, and again, this is a request from multiple stakeholders.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L042. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, sorry for the lightning round of amendments. These amendments were largely drafted over the course of the last week and provided to all the stakeholders, and lots of discussions went into them, and they were redrafted and whatnot. So these were not last minute. These were not something that didn't have a whole lot of thought and negotiation go into it. And these are amendments that I think really improve the bill, make it more workable for different types of employers, because a lot of employers are not a monolithic group. Some employ seasonal workers, some employ lots of part-time workers, some only have traditional full-time employment in an office setting. And I think this bill does account for all those different situations. And for the ones where it's a little murky, we said rulemaking is going to help figure this out. So there is a built-in stakeholder process for that. This is a bill that, as my co-prime sponsor said, is in direct response to the situation that we are living in. This bill is not meant for long-term chronic illness. This bill is not meant for maternity leave, for instance. This is about earning on the job over time the ability to take 1, 2, up to a maximum of 6 days off for sick leave. And it specifies what sick leave is for. This is a reasonable approach that I think provides a very basic safety net for all workers in Colorado. And I think it's important that it's all workers in Colorado, because even if an employer, maybe in the short term, or the employee in the short term would rather an extra 25 cents an hour on their paycheck instead of being able to accrue sick leave, I think it's important that we make sure that that employee also has the ability from time to time to take sick leave, because it is not just for that employee. It is the benefit is not just for the benefit of that employee, it is for all of us. If people do not take sick leave and they go to work sick, because we know if you don't have access to that sick leave, you're more likely to go to work sick because you can't, a lot of people can't afford to lose a day's worth of wages, you're going to get other people sick. And as we saw, if more people knew that they had sick days, if they had sick leave, which 40% of Coloradans currently have none, we know if they had those days at the front end of this pandemic, it probably would have spread slower. and would have infected fewer people. And so that's what this bill is about, is making sure the state of Colorado is a place where everybody feels like they have the ability to work hard, earn a couple of days to take care of themselves or their family. And we think this is an approach that, for the most part, most of the business organizations and employers have gotten to a place where they're generally okay with this. Would they prefer to not do it by law? Sure. But we've worked with them, and we've accepted many of their amendments, and the vast majority of these big groups have gone to a neutral position. And I'm proud of that, because I think that's what we should be doing right now, is ensuring that we are working with everybody, because there's not a single person in this state that has been spared by the impact of this virus. And we want to make sure we're even better set up for the next one in the future. And I think this bill really does do that, and I urge an aye vote.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate so much, as you hear me say so often, the effort of the sponsors to narrow, to tailor, to improve. But it is worth stating for the record that there are still large employers, substantial sectors of our economy in Colorado that don't think this is the right way to proceed. And they've got an array of different perspectives on why. Sometimes it just doesn't work. Consider seasonal ag workers. Yeah, this just doesn't work quite right. Seasonal ski industry. Yeah, that just doesn't work quite right. Nursing homes, casinos. We've got any number of significant sectors of our economy, significant employers who are simply saying, we are doing the best by our employees that can be done. This bill doesn't, by virtue of mandate, just because it comes on high from the state government, doesn't give it a better method of helping our situation, our employees, our team members. And so, for the record, improved bill, narrowed, fixed, quite frankly, the committee of the whole became the committee of, in so many ways, reference for this particular bill, but still, even as adjusted and amended, not the right answer, not the best answer, an answer in the circumstance, but challenging policy written broadly across the entire state in ways that may not deal with and engage appropriately for elements, sectors, substantial, meaningful employers in Colorado who in fact are working with their team members, hand in glove, team member with team member, in many cases, individuals treated as if they were family. This interrupts that process in meaningful ways. So as much as I appreciate the effort, will be a no vote on the bill.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's very interesting that Senate Bill 205 is a 21-page bill with 57 amendments. And that in itself speaks volumes to us here who recognize that this wasn't a very good bill to begin with. It makes the assumption that all businesses are in the financial position to actually do this, without taking into account the fact many of these businesses are opening up on a shoestring and with a prayer after a shutdown, and then having tons of regulations put on them about how they can open up and only open up at about 50%. And then you never really looked at the fact that what it's going to cost these small businesses, to which I know you guys have never owned, that these employers are now paying sick leave, and on top of that, probably paying overtime to people who are having to come in and cover for them. But a lot of employers, the small mom and pops, they can't afford to pay overtime. So what they do is they work harder themselves, and there's nobody in this state, because you said that this benefits the employees who work hard and earn sick leave. No one works harder than the small business owner. No one sacrifices more than the small business owner, because they do have an American dream, and this is what they're trying to attain, and every time they turn around, it seems as though government is cutting their legs off. This bill exemplifies exactly what's wrong with why government cannot succeed when they compete with private commercial industry. It's their incessant desire to overreach on what they think are morally the right thing to do. You think about one section of people and not all. You never take into account that employers are very moral people, and they have been trying to do the right thing since they paid all the license fees and did everything that the government required, which is cross the palms of the local, the municipalities, the counties, and the state governments, all with the fees that they need and inspections and licensing before they can even open their doors to sell one item or make available any service to the public that they wish to serve. If you guys knew what it was like to have a small mom and pop business, you wouldn't do this. But you don't, so you're thinking you're doing the right thing. And you say you had a stakeholder meeting, 57 amendments for a 21-page bill. And then we're going to pass it. And the small mom and pops that can hardly get back on their feet, already under heavy reopening regulations, and who have lost income, still having to pay their retail commercial rental space, insurance. It goes on and on and on, and now you are adding fuel to the fire and asking them to do more. This is an incredibly egregious bill. At this time, when you're including the small mom and pops, any business, this isn't the government's job to tell businesses what to do, especially on this level. Give the businesses a break and let them get on their feet first. Can we ask that? Will anybody in here look at the small business owner and give them a break? Or are you just going to keep piling on? This is a horrific bill at a horrific time, and I feel for those small businesses who I really don't think were at the stakeholder meeting. I never heard about it. And I know a lot of mom and pops didn't either. And I am asking you for a no vote on Senate Bill 205.
If you'll just pause for a moment, we need to clean off the microphone. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've heard that there were 57 amendments. For the love of God, 57 amendments. There are actually only 17 amendments, almost all of which were in response from employers to make the bill better for them. There is an L057, but 40 of those amendments never got introduced because they were drafted for the committee and then we decided let's do it on the floor, so it had to get redrafted to another L00 number, or we missed a comma, or, oh, that's not quite what we needed. So we redrafted another amendment. There were 17 amendments, not 57. And the vast majority of them were from employers to meet their requests for amendments. We could have done fewer, but that would have not been what the employers and the business community wanted us to do with this bill. And that's why they were in an amend position, and then mostly got to a neutral position. We also heard that if we ever owned a small business, we wouldn't have introduced this bill. If we knew the impact, if we just knew the impact that these small mom and pop businesses are going through and what this would do to them, we would never run this bill. Members, we don't get to say who we all supposedly speak for and who we don't, and accuse somebody else of who they cannot speak for. I actually am a small business owner. I employ about 20 people. My business has not been open for about 3 or 4 months now, and it's not going to be open for a little while because of the impact on it due to coronavirus. And I thought about this bill from that perspective. I don't have the same perspective that all employers have. Every business is different. We discussed that. But this will have a bit of an impact on my business. But I still think it's the right thing to do, and it's something that I can implement. And it's going to be the right thing for those 20 or so employees. It's going to be the right thing for our business. And it's definitely going to be the right thing for the consumers and the customers and the community members that this business is located in. So yes, I actually do own a business, and I am bringing this bill. And to an extent, I speak for some small business owners. I am the pop for mom and pop businesses, at least in some instances. And the stakeholder process we had was multiple Zoom meetings, lots of phone calls, a lot of give and a lot of take. And we got to a place where I think we have a pretty reasonable bill that responds to the severity of the situation and potentially the severity of the next situation. And I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Marble.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'd like to address the amendments. Here's L057. I never said there were 57 adopted amendments. I said there were 57 amendments, which there are, that we're going over and looking at to change a 21-page bill. And that is a truth. It's not a fallacy. It's L057 right here. I want to also address the fact of how this can influence an inflationary time for small retails, probably not nonprofits, because nonprofits operate in a whole different arena than retail. But whenever you add a layer of regulation to a business, you're going to have to then, as the business in retail, add that on to the consumer. I really challenge everybody to look forward beyond the feel-good kind of things that we do here. We just had a huge federal influx of money into our economy and our businesses. It doesn't happen right away, but within maybe 2 years, hyperinflation begins. It's historically how that works. And what we're doing right here is already increasing inflation by increasing regulation. Or if it's not increasing the costs of how we do business, businesses are going to close and we're going to have more empty retail space on every corner and every block of small town USA, even in the big cities. I want you to really consider the timing of this bill, who you're looking at, and the fact that every small business does not operate the same. But we are looking at increasing the costs of what goes into these retail stores and what goes out. Not only will they be those people, the distributors who bring things for the retail stores to sell, they're going to have to raise their costs. And then the retail stores, because it costs more to get it on their shelves, they're going to raise the price for the consumer to come in and take it off the shelf and to their home. It's a chain reaction, and it's not a good one in this time especially, because people just can't afford it right now. If we were in a booming economy, maybe it would be something that employers could do through their own choice, and they probably would. And that's their choice, and it always should be. It shouldn't be a mandate from the government. But this is a small business killer. To those who are just reopening on a prayer, like I said, without the money and funds that they've been denied by having full sales in the last 3 months, and already having to comply with the partial reopening of their business if they are considered an essential part of life for the people within the state of Colorado. There's another thing you have to look at with this is who's going to have to be hired to tabulate all those hours and pay it out. It's extra bookkeeping, extra hours, so it's not only the overtime pay that you pay your employees to come in and work the hours a sick employee is taken off, and you're paying for those hours. You're looking at extra hours to pay your bookkeeper to keep track of that sick leave and those sick hours accrued. It's just making more and more and more expense on people who can't afford it right now. And I am a Small Business USA lover, and I cannot advocate more for them in trying to help them out and get them fully open. But this bill is a job killer. It's a business killer at this time. It is not the right thing to do, because if you put these businesses out of business, where are those employees going to go then? Is that fair? No, it's not. There's a lot of things we have to consider in small business, and I've given you a few of them, and they're all added expense on the business owner who really can't afford it right now. So with all that said, and the 57 amendments that weren't all adopted, but there were 57 amendments. I have them right here. I would really urge you to vote no on Senate Bill 205.
Members, if you'll hold on, we need to clean off the microphones. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Almost half of Coloradans, during normal times, almost half of Coloradans can't afford an unexpected $400 expense. Right now, I would wager that that number is even higher. Now imagine you're one of those people that can't afford an unexpected $400 expense, and imagine you get sick, or your kid gets sick. And then imagine what it means if you have to take a day off work without pay. Imagine if it's 2 days. Pretty soon you're right there. You are at an unexpected $400 expense. And the consequences of that, the spirals that occur, that costs all of us more money. So imagine what you do when you're in that situation. You can't afford it. You're sick. What do? Probably you go to work because you can't afford not to. This bill says that if you work in the state of Colorado, you will earn, over the course of a year, 6 days. That's it, 6 days. So that when you're sick, you can stay home. You can take care of your kid. And here's the critical part. It's good for you. It's good for your family. It's also really good for your coworkers. Because now you're not getting them sick. It's also really good for your customers because you're not getting them sick. And ultimately, if you're not getting your coworkers and your customers sick, this is good for the public health of our entire state. This bill is an earned benefit that says if you work in the state of Colorado, you don't have to go to work sick. This is a good bill. I want to thank the stakeholders that have done incredible work on this. And please, good bill. Vote yes, folks.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 205. Is there, all of those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we are going to track down the sponsors of this next bill, but I also gather that they're having some last final conversations around potential amendments. So, Madam Chair, I request a senatorial 5, and we'll be back momentarily.
We will take 5. We are back from our senatorial 5. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 217.
The motion before the body is to proceed out of order and to take up Senate Bill 217. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 217?
Senate Bill 217 by Senators Garcia and Fields and Representatives Herod and Gonzalez Gutierrez concerning measures to enhance law enforcement integrity.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 217 and the State Affairs Committee report.
To the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The State Affairs Committee report added several amendments that were really important in the compilation of this bill, and I asked for an aye vote. Some of the other pieces we'll be talking about are some additional amendments that I think will get people to a more comfortable spot, so I'd ask for an aye vote in the committee report.
The motion before the body is the adoption of the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. President Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 217.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L029?
Amendment L029, Senate Bill 217 by Senator Perulli, and the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report dated June 4, 2020, page 2, strike lines 7 through 10, substitute page 9, strike lines 7 through 20, and substitute 4, notwithstanding any other provisions of the law. Please, officer.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move L029. This is to the Veterans Affairs Committee report. It strikes a prohibition against officers getting insurance and also lowers the damages to $25,000. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see this as a very friendly amendment, L29. I want to thank the senator for providing this amendment. It makes the bill better.
Members, the motion before the body is for the adoption of L029 to the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any discussion on Senate Bill 217? President Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, we are pleased to bring to you this important bill, Senate Bill 217 today. Coloradans across the state are demanding accountability, transparency, and increased integrity from our law enforcement officials. And we have heard them, and it is time for meaningful change. I've been encouraged throughout this process to have the support of several of my colleagues, including those on the other side who are willing to work to offer amendments and ensuring that we can achieve this monumental legislation here in Colorado and lead. Our police officers are first and foremost public servants and should be held to the highest standards. We are very fortunate in Colorado to have countless great, exceptional law enforcement officers. It's one of the reasons why I worked hard this year with several of my colleagues from the other side to ensure that the FPPA pension was secured. But we need to ensure that good officers, good police officers, can maintain a positive relationship with their communities by rooting out the bad actors that perpetuate racism and violence. The policies proposed in Senate Bill 217 are not new. They're the result of decades of conversations and also decades of police departments that turn sometimes, or what we are finding more often, a blind eye to unacceptable behavior. Arrests and investigations should not only take place after new released video footage comes out from the public. Murder should not need to be broadcasted in order to achieve some balance of justice. This bill, Senate Bill 217, promotes accountability and integrity in law enforcement in a few ways that are really important. and mandates the use of body cameras, reins in the use of deadly force by officers, including outlawing the antiquated chokehold as a method of apprehension, prevents the rehiring of officers found guilty of violent or unlawful behavior, requires public reporting on the use of force in the field, revokes qualified immunity for law enforcement, which has served as a shield for officer accountability, and denies families justice. The time is now for accountability, transparency, and integrity within our law enforcement departments. As a Marine, I fought in Iraq to ensure democracy in Iraq and help promote this, and believe in the power of the people to demand justice and change. And we, as their senators, have a responsibility to listen and act. Members, I thank you for your continued effort to ensure that this policy is forefront, but more importantly, more practical in its implementation. And I thank the senators for all their great work in this policy and would encourage an aye vote on Senate Bill 217.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 217, Senator Fields?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. It is truly an honor to serve with each of you, and I am so proud to be sponsoring this bill with the President of the Senate, Leroy Garcia. Members, this bill is designed to address police brutality and to promote law enforcement accountability and transparency, especially as it relates to protecting our Black and brown communities from police violence. Let me start off by saying that I am a strong advocate for crime victims, a strong advocate for public safety, and a strong advocate for crime prevention. I want to make sure that the people of Colorado know that this bill is not about the thousands and thousands and thousands of law enforcement officers that are out there and they're maintaining public order and safety. They're on the front lines in every corner of our state, and I want them to know that I appreciate the work that they do. This bill is about those who try to conduct unnecessary force when it's not necessary. Police officers have a lot of power. They have guns, they have badges, they maintain control, but we've seen examples recently where that kind of excessive force was not necessary. So what we see happening around the country, people are outraged. And they are demanding more justice, more accountability when it comes to policing. And that's what Senate Bill 217 is all about. It's about transparency and it's about accountability. Just last week, we saw a 75-year-old protester. He didn't look like he was a threat to anybody. But what we saw law enforcement do was push him down, shoved him. He hit his head on the sidewalk, and then you could see blood coming from his head. And then the officer tried to help, render aid, and he was pushed, saying, "Let's keep going." This bill addresses that because you have to have a duty to intervene. It should not be tolerated where law enforcement just ignores someone like this man, 75 years old. They just keep walking by. This bill has in it a duty to intervene. I think that's important. We saw with George Floyd the same thing. You know the story. A police officer had his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck for almost 9 minutes. And the other officers helped pin him down. All of them have been charged. This bill calls for a measure and a duty to intervene. Members, this is a defining moment for us as lawmakers. It's a defining moment for America, because right now America is saying that there is a crisis in policing, and they're demanding that we take action. I think we're going on to 13 days now where we're seeing young people, old people, professionals, all kinds of people who are protesting and asking us that it's time that we do something to address what they're seeing that is violating the trust that people have in law enforcement. This bill also has the transparency as it relates to not rehiring bad officers. So that means if you are convicted of murder, then you cannot get rehired again in another district. It's time that we hold law enforcement officers accountable. They shouldn't be able to shop around and go from one police district to another. So this bill will stop that practice if they are convicted. And there's remedies in the bill as if that's designed to have due process if that conviction is overturned. This bill mandates body cameras. That's a good thing. All officers will have to wear body cameras within a certain time frame that's in the bill. Now, some departments already have them, the larger departments like Aurora and Arapahoe County and like Denver, but some of our smaller counties or locations may not have body cams, but they'll have up to 18 or 24 months to create an opportunity for them to purchase that. The reason we want body cams is so we can have both sides of the story. Oftentimes, I'll say the black or brown person, their story is not believed. So by having the body camera, you see another scenario that will help kind of determine the facts regarding that incident. Because sometimes you can't believe what the police tell you. When the 75-year-old guy got shoved by the police said he tripped. He didn't trip, he was shoved. The same situation with George Floyd. They said that he was, intoxicated, or he had health problems or something like that. And it was an autopsy that says that no, that's not what happened. He was suffocated. But the narrative that we got from the police was totally different. The same situation with Brianna. She was at home, asleep. The police show up at the wrong house. Her boyfriend defended her by shooting, thinking that it was a raid, someone was breaking into their house, and they arrested him. Who knows what scenario they reported out on. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to offer a couple of amendments to address the note that we have here. So I'd like to offer amendment. I guess I have to read it. Yeah.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L084?
Amendment L084, Senate Bill 217 by Senator Fields, and then print bill page 3, line 6, strike section, substitute part 9, page 6, line 25 and 26, strike entry as described in section 16.313, substitute entry page 8, line 12, strike officer and substitute officer as defined in section 2431.901.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Remember, this amendment is a result of what happened in our committee. In fact, my two colleagues, one from El Paso County and the other one from Greeley, we had lots of discussion about should State Patrol be a part of this bill. And so basically what we did is we created an opportunity to include State Patrol.
Excuse me, one moment. Would you mind moving the amendment for us, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L084.
Continue.
And so I agreed with them, my colleagues, that they should be included. But what we needed to do, and what this amendment does, is we clearly define State Patrol as it relates to those officers that are not included, that actually do traffic stops and those kinds of things. So if you look at the note on page, it's on page 3. That's so much paper. We're saying that correction officers don't need body cams because there's already cameras all around the jails and those kinds of things. So that's what this amendment does, and I urge an aye vote on L084.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. State Patrol, state agencies were originally taken out of the bill, but I think if we're talking law enforcement, it should include all law enforcement. And so I agree with this. We didn't feel the need that lottery investigators need to wear them, DOR investigators, all that. It's mostly for line level officers that make contact with the public and do criminal investigations. So I rise in support of this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, what this will do with the revised note, it was going to take off $8 million, and it's going to reduce the FTEs, taking away 20.4, because we're taking out corrections, we're taking out human services, the law department, natural resources, public safety, and revenue. So it's just our State Patrol folks. They already have body cams, but a very few of them have them. I was told only 10. And they do have a plan already in place, but it's a 3 or 5 year plan. So once again, I do urge an aye vote on that amendment L84.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so what happened here, members, is that during committee, all state peace officers and corrections officers were added to the bill, which is more expansive than was, in my view, appropriate. This amendment takes it back to State Patrol officers being those who are subject to, in general, to the provisions of the bill. This is a good amendment, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L084. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L074?
Amendment L074, Senate Bill 217 by
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is another amendment. I move Amendment L074.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And basically, this is a technical amendment to fix the physical note, and it just talks about striking the Attorney General and substituting that with division. And then there's a new time frame here, which beginning January 1st, 2023. So this also helps with the costs. I urge an aye vote on L074.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this again is a good amendment because it creates some ability to implement the program and do so over the course of time, stretching it out from July of 2021, which is about 12 months away at this point, and gives about 2 years to, or actually 3 years to do the process and record-keeping process.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L074. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L074 is adopted. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 217? President Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I want to offer an amendment that through the committee we had some good discussion.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L085?
Amendment L085.
President Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, during the committee we had some important conversation. What L85 does. Madam Chair, I move Amendment L085 to Senate Bill 217.
Thank you very much. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What Amendment L85 does is it narrows data collection related to stops, clarify the data collection is required only for police contacts initiated by a peace officer for law enforcement purposes. This was an important piece during the conversation in the State Veterans Affairs Committee, and I appreciate the perspective of that of law enforcement. And so I'd encourage an aye vote on Amendment L085.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of L085. In the original bill, it really had no definition of what a stop was. That meant anytime an officer came in contact with anyone for any reason, there had to come up with a whole list of demographics and identification for that person, and it wasn't really practical, so I rise in support, and this defines what the stop / contact means and what data needs to be collected. So I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is it's a very difficult and nuanced bill, and I think this amendment points that out, which is a good amendment because as originally drafted, the bill talked about stops. Talked about traffic stops. For those who are in law enforcement or have been prosecutors or defense counsel, you know that there's such a thing as a Terry stop, which is a stop and frisk. But there are a lot of other instances when it's not clear what that thing was. So we have here in Amendment 85 the use of a better term, contacts, and we've defined contacts. So when an officer contacts someone, so when they walk up to someone, they don't have to be in a stop and frisk necessarily. It's an interaction, whether or not the person's in a motor vehicle, initiated by the peace officer, whether consensual or non-consensual, for the purpose of enforcing the law or investigating possible violations. So if an officer walks up to you and says nothing more than, "Hi, how are you doing today? You folks having a good day today?" I think that's not a contact for purposes of the bill. But if that officer walks up to do more than that because you're behaving in a furtive manner, as many of the cases say, that probably becomes contacts. Likewise, there was concern because sometimes law enforcement officers are required to set up a roadblock of some sort or an ID check, and then it would require all of these things that are in the bill for demographics and so forth of every person who got waved on through, which is not what's included here. So this is a great amendment. Thank you.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of L085, and I want to thank President Garcia, if I could use the title in the well, the sponsors, the good senator from Pueblo and the good senator from Aurora, for taking time to listen to the concerns here. Yesterday, I left the Capitol, and it was raining. It was pouring. And people who were peacefully protesting on the west side of the Capitol had taken, that was Saturday, not yesterday, but Saturday. They had taken refuge in a parking garage across the street. Now, access to that parking garage is somewhat limited, but it was pouring rain, and I saw two of our State Patrol officers, troopers, watching a group of people who had gone into the parking garage to get out of the rain. And they were sitting on one of the ramps. There was no traffic going in and out, and they were congregated there on the ramps trying to stay dry. And once the rain stopped, the troopers went to them and very cordially asked them to move out of the way so they wouldn't get run over, because again, they were on one of the ramps. And they had a very polite conversation about leaving the parking garage. The people were able to stay dry, and they were asked to leave when it stopped raining in a very polite way. That was one of the scenarios that I thought of when this bill was introduced, is just an interaction, a conversation with a law enforcement officer. Would that be considered this new thing called a stop? Some people might think, well, a stop means a vehicle. It doesn't say that. A stop could be stop sitting on the ramp and get up and get out of the parking garage. And those people were there peacefully. They weren't doing anything wrong other than they were in a place that's usually secure and probably hard to get into. But in that situation, would it have made sense for the troopers to require everyone who was just trying to keep dry to answer this list of questions? I think the answer is no. I think that would have made interaction with law enforcement and members of the public unreasonably awkward. But with this amendment, it solves that problem. It takes a huge step in the right direction. So I support this amendment because it helps maintain some level, the ability of our law enforcement officers to just be kind and have conversations with people and not call that a stop. So to the sponsors of the bill, thank you for your support for L085 and ask for an aye vote. The people outside the Capitol who have advocated or demanded, are you going to vote yes or no? It was impossible to say. Fixing this problem makes it far more likely that I could say yes, but if we didn't fix this problem, I had to be a no. So this is a great step in the right direction. Thank you both for your support of this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L085. All of those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L080?
Amendment L080, December 217.
President Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L080.
To the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, one of the things I love about being in the Senate is the ability we have for collaboration. If the minority leader is impressed with the previous amendment, he might be even more impressed with this amendment. A lot of good conversation happened from the committee, and I think we recognized a unique perspective. What Amendment L080 does is limits the collection of demographic information collection to race, ethnicity, age, and sex, and amends and deletes the other sections that were part of the conversation. Again, a lot of collaboration in this process, and so I'd encourage an aye vote.
Senator Cook.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I rise in support of this as well. This has been narrowed down quite a bit. In the original bill, it required peace officers to make the determination of somebody's sexual orientation, whether they're homeless or veterans, et cetera. There was so much in there that would require the officer to make presumptions about that individual. And this narrows that back down a little bit, so that just means race, ethnicity, sex, and approximate age. So this is a good amendment, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L080. All of those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L086?
Amendment L086, Senate Bill 217 by Senator Fields, amendment printed bill page 6, line 25.
President Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L086.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'd encourage an aye vote on Amendment L086. This was at the request of several who have been involved in this process. To summarize what several aspects of this does, it includes a few technical fixes as requested by those who will be implementing that, meaning those who are in law enforcement. Prior to revoking post-certification for failure to complete a post-training, officers will receive a 30-day time window in which they can cure it. Before the AG files a pattern or practice suit, it must give law enforcement notice of a 60-day opportunity to cure as well, and deletes a couple of provisions requiring mandatory termination for peace officer for a conviction of a violation offense based on constitutionally concerned raised during testimony. Instead of peace officers will mandatorily be decertified for violation offenses unless exonerated by a court. So important amendment to this bill. I'd encourage an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill deals with this amendment deals with the very important issue of under what circumstances will a peace officer's employment be terminated? Will they be decertified? It has been the subject of a lot of close negotiation to do what is fair. I believe that this is an improvement over the bill. I do have some reservation, and this is a process, so it goes through the process. The use of the phrase exonerated by court, I believe that is a finding of not guilty by a court. And I just want to make a record of that in my mind, the exoneration idea that we've introduced here means a finding of not guilty or a finding of no liability by a court. And this is a good amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L086. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L037?
Amendment L037.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L037.
To the amendment.
Members, this amends Section 2, and basically it creates a statute of limitation up to 2 years when someone can file a claim. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rise in support of L037. It allows agencies a little bit more time to purchase, and so support this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there is language in the bill without this that says no limitations, no immunities and so forth, which arguably would remove any statute of limitations at all. This bill specifically places a 2-year statute of limitations in the civil action provision, and that is appropriate. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. I was preoccupied and thought I heard one thing, but I do still rise in support of this amendment. I got my amendments mixed up, so I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is Amendment L037. All of those in favor say aye. Aye. All of those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion? Senator Foote.
What was that number that I just gave you?
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L082?
Amendment L082 to Senate Bill 217.
Senator Foote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L082.
To the amendment. Senator Foote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first of all, before I go into the amendment, this is a body cam amendment. There have been a lot of discussions about the body cams provision of the bill, very good discussions. I just want to put in a plug for the process that we've had. It's been a bit of a rushed process, of course, but I have to say that I think we've accomplished more in this area of police accountability in the last 4 days than we have over the last 4 years. And there have been lots of discussions around the Capitol for quite some time to put in provisions regarding body cams, put in other provisions that are addressed in this bill, but they've ended up not going anywhere. But now we're in a different circumstance. We have a very appropriate focus on making sure this happens. We had a committee hearing a couple of days ago in the State Affairs Committee, which I was fortunate to be involved with, or on the committee. And so I think we've made some good progress, and we have listened to the testimony. We've paid attention to those that sent in written testimony, and a lot of that is reflected in this body cam amendment that has been introduced. So I want to just talk a little bit about some of the major provisions in this particular amendment that deals with body cams. First of all, I think that there's a general recognition that the more body cams are, the better. And we even heard that from law enforcement testimony during the committee hearing, at least the people that testified that indicated that they agree with having body cams. You know, I think it's really important to think about where we would be if we didn't have video of some of the incidents that have occurred recently. Having video of those makes it indisputable and makes us move on from disputing the facts to figuring out the solutions. That's why we need to have more extensive body cams, and that's why we need to make sure that we have good provisions within this bill to account for the use of the body cams. So this amendment, I think it's been addressed a little bit before, but it does reinforce that it does give 2 years for departments to come into compliance with the body cam requirement. I should mention also that this amendment comes out of the product of stakeholder discussions from all sides, including the district attorneys, including law enforcement, including defense attorneys, the public defenders, the majority and minority parties. So we've come to what I think is a good, if not totally 100% perfect, but definitely a good revision in this amendment. So one thing that it also does, which I think is very important, is it narrows the circumstances in which officers would be required under this bill to turn on their body cams. There were a number of discussions, legitimate discussions about, does this mean that an officer needs to turn on the body cam when he's calling his wife to see what's for dinner? Or does this need to be on when the officer is taking a break or whatever? And the answer is it should be no. We shouldn't have to have body cams on when the officer is just hanging out at the officer's desk or doing paperwork or whatever. But it should be on, though, when the officer is likely to interact with the public in a way that suggests either enforcement of the law or investigations. And that's exactly what this amendment does. It narrows it to those circumstances where there's likely to be an enforcement action or an investigation action. The body cams should be on. Now, that means it's still going to be on, the body cam is still going to be on in quite extensive circumstances. But we wanted to make sure that we addressed legitimate concerns about victim privacy and other privacy issues. So there is a section in this particular amendment that deals with privacy issues. And a lot of it actually is taken from a bill that we passed last year that deals with the release of internal investigations and really paralleling the type of victim considerations and victim privacy that are in this particular amendment as well. So I think the main thing to remember about this particular provision is that we're limiting the automatic release to the public of body cams when there's allegations of police misconduct. And in those cases, if there are still victim concerns, if there's victim interviews or any kind of clear privacy concerns, there's a provision in the amendment where those interviews or images should be redacted for the purpose of that public release. There's provisions in here that deal with ongoing criminal cases, ongoing criminal investigations. Importantly, there's a tweak in the language here that involves consequences for what happens if the officer does not activate the officer's body cam when they're supposed to do so. In the original bill, there was this provision that dealt with a rebuttable presumption that there was misconduct. That drew a number of bits of feedback, and what we've done is we've changed it so that there's not a rebuttable presumption necessarily, but instead a permissive inference of misconduct. Now, really, I think this is kind of pretty much similar. It sounds different, but at least the way it plays out in court, I think it's pretty similar in that if a body cam is not turned on, then that kind of evidence can be brought out to the fact finder, and there can be an inference drawn from that evidence that the officer did it because of reasons of misconduct, which is pretty much the same thing as a rebuttable presumption, but it just doesn't sound nearly as bad, I guess. But at any rate, it still preserves the whole point of making there some kind of a consequence. If the body cam is not turned on the way that it should be, then in any kind of a civil action, there can be a permissive inference that there was misconduct by the officer for not turning it on. It also does create some penalties for a failure to activate the body cam as well, because again, we want to make sure that if the officers have these body cams, that they're using them correctly and not just turning them off when it becomes inconvenient for the body cams to be on. So I've given a bit of a lengthy explanation of the amendment, but I think it's important because the body cam issue is one that has been discussed quite a lot during the course of this bill. And so at the end, I will be asking and hope that others will be asking for you to support L82 about the body cams.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. It's come a long way since it was introduced, and I feel that this is very reasonable and very attainable, and I think it strikes the right balance for law enforcement, the victims, and suspects. So I would ask for an aye vote. I ran the body cam bill back in 2015, and I think this is a good addition to that bill. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I rise in support of this amendment. Let me say it is not perfect. I suspect that the proponents of the amendment, I don't want to speak for them, but it is not the amendment that they wanted originally. It is much different and much more workable for law enforcement, taking into account a lot of the interest of those who must work on a day-to-day basis. First of all, what does it require? It requires that by July 1, 2023, all local law enforcement agencies and the Colorado State Patrol shall provide body-worn cameras for each member of the agency who interacts with members of the public. Now, that immediately causes officers to go, wait a minute, am I wearing my body camera 24/7? And the answer is no, because thereafter, and this amendment itself runs for a good 3 pages and over to the 4th. So I really encourage those who are affected by it and have concerns to read it carefully. A peace officer shall wear and activate a body-worn camera when responding to a call for service for the purpose of enforcing the law or investigating possible violations of the law. The peace officer may turn off the camera to avoid recording personal information not case-related, working on an unrelated assignment, when there's a long break on the incident or contact that's not related to the incident, and an administrative, tactical, and management discussion. So there's a lot of exception there. An important one is that the peace officer does not need to wear or activate a body-worn camera if the peace officer is working undercover. Now, what if the peace officer fails to activate the camera or tampers? Well, I think we all felt pretty strongly when we worked on this that active tampering with the camera was not something that we wanted to condone, reward, and in fact, we wanted to discourage as much as possible by treating it negatively. By the same token, the question was, what about the failure to activate? Because there could be inadvertent failure to activate. This amendment says that instead of the rebuttable presumption that was in the original bill, there is simply a permissive inference in any civil investigation that the missing footage would have reflected misconduct by the peace officer. Now, my friend and colleague from Lafayette says this plays out in the courtroom not much differently. I guess I have a different view. I think the instruction to the jury is quite different, and if the judge is the fact finder, he or she understands quite well. When a permissive inference is allowed under circumstances, the jury is instructed that they may but need not infer a particular fact. And in this case, the particular fact that they may but need not infer is that the missing footage would have reflected misconduct by the peace officer. So, before, the bill, as it came out of committee, said it's a rebuttable presumption. That means that you must presume, jury, you must presume that there was misconduct, unless it can be rebutted more likely than not. Well, that's a heavier burden. So the officer who inadvertently fails to activate the camera because they're the hypothetical I've come up with is they walk out of the restroom in the restaurant and immediately walk into a situation at the other end of the counter where someone is robbing the cashier and things go badly. There will be a permissive inference that there was misconduct, but if this officer says, I walked out of the men's room, I saw this, I saw a gun, I drew my gun, one could infer there was misconduct, but that's pretty unlikely. Whereas if there was a rebuttable presumption, that officer would have to be really proving all of that. We do say that if a peace officer fails to activate or reactivate the camera, that any statements introduced in a prosecution that were not recorded due to that failure, that the evidence is presumptively inadmissible. Now, for the record, I want to say that I believe that this means that the court must do a fact-finding and determine if there was excusable neglect or justifiable cause. The court is going to have to sort out how much to say, yeah, but it is admissible. It is only presumptively inadmissible. There are important provisions in this amendment having to do with release of this body cam footage. And there are important provisions that protect the privacy of those who might have their image depicted as a crime victim. Those are found in B2A. Says, notwithstanding any other provision of this section, any video that raises substantial privacy concerns for defendants, victims, witnesses, juveniles, informants, including video depicting, and there's a whole group of things that one would not want released. That shall be redacted, blurred, to protect the substantial privacy interest. So that is now in the bill, if this is adopted. We do have a requirement that any video that would substantially interfere with or jeopardize an active or ongoing investigation may be withheld from the public. And this is video that has misconduct. But it must be released no later than 30 days. But it could well be subject to one of these other exceptions for victims, witnesses, and so forth. There's a lot there to digest. It is substantially better than the bill as drafted and as it came out of committee. Would I like it to be more? Yes, that's always the case. But is it substantially better, and is it the result of good faith discussions with the proponents of the bill to find that spot on which we can all agree that this is how we will move forward? It is, and I ask for an aye vote.
We have quite a queue. Senator Fields asked to be recognized, and then the minority leader, and then Senator Lundin. So we will go with Senator Fields. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to thank the good senator from Lafayette for his time and labor on this amendment, because it really addresses some of the concerns I was hearing from victims. And so if you look on page 3, and the good senator from El Paso County also talked about this, but it does provide some safeguards for witnesses, for victims, for sexual assault victims, if someone's having a mental health crisis, minors. So it does a really good job safeguarding that special population when they find themselves harmed by crime. So job well done, Senator.
Next up was the minority leader, but I do not see him, so Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and some questions for the bill sponsor. The bulk of this amendment goes to the issue that we're trying to get at, and that's interaction between law enforcement and individual citizen, and recording that. We're careful to carve out undercover officers. That makes a lot of sense. My questions go to a couple of other spaces, specifically with regard to detention facilities, the officers therein, and the privacy concerns that may pop up, and detectives. It's a pretty broad category, I realize, but there may be elements and times when it's challenging to have a body cam. And I just want to understand, so I'm looking for record here as we're creating this, what the intention is as we try and figure that out. And then a really just a practical, technical, a mechanical, how do we do this as a legislative body shaping policy question. The cost of body cams and the storage associated therewith is a big deal for all of our law enforcement. And the State Patrol, of course, now is participating in this. I'm anticipating there would be an updated fiscal note. I'm curious what the timing might look like in terms of understanding the financial impact of this on the state when we get the fiscal note, how that comes to us in association with the bill moving forward. So that's just a practical housekeeping question that I have. Thank you to the bill sponsors. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Foote for a response, I assume, and then the minority leader. Great.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to offer a brief response to the question from the senator from El Paso County. So this amendment does not delineate which particular law enforcement officials have to wear a body cam. It's just based upon what they're actually doing. And so it says, for the purpose of enforcing the law or investigating possible violations of the law, the body cam must be worn and activated. So if there is a detective that's doing one of those two, then yes, a detective would have to follow that. But if there's a detective that is not doing that, then they would not have to follow it. So it's based upon actions, not necessarily classifications of what officer they are.
Detention facility?
Again, it's just based on actions and not the type of officer or where they are. It's what they're doing.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the bill sponsors for being supportive of L082. I'm not a simple country lawyer. I don't have 2 law degrees. That's what he means when he says he had to go to law school twice. And I'm not a former county sheriff, but I'm grateful to the members of our caucus who are. I'm grateful to the bill sponsors for accepting this amendment, because as a layperson, it was concerning to me, and I expressed this to the good senator from Aurora, those who have been victims of crimes or a family member of a victim of a crime, a witness who's willing to come forward and say, yeah, that person did it. If they're caught saying those things on this body cam footage, do we want to put those people at risk? No. We want public transparency, and I am so grateful for this amendment because it includes those protections. That people who fit those scenarios, a witness, a family member, someone who says, yeah, I saw him do it, he did it. There will be an opportunity in a courtroom to face the accuser, but do we want video of people saying those things, providing that kind of feedback for law enforcement, or do we want to create statute that would actually intimidate them to not say those things? Do we want to create statute that would put people at greater risk? And the answer is no. And I am grateful to the bill sponsors for accepting L082, because in my layperson opinion and my reading of this amendment is going to provide the reasonable, correct protection for those people. And I'm grateful for the support for L082. Ask for an aye vote.
President Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the good senator from Monument who asked the question but is no longer in the Senate chamber to hear the answer, but wanted as part of the record, there will be a new revised fiscal note coming out on this.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L082. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L091?
Amendment L091.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L091.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This actually amends the amendment we just heard. The reason being is body cameras are electronic devices. They sometimes malfunction, they break, and so we heard in committee that an officer from Loveland, a sergeant from Loveland, got out of a car and immediately was in a fight, and the body camera flew off of his uniform and wasn't functioning. Again, sometimes they don't work. So basically what this does is to cover the officer in case it malfunctions. And it's no fault of their own, and the officer knew the malfunction exists, or did not know the malfunction exists at the time of the incident. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? President Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, the bill sponsors agree that Amendment L091, in the event of a malfunction, is an appropriate amendment and would encourage an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L091. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment making its way to the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L089?
Amendment L089.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Drum roll. I move L089, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the amendment.
Thank you. Members, one of the largest issues in this bill, of the most discussion and the most concern for law enforcement, has to do with the creation of a new cause of action for deprivation of civil rights. And frankly, that cause of action exists in federal law with significant immunities and defenses, and in order for it to be effective, I think from the standpoint of the proponents of this bill, they did not want so-called qualified immunity to be operative. Currently, the bill as introduced reads, neither qualified immunity nor a defendant's good faith but erroneous belief in the lawfulness of his or her conduct is a defense to liability pursuant to this section. Now, for those of you in the know about qualified immunity, which might be 3 of us, qualified immunity is kind of a creature of federal law, and it is a creature of federal law that is currently the subject of a Supreme Court case or set of cases that everyone expects from both sides of the spectrum on the court to be severely curtailed. But the good faith defense is and has been part of jurisprudence for some time. And so I heard testimony from those affected by this that the qualified immunity defense was not something that we needed or should spend a great deal of time trying to preserve. Now, there's a lot of discussion about whether the good faith defense is about good faith but erroneous belief, which means you're acting in good faith but you're completely and severely mistaken, versus good faith and reasonable belief. And I believe the proponents of this bill wish to continue to allow a good faith but reasonable belief defense, because that is part of the Fourth Amendment jurisprudence as it exists today. But they had objections to the idea of a good faith and erroneous belief standing as a defense. And for those of you who are wondering, this is for purposes of the record with regard to this discussion and amendment for those who might look later from the courthouse. So the discussion was, well, if you're removing in the original bill the good faith but erroneous belief, but the argument of the proponents was that good faith but reasonable belief defense would remain because that is part of the jurisprudence. Why is law enforcement so concerned? Why is law enforcement so bothered? And the answer is because if you address good faith at all, then you need to say that good faith on the so-called objective test needs to remain. The other end of the spectrum is, in arguing about this language, is, well, if the good faith and reasonable belief test is part of the jurisprudence and it remains, then are we best and is it better to only remove qualified immunity, leaving whatever good faith defense exists in the Fourth Amendment jurisprudence intact? Amendment L089 reads, it strikes that paragraph about good faith and reasonable or erroneous and simply says, qualified immunity is not a defense to liability pursuant to this section. If this amendment is adopted, it is my belief that whatever good faith defense exists in the Fourth Amendment jurisprudence to this civil cause of action and liability on deprivation of constitutional rights will continue to be as it is. The good faith defense as it exists in current Fourth Amendment jurisprudence will remain. The only thing that will be removed is a qualified immunity defense. This is a good approach to preserve a defense on the part of our law enforcement officers who are on the street every day and every night, making really tough decisions and acting in good faith, that if they do so reasonably, they will have a defense and it will remain. I ask for an aye vote on L089.
He said.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I also would like to request an aye vote on L089 and really appreciate the collaboration on getting the language right. And so, once again, vote yes.
Senator Foote.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to address a little bit about this qualified immunity and good faith defense to the best that I can verbalize it and hopefully non-lawyer speak. Sometimes that's difficult for those of us that are used to speaking in lawyer speak, but really I think that this issue became an issue because it was spelled out specifically in the bill as the good faith defense. Now, the most important part about this bill that will remain in this section is that still qualified immunity cannot be used. So qualified immunity, as the doctrine has expanded continuously for years, is being taken out of consideration, and it can't be used in these particular civil cases if this bill were to pass, even with this amendment on it. But anytime that there is an effort to prove that a law enforcement officer violated somebody's civil rights, part of that proof has to be a mental state. And the mental state would be some level of intent. You know, for example, the officer intentionally deprived or meant to deprive that person of their civil rights. So during the course of that civil case, the officer's defense can always be, well, I didn't know what I was doing was wrong, or it was an honest mistake, or whatever they want to say, which could be theoretically lumped into something like a good faith defense. But the point I want to make is that that's available anyway under current jurisprudence. And I think just the fact that this was originally spelled out the way it was in the bill drew some attention to it that really shouldn't have, because it made it out to be something that's completely separate from the qualified immunity discussion. So what I think is most important and what will be preserved in the bill is the fact that there won't be this ability to use qualified immunity in these types of cases anymore, because the qualified immunity doctrine has been something that's been expanded to the extent that it pretty much is immunity to virtually any type of action. It's very difficult to bring a civil action against an officer because of qualified immunity. Under this amendment, the exclusion of qualified immunity remains, and so I think that's just important to put out there. And I think it's important to keep the qualified immunity part out. The U.S. Supreme Court is currently deciding the scope of qualified immunity, but over the last few decades, the concept of qualified immunity has expanded to a level that is probably is unrecognizable to those that first wanted to bring it up. I mean, really what the practical matter is that if there's not some scenario that's exactly the same, then it's not settled law, and therefore qualified immunity attaches. So if you have an officer that pulls over a vehicle that has 2 people in the vehicle as opposed to a previous case where it was 3 people in the vehicle, then qualified immunity attaches, and that's just not how it should be. Officers that commit violations of constitutional rights should be held accountable civilly and criminally, if applicable, and the exclusion of qualified immunity certainly brings us a big step towards making sure that they're civilly liable for that conduct. So it's a good amendment, and ask for an aye vote.
President Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I too will say it's an amendment worth supporting. I do also, for the record, though, want to touch on, and it's not in this bill, but maybe some encouragement from the good senators from El Paso County and Weld County, that I believe, as I shared the other day, and we've spent a lot of time on this, and not that I do not have a law degree, but this notion of a good faith defense is very important to me. I think it has to be looked at with objectives that we can measure. In the healthcare profession, we have a set standard, and you could see whether or not someone deviated from that standard, and many times in my understanding of many of these attorneys who get this area of law, there is disagreement about the perspective. And so I think for it to be used as a blanket, this is my interpretation, but a quote blanket immunity would not be an acceptable standard, and we have some work to do here.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L089. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors for working so diligently on this bill. It is in that spirit that I bring forward to you Amendment L076.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L076?
Amendment L076.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L076 to Senate Bill 217.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Over this past week, I had a number of constituents and Denver residents who were not constituents file a lawsuit in federal court around some of the tactics that we had seen at many of the protests, not only here in Denver, but also in other parts of the state. And so there was a temporary restraining order that was granted on, I believe, Thursday evening by a federal judge. And that is the impetus behind this amendment. This amendment would state clearly that in response to a protest or demonstration, a law enforcement agency shall not discharge kinetic impact projectiles or any other type of rubber bullet, foam bullet, what have you, in a manner that targets the head, pelvis, or back. I've seen photos of at least 4 Coloradans who have lost their eyes. And so that's part of this amendment. The second part of this amendment would bar law enforcement agencies from discharging those projectiles indiscriminately into a crowd. And the third part of this amendment, members, would prohibit the law enforcement agents from using chemical agents, including pepper spray, including tear gas, prior to issuing an order to disperse in a manner to ensure that that order is actually heard. And so, and then also giving people sufficient time and space to comply with said order. Members, I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L076? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I reviewed L076, it gave me some pause. It gave me some pause for 2 reasons. One was that I object to the idea that we would ever discharge kinetic impact projectiles. That means like rubber bullets, I think, or bean bags, or any of those kinds of things that target the head, pelvis, or back. And I would hope that's not the case, but I'm grown, so I know that that can be the case. I wonder, other than having a very firm policy and trying to enforce that within one's own agency and enforcement, the fact of the matter is people move around, and it is going to be difficult. Discharging kinetic impact projectiles indiscriminately into a crowd, I think that's likewise difficult to police, but I recognize the reason that that ought to be the policy. And then the use of chemical agents or irritants, tear gas, pepper spray, the idea that they should not be used prior to an effective order to disperse, make sure that that is heard and so forth with sufficient time and space. I agree that as a matter of policy that is appropriate. I wonder a good deal about whether or not this as a standard is going to be workable. But as a matter of policy and practice, it ought to be what departments do. And if they do not do it, then shame on them. I am neutral on the amendment. I have very mixed feelings about it. Again, not because I don't agree with everything that is here, but whether or not the enforcement mechanism and the workability of it is there is problematic to me. Thank you.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo what the good senator from El Paso County said. You know, we're trained really never to go to the head with any impact weapon. So when we use our nightsticks, we're learned, hey, do not aim for the head, neck. There's other areas that you can apply that force to. And so I have no issues with that first part where it says can't target the head, neck, or pelvis or back. Again, like the senator from Paso County said, people do move around, so it could be difficult. And there might be times where it's not intentional, but they do get hit in the back or the pelvis. And back in my former life, we did have actually a couple riots up in Greeley. And so C, I think, is totally appropriate. And we did, I believe it's in that statute that you have to give notice that this is a riot situation and they need to clear the area. And so this, I think, just fits right in with what's already being done. You know, it's like declare a riot, give them notice that the tear gas or pepper spray, whatever they're using, is going to be deployed, and give them an opportunity to disperse. So I support 076.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support C, prohibiting the use of chemical agents or irritants, including pepper spray and tear gas, prior to issuing, to not use those prior to issuing an order to disperse in a sufficient manner to ensure the order is heard and repeated if necessary, followed by sufficient time and space to allow compliance with the order. A and B, I support the intent, but the possibility that one of these projectiles is fired and a person steps out of the way and it hits someone else, I'm not sure that I can support A and B, because it seems far less within the ability of the law enforcement officer to comply, to assure that those things are not done. I wonder if the sponsor would consider making all three conditional on not being used prior to that order being issued in a way that is heard and giving time for people to comply. It seems like in the chaotic environment, as groups of people are moving around, some are stationary, some are moving around, that complying with A or B would be challenging, if not impossible. And if the crowd is given that notice and they understand that at some point those conditions would exist, that seems more workable, but I just wonder if the sponsor would have any thoughts about maybe making A, B, and C all conditional on not to be done before that notice is given. And then once that notice is given, there may be more of a chaotic or tumultuous, hard to pronounce without a mask on. I just wonder if she'd be open to making all three conditional on the notice. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minority Leader and to the good Senator from El Paso and the good Senator from Greeley, El Paso County. You know, what I will say is that I would encourage anyone who has questions about these types of actions to review some of the video that has surfaced in the past several days, where we're seeing protesters have these projectiles aimed directly at their phones, aimed directly at cameras, aimed directly at people's heads. The individuals who had come forward in this lawsuit allege and back that up with documented video evidence of officers aiming at heads and groins, of causing broken facial bones, loss of eyes, ruptured testicles, and for that reason, you know, and the language of the amendment itself is simply following the order directly offered from the federal court judge, and I'm trying to adhere to said order. And so I hear where you're coming from, but I would respectfully ask you all to consider this language as it is drafted, specifically drawing on that order issued by the federal court judge earlier, I guess late last week. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L076. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Foote.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L090?
Amendment L090 to Senate Bill 217 by Senator Foote, amendment printable.
Senator Foote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L090.
To the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, colleagues, L090 is an amendment that deals with peace officer use of force. This is one of the main topics that we're all trying to make sure we can react to and put something in our law that is much more appropriate than is there now. As we all know, when there's been use of force, excessive use of force by peace officers on civilians in the past, and much more often than not, almost always, it goes unprosecuted. There are many reasons for that, but one of the reasons, I believe, and hope that you will agree, is that the way the law is currently written, it allows for the reasonable officer defense to be used in a criminal prosecution, or at least when there's a criminal investigation, and virtually anything can be considered to be something that a reasonable officer would do. Again, this is somewhat like qualified immunity in that the doctrine has just been expanded and expanded over time to where it's really been the exception that swallowed up the rule. I've heard more than one district attorney that has investigated excessive force or police shootings and not prosecuted those, say, look, if you want to make sure that officers can be prosecuted for excessive force, you need to change the law. And that's exactly what this amendment aims to do. It aims to change the standard by which officers have to use force, and it's an objective standard rather than a subjective reasonable officer standard. So L090 deals with objective standards by which the use of force can be used. And it goes and it starts off and talks about the use of force in general, and then it goes into more detail about the use of deadly force. A couple things that it does, first of all, is that it goes through different steps. It says when the use of force and when the use of deadly force is appropriate. It includes qualifiers like there needs to be an imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death. There have to be a number of other objective factors that the officer must be able to satisfy before using force or deadly force. And again, it is designed to address this reasonable officer approach that has made criminal prosecution of excessive force cases nearly impossible in the state of Colorado. Two other things that it does that I think are worth mentioning, actually three other things. One is that it does get rid of the fleeing felon exception. That's already in the bill, that it gets rid of the fleeing felon exception. We've discussed that quite a bit. This amendment continues to exclude the fleeing felon exception. So in regular English, that means that if somebody is fleeing, they can't just have use of force against them just because they're fleeing. It continues the outlaw of chokeholds that's in the bill as it is now. So that is specific in the amendment as well, that chokeholds are prohibited no matter the circumstance. And finally, it adds an affirmative duty for the officer to intervene if that officer observes other officers using excessive force against somebody else. So when you combine all of those things, objective standards, getting rid of fleeing felon, explicitly outlawing chokeholds, and creating an affirmative duty to intervene, this amendment attempts to, and I think will be successful, to change the use of force and the use of deadly force here in the state of Colorado, and make it easier for those officers that use force in violation of this section to be prosecuted for that excessive use of force. So given all of that, I hope this body will vote yes to adopt L90.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill L090? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I appreciate the work of the senator from Lafayette to really draft and come up with a set of standards for use of force by peace officers that is substantially different in its structure than that which we have today. I would suggest to you that in many ways in its application, one may not see large differences except in a set of cases that have been the most difficult, egregious, and those that have caused the most controversy in our communities. The amendment says a peace officer is justified in using deadly physical force, so we start with the fact that it creates the justification to make an arrest only when all other means of apprehension are impractical given the circumstances, and the arrest is for a felony involving conduct including the use or threatened use of deadly physical force. So I would say that there will be many instances when a felon might be fleeing that might fall well within the bounds of this provision. But I think A good deal of the problem with our fleeing felon doctrine has been the felon, there's a felon, the felon's fleeing, I'm justified in using force. I suppose that means that a non-violent fleeing identity thief, technically under the fleeing felon rule, might well be subject to deadly force. The fleeing felon rule was always more limited than that, to be quite honest, but I think there is this perception that it was not. There has to be a substantial risk that the person arrested will cause death or serious bodily injury if apprehension is delayed, and the force employed does not create a substantial risk of injury to innocent persons. If practicable, the peace officer has to identify him or herself, give clear verbal warning. As a matter of policy, my hope has been that our departments are using this kind of a standard. The other important thing is that this will mean something to both prosecutors and criminal defense attorneys, that offenses in sections 181703 through 181706.5 apply to the circumstances described in this section. So those defenses continue to be available along with this justification of deadly force. My belief is that there will be some initial angst surrounding this new standard. I would suspect that the senator from Lafayette will agree with me that there will be angst about the new standard. But in reality and in practice, the standard will be much the same, but will also serve to avoid what I think are some of the most egregious cases that have caused us to be having this debate here today. And that is my hope, and that is why I'm supporting this amendment L090.
Senator Foote.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the senator from El Paso County. I agree with almost everything that he says. I will take a little bit of issue, though, about the assertion that things will be substantially the same. I think that's a perception that is valid from the senator from El Paso County, but I think actually it will turn out that force will be used less often. And certainly force will be used less often, and what we, just from a common sense perspective, see as an excessive use of force, because it's an objective standard. You can't just stand there and say, well, look, I'm using the reasonable officer standard, because everything could be in the reasonable officer standard. I think there will be angst with this adoption of the new standard. I wouldn't debate that, but I'm confident that our law enforcement agencies can train to the new standard. They train to all kinds of standards that we have in the law, and I think they typically just ask what is the standard, and they'll train to it and work on it and make it a reality. I think at the end of the day, what this standard will do is reduce those excessive use of force incidents, but for those that still exist, they will be cases that can be prosecuted and not so easily sidestepped, as has been the case for a long, long time. So again, I appreciate the remarks from the senator from El Paso County. I agree with many of them, but wanted to put the disagreement or two that we have just on the record, so people know where I'm coming from as well. So again, ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in response to my friend and colleague, the senator from Lafayette, I suppose my comments are on the side of nuance and circumstance. I think he is right that this will, in my hope, lead to a good deal better training as to circumstance. My comment about it resulting, not changing a large number of cases is that I don't think excessive force is used in the majority of cases. There may be a disagreement about that. I think that the the reasonable uses of force that occur on a daily and per shift basis will be judged by much the same standard. I don't think it's going to suddenly make a large amount of reasonable use of force suddenly unreasonable use of force. I think that which is reasonable under current circumstances and regarded as such will remain so. I agree with the senator from Lafayette that where force has the tendency to become excessive, I do think that it will rein that in. And so the nuance as to how many cases and so forth, I think that's one of those things that senators can talk about. But my hope is that this standard and training to this standard will result in higher confidence, better relations in our community, and better law enforcement. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I really do appreciate this amendment, especially as I look on page 2, because it highlights the importance that law enforcement has a duty to intervene. What this is going to do, hopefully, is to break the culture of force. You know, I believe that there must be like a code of silence, or I don't know if they just go along with whatever. But basically, this will have a moral, you'll have a moral obligation and a legal responsibility to stop and intervene when any officer is conducting an unethical act. This is significant. Please vote yes.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L090. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 217? Senator Gardner.
I wonder if we could take a senatorial 5, Madam Chair.
We certainly may. We will take a senatorial 5. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 217? President Garcia. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of thank yous to go around. I want to thank the bill sponsors, good senator from Aurora and from Pueblo. You know, nobody, I think, was more horrified of what they saw in Minneapolis than law enforcement. I got to tell you, people who hate bad cops the most are good cops. And I'm pretty sure 99% of all those good cops were horrified, were stunned, embarrassed for the actions of a few. And we heard, and then in committee, law enforcement come in and said, hey, look, you know what? That was horrible, and something needs to be done. And we need to do something, and we want to be a part of that, and we want to work with you all, because as on the face, there were several good things in the bill that they could support, like eliminating chokeholds, the fleeing felon, duty to intervene, etc. But they said there were some things in there that they could absolutely not support, and I believe we dealt with those. We dealt with all of the issues they had. You know, when I first looked at the bill, I have to admit I was pretty upset. I was pretty mad because it looked like to me it was a revenge or punishment bill, and as a matter of fact, that's what I called it. I said this is a revenge bill against law enforcement, and it's putting all law enforcement into one category. And then we worked on it a little bit in committee. There were a couple of amendments issued or that came out. The two good senators and the senator from Lafayette. We met on Saturday for almost 2 hours, and we gave our concerns. And we said, hey, we could not support a bill that had this, this, or this, or did not have the state patrol in there. You know, I said in committee that I was going to be a no because of the way the bill read at that time, but that I'd like to get to a place where on second and third readings that I could support the bill. And I'm here to say I support the bill, and I'm going to ask for an aye vote on it. And I hope my law enforcement friends who really said that they wanted change and they wanted some of these amendments will also support it now. Like I said, they were an active part through Senator from El Paso County and myself, and I know they worked some with the bill sponsors, and I think we've got to a good place. You know, there's some things in there that, you know, I could live without, sure, but that's the process. And I'm sure there's some things in there that your side probably doesn't want in. But again, that's the process. And I think, like I said, law enforcement realizes, and based on their testimony in committee, that something needed to be done. And they wanted something to be done because nobody was, again, more horrified at what happened in Minneapolis than law enforcement. And so I want to thank the sponsors again for their hard work in putting this into a place that, that I can support as former law enforcement. So I would ask for an aye vote on 217. Thank you.
Senator Foote.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's great to hear about the support from the senator from Greeley, and it's great to hear that there was a process that we could go through that could get the senator from Greeley and hopefully other senators that were initially opposed on board. I just wanted to mention a couple of things very briefly. One is, of course, we haven't heard anyone that says the opposite of what the senator from Greeley said. We were all horrified when we saw what happened in Minneapolis. And I believe that, of course, what happened in Minneapolis and the protests that have occurred after that have been a catalyst for this bill to come forward. But this has been an issue that the people around the country and people here in Colorado have suffered for quite some time, particularly communities of color. The excessive use of force, police killings that have been unjustified, particularly with communities of color, has been a problem that we just have not addressed here at the legislature from a policy perspective nearly as well as we should have. There have been bills in the past and attempts to do that, and good faith attempts to do it, and there has been some progress made in those areas, most recently in 2015 and many discussions since then, but that was 5 years ago. Since then, a lot of the reforms have, unfortunately, for one reason or another, not made it all the way through. This is a very important bill. This is an aggressive bill, but this is a very necessary bill. not just as a reaction to one horrible incident in Minneapolis, but as a reaction to incidents that have happened here, right here in Colorado, and that we want to make sure they don't happen again. So I believe, even with the amendments, the policy and the police accountability part of this bill remain very much intact. And really, a lot of these amendments were about wording things a little bit differently, but to get to the same objective. And that's one of the benefits of putting this through the process that we have, as opposed to just having a bill in theory where it may or may not be introduced and it's easy to pick apart. We have a bill that looks very much like it has enough support to get through, and did from the day it was introduced. And so therefore, that becomes a very real possibility, and it makes it so that we can actually work on tweaking some of the wording, but keeping the policy in place, and that's what I think this bill does as amended. So I would ask all in this chamber to support this bill and make sure that it continues to go forward in the process.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I have been asked by several colleagues on my side of the aisle if I would be supporting this bill, and I said that yes, I would. From the very beginning, as the good senator, the sheriff from Greeley, indicated, there is not a single one of us that has not been horrified at the events in Minneapolis, senseless killing. It is not what we want for our communities, for our state, for our nation. And indeed, even as we are talking here today, I understand that the federal Congress is considering a bill, proposing a bill to do something about law enforcement training. After all, they can only affect that through the power of the purse, but that is substantial. I believe that this bill, if passed in its current form, will cause great uproar in some sectors until everyone takes a deep breath and looks at what is here and what we must do as a community, as a state, as a nation. When the bill was introduced, I had phenomenal concerns because on a daily basis, our law enforcement personnel leave their homes in the morning to enter sometimes chaos, depending on where their assignment might be. Chaos, danger, not knowing in each and every situation that they encounter whether or not that situation will become violent. This is not a new phenomenon. In Colorado Springs, some of you will know that one of our major thoroughfares is named for Officer Mark Dabbling, and many people don't know who Mark Dabbling wrote his name for, but in the 70s, Officer Dabbling made a routine traffic stop. It was nothing more than a routine traffic stop and was gunned down. This is the kind of situation, and this is what we ask of our law enforcement men and women. So finding the right balance with respect to a use of force policy, with respect to a policy of liability, doing so in a way that deals with both large departments and the smallest of small. The senator from Carbondale noted to me that one of his police chiefs in a very small community moonlighted as a bus driver, school bus driver. This bill will apply to that department and its 1 to 2 people as much as it will apply to DPD or CSPD or the Weld County Sheriff's Department. Office, that's true. My apologies to the sheriff. It's always a sheriff's office and never a department, always a sheriff and never a chief. Members, I express my appreciation to the sponsors, to the senator from Lafayette, my fellow attorney who came to the table and applied a lot of wisdom and background and experience to find what I believe is not a perfect bill, because none are, but a bill that I believe will move us forward in changing the culture and in changing our accountability. It has not been easy. I know that a month from now, a year from now, each and every one of us will probably look at this and say, I wish I'd thought about this and we need to refine that. But that's not anything different in this process than any other bill that we do that is of major import. And there will be some of those refinements. I do have a concern, and I want to make the concern very clear. I think it's probably shared on both sides of the aisle. This bill is the result of some very hard work and some very tough compromises to arrive at what we think is best for our state. My concern is that it would go to the House, and the House would think that a completely different balance could be struck. And I'm not saying that it might not be liable to some small amount of change, but we had stakeholders involved in this process, important stakeholders, folks from the victims and civil rights community and the law enforcement community and the prosecutors community and the criminal defense bar. This bill represents a really difficult piece of work to find a really hard set of compromises, but compromises that in the end I believe are the best. And so let me say, I will be voting for this bill. The plea from my caucus has been, we want to vote for a bill that changes our culture, that changes our accountability. We want to do so. We need to do so. We badly need to do so. Get us a bill that we can support. I believe that is this bill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start off by thanking the bill sponsors, by thanking the Black and Brown caucuses in both chambers for leading on this effort. I want to thank the members on the other side of the aisle who, instead of saying, oh my gosh, let me clutch my pearls and say no, y'all showed up. Y'all did the work. I know, I should have worn pearls, right? Y'all showed up and did the work, and you brought forward amendments, and you had tough conversations, because we all know that there is change that needs to happen in our state. I have family who works in law enforcement. I have friends who work as law enforcement. And I also have friends who have been protesting civil rights abuses, police accountability issues for decades. To the protesters who are outside today, right now, thank you. Because you all have created the space for us inside this chamber to have this conversation and to create the change that our communities and our state so desperately need. There's a lot more work to do. We may not get every last bit 100% perfect, and that's cool, but the change that is represented and reflected within Senate Bill 217 is transformative. And I am so humbled and so grateful to our sponsors for all of the work y'all have done. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues. This bill was not easy, but what made it better was the collaboration and the support that I got from my colleagues. I too want to say thank you. I remember in committee, I made a commitment, and the commitment was, I will try to make this better. And I believe we have made it better. It doesn't look like the same bill that was introduced. We introduced 11 amendments to this bill. We had a sergeant from FOP tell us, and he challenged us. He says, please get this right. Please get this right. And I believe that good policy comes from having good stakeholder meetings and listening to each other and trying to get to the end with the goal in mind. It took us a bit to do that. We were asked to delay it. Let's have some dialogue. We continued to dialogue. We worked on it. We worked on it. We worked on it. And now we're at the point that we're going to vote on this Senate Bill 217. But that wouldn't have been possible without collaboration and having a mindset to listen. So thank you for your advice. Thank you for your input. It has really shaped this piece of legislation. This legislation comes from the community. We have over, I don't think, maybe 100 different organizations and allies that wanted to see us address police brutality as it relates to accountability, and we've done it. The work is not done. The work started about 5 years ago, I think one of the senators said, and my colleague in Denver, who's on the screen there, started our first discussion when we had a package of bills. This is right after the Ferguson incident. That was Michael Brown, and that's when people were saying, hands up, don't shoot. And we introduced a variety of different bills to address policing. And here we are now in 2020, still trying to address the culture and the horrific things that we've been seeing lately. It's only been 3 weeks since George Floyd was murdered. And when you think about what we are able to accomplish in Colorado within that time frame, we can all be proud of this work. Everybody thinks that this is all about a national issue, but we have police brutality and issues right here in Colorado. In committee, we heard from the family of Michael Marshall. We heard from the family of Devon Bailey. We talked about Marvin Booker, and we also talked about Elijah McClain. We just had a visual for Elijah McClain. That was an incident that happened in Aurora. So I stand in support of these families that have dealt with these issues right here in the state of Colorado. And I also stand in support with law enforcement that came into committee and shared their concerns. And I'm still committed to working with them after you've had a chance to digest this bill and give us some more feedback, because it goes over to the House. So I'll be waiting for your calls, and I want to thank each of you for stepping up to this defining moment and having that tough conversation as it relates to race and policing. So members, I hope that you will vote yes on Senate Bill 217.
Minority Leader Hulbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I join in the chorus of praise for the bill sponsors, and on the minority side, a former county sheriff and an attorney who put an immense amount of time into reviewing the bill as introduced and talking calmly with the bill sponsors about concerns that we had. There's been a tremendous amount of advocacy for this bill and a lot against it. And people will generally send an email and say, vote yes for these reasons, or vote no for these other reasons. It's difficult sometimes to respond that I'll vote one way or the other, because clearly this bill was going to change, and it has. And I am grateful again to the bill sponsors for their willingness to talk and come up with the amendments that we adopted here today. It's easy to say, or ask maybe, it's easy to ask legislators, are you for or against enhancing law enforcement integrity? That's the title of a bill. But the challenging part of a bill is it isn't just the title. This proposed law is exactly what the words and numbers in the law would say. It isn't just whether you're for or against law enforcement integrity, it's what does this bill say? And now it will say some things that are significantly different than what it said when it was introduced. I love this process, and I really enjoy helping people better understand this process. If you are for this bill or you are against this bill and you're out there in the public watching today or listening, there's a couple of things that you need to be prepared for. This bill, as introduced, has this big, bold, introduced word here. It's in the upper right-hand corner of the first page. By tomorrow morning at the General Assembly website, you'll be able to find the current version of the bill that will include all of the amendments that were adopted here today and the amendments that may have been adopted in committee, and we passed a committee report or two here. But that next version of the bill isn't on the website because we haven't voted yet on second reading, and when we do, staff will go to work to create the new version of the bill. And it's an odd word in legislative terminology. That new version won't say introduced, it will say engrossed. It might be easier if it said second version, but that's what engrossed means. By tomorrow morning, maybe by this evening, you'll be able to go on the General Assembly website and download the new, updated version of this bill that includes all of the amendments. And if you look at the bottom of page 1, it says there in the key, double underlining denotes a Senate amendment. So when you have the engrossed version of the bill, you'll flip through the pages of that bill and you'll find places where there's double underlining, and that will point you to the words and numbers that we accepted here today as amendments. There's another thing that I would encourage the public, again, if you're for this bill or against this bill, be aware that right here under the title, there's a section called Bill Summary. That is not law. It's a description of the proposed law that would start here in this version on page 3, where the line numbering starts over on the left side of the pages. The bill summary doesn't change. So if you're for this bill and you read the bill summary and it says something you really like, you may need to read through the bill to make sure it's still in the bill. And if you're against the bill as introduced and you read something there that you really don't like and you've been told it's been taken out of the bill, it may still be in the bill summary, but if you turn into the back of the engrossed version of the bill, you may find that it's actually not in the words that would be placed in our statute. That's one of the more troubling, frustrating aspects of the way our process works is people will say, well, there was a change, something went in, something went out, it was modified, but it still talks about it in the bill summary. Yes, the bill summary doesn't change. So for those who have asked, will you vote yes or will you vote no? Members of this chamber, at least, have a much better understanding of that decision, that vote, right now, based on the engrossed version of the bill that will be out later tonight or tomorrow, than we did with the introduced version. And the credit for that change and the shift of bipartisan support, and I don't know if there are members who will vote no, but my comfort level with Senate Bill 217 is significantly greater, not because it's been gutted, watered down, but because some of the issues that we looked at and said, that just doesn't work. To the credit of the bill sponsors, they looked at it and we found ways to make it work. Mr. President, thank you. Senator, thank you. As the father of a young law enforcement officer, a sheriff's deputy, my wife and I were troubled when we saw the introduced version because my son doesn't have $100,000 to pay for a mistake. Not a death, not a maiming, not something catastrophic, but possibly a mistake. And that's been addressed. Thank you. I'm proud of my son. I'm proud of most law enforcement. And I'm proud of the work that we've done together on Senate Bill 217. Thank you, Madam Chair.
President Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. And I'll be brief, but highlight what an important day for Colorado and the Colorado Senate to be leading. Unlike that of Washington, D.C., you can really see the spirit of those willing to come together here in this body to address a policy that is needed, a policy that is promoting the essential values we all care about: integrity, transparency, and accountability. And I want to offer my thanks to those who are involved in the process to offer practical solutions towards the implementation of this policy that is much needed. I also have to thank the drafter, Mr. Dorr, who worked so hard to make sure that we could get this policy ready and right. Members, we all recognize that this conversation is not a conversation that's just happening in other states. It is, sadly, happening in our own backyard. And something needed to be done, and today you can say that you're doing something to get this done and accomplished. It's important that we recognize that this bill will not solve all challenges, but that we have work to do. And I was encouraged by the conversations I've had with the good senator from El Paso County and the senator from Greeley to say that if need be, next year we'll come back and do that work. I think what's important for us right now is to recognize that so much of this bill is really, really important and is the result of conversations happening in communities. And so, members, I can't thank you enough for your collective work and would encourage an aye vote on Senate Bill 217.
The motion before the body is for the adoption of Senate Bill 217. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. We will take a senatorial 5. Majority Leader Fenberg.
No, it's the next bill. We're in order now.
Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 215 and hold on while we wait for the cell phone to be turned off?
Senate Bill 215 by Senators Moreno and Donovan, Representatives Kennedy and McCluskey, concerning measures to address the affordability of health insurance for Colorado's purchasing coverage on the individual market in connection with establishing an enterprise to administer a health insurance affordability fee assessed on certain health insurers and a special assessment on hospitals to fund measures to reduce consumer costs for individual health coverage plans.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 215. Colleagues, Senate Bill 215 is important in the sense of trying to make our health care more affordable in Colorado. Many of you know that last year we ran a bill called reinsurance that my colleague next to me sponsored, as well as my friend and colleague from Carbondale, and it has had incredible success in lowering premiums, particularly in those high-cost insurance markets. I'll defer to my colleague from Vail on the personal stories of people who have been impacted through that work, but it has been a huge benefit to many of the people that we represent in Colorado and has been incredibly successful in lowering health insurance premiums. I was not immediately sold on the concept. There were some issues, and colleagues, I actually voted no. I voted against the reinsurance bill in the Appropriations Committee for the reason that we simply hadn't figured out how to pay for it. We were kind of jumbling together different resources, and we simply couldn't, the complete package just wasn't there. But seeing the incredible success that it's had, my mind hasn't been changed, but has been made resolute to make sure that we have a sustainable funding source for reinsurance, to make sure that we address any unintended consequences that happened as a result of the reinsurance bill passing, and to further expand affordability measures in Colorado. That's exactly what Senate Bill 215 would do, and I will turn it over to my co-prime sponsor.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Reinsurance was an important policy that we as a body passed last year. The stories that I think we have all become familiar with is what the individual market has looked like for initially in the high country, but that story spread across the western slope and started to be a narrative that was commonplace in much of rural Colorado. And then we even started to hear it from many small business owners as they started to share the stories of how they were trying to support their employees buying off the individual market throughout the greater Denver metro area. Reinsurance, as many of you will recall, is basically insurance for insurance companies. It tries to address that when you have high-cost individuals that certainly should have insurance as much as anyone else and have their health care covered costs. But when we do get these high-cost individuals in the individual market, it pulls up the price point for everyone. And what that price point was starting to look like in many areas across Colorado was a monthly payment that mirrored people's mortgage. And so there were what I would say unfair conversations and choices for many people as they were trying to balance their household budget. I think I've shared these stories with you before, but when I was knocking doors in the last cycle, it was not uncommon to hear stories of, well, we're both 55 something, we're both pretty healthy, but we're trying to choose which of us is going to get insurance next year because we can't afford for both of us to get it. Another story that I would often hear is, well, we know we need to have insurance. We want to. That's the responsible thing to do. It's the individual responsibility of everyone to have insurance. But we might have to spend down our kids' college fund in order to afford health insurance right now. Those aren't conversations that we want people to have. And so we came up with this concept of reinsurance to support the providers so that they could bring down the overall cost for everyone in the individual market by knowing that there would be support to cover those high-cost individuals. And we saw it work. But what we also saw, as happens sometimes when we send complex policy out into the world, there were some unintended consequences that became quickly illuminated that we are trying to address in this bill. One was that it actually, some people saw their insurance price go up. I'm sure you guys got those emails. I did. We never wanted to intend that. And we also found some glitches and flaws in the system, particularly around how people who may have insurance, but then how they were able to get family coverage. So the other big issue that quickly arose, and the JBC quickly started talking about it as soon as they convened, was how would we pay for reinsurance going forward? I think Colorado is very responsible fiscally. I think we are proud of that. And it became clear that reinsurance was one of those pieces that we needed to really dive into and figure out the long-term funding of that. So 215, Senate Bill 215 is, it arrives on our desks in the final days of session, but it initially started, I think, we can say its impetus and maybe origin story is the very early GBC discussions around how we would fund reinsurance moving forward. There was also another aspect of Senate Bill 215 that I'd like to highlight, and then let my other colleagues speak to the bill. But we also need to create stability in the market for both sides, for the providers and the consumers. And reinsurance does that. If we can't determine this session how to fund reinsurance in a long term, we could continue to see fluctuations in the individual market. Maybe it's a 20% fluctuation, maybe it's a 45% fluctuation into what an individual plan on the market could cost. And so I ask you, if no matter what side of this issue that whose shoes you want to stand in, if you want to stand in the consumer's shoes, your neighbor's shoes, of the person who has to buy an insurance plan that could fluctuate by 30% from one year to another, and if your household budget could do that, if suddenly your mortgage quickly increased by 30%, could you handle that in your budget? I would predict no. I certainly know that that would be a challenge for me. But if you want to stand in the provider's shoes in this and look at how that they can plan for stability in their business plan and how they present their plans on the market to the consumers, that is also a difficult scenario for them. So I think the stability that 215 could provide to the entire healthcare marketplace and the individual market is an important consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 215? There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L007?
Amendment L007, Senate Bill 215, Ms. Senator.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L007.
To the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, Amendment L007 is in response to a couple of issues that were brought up during the committee hearing on this bill. There was some, my friend, the senator from Douglas County, is an expert on these issues, and frankly scares me a lot with his depth of knowledge on these issues, and rightly pointed out some things that didn't quite make sense in the bill and weren't statements that had the most validity and relevancy to them in the bill. And so a couple of changes that we're making: we are striking the language that that we want to discourage the movement between group and individual coverage, because that's not actually relevant to affordability. There are a couple of other issues that were brought up around the board that would be created, and some specific language around shall reflect the diversity of Colorado. We're changing that to attempt to appoint board members who reflect the diversity of Colorado. And then there's also a couple of other things around contracting between this newly created enterprise and the Division of Insurance, laying out what the responsibilities are between the two entities and allowing the enterprise to contract with the Division of Insurance. And then there's also just a couple of other technical cleanups and some language that helps strengthen the argument that this is indeed an enterprise that will be used for business services, which include making healthcare more affordable. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L007? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L007. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L009?
Amendment L009, Senate Bill 250.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L009. Colleagues, Amendment L009 also just further clarifies a couple of pieces of the language of the bill. Initially, it was envisioned that the enterprise board, that if an individual in an unfortunate case had to be removed from the board, that it would just that it would be by the governor removing that person from the board, or it would be by a majority vote of the board members of the enterprise. That's actually rather unique and different from any other board, so we are just striking that language to remain consistent with the other boards that we have in Colorado. The other language just specifies when the governor will make these appointments to the enterprise board. The bill is currently silent. It puts a deadline of October 1, 2020 in the bill, and then just specifies the people who are to be appointed to represent folks on this board, which identifies individuals who lack affordable coverage from their employers or otherwise struggle to afford the purchase of health insurance. We obviously want to make sure that perspective is represented. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L009.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to the bill, to my colleagues on Amendment L009, line 2 references affordable offers of coverage. Wanted to know if you could define that term for us.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Senator, to the senator from Douglas County. I think so. The intent of the language was to essentially try to be as broad and encompassing as possible of the different people who could represent people who lack affordable coverage. So, not saying that we want to make sure that was open to both people who seek coverage through their employer and those who do not. So I think the intent of the language was just to be a bit broad and inclusive in trying to represent that perspective.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Commerce City. I should have been more clear. If you could define just the word affordable, that would be really helpful.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the senator from Douglas County. Great question. I think that's the exact issue that we're trying to address throughout the entirety of this bill. What is affordable? it means something different for virtually every person in Colorado. It has a lot to do with your income. It has a lot to do with your employment. And so, you know, I would say there's not one definition because it varies depending on what your income level is, depending on what your coverage options are. But let me assure you, colleagues, that throughout this bill, affordability is our priority. Everything in this bill is designed to try to make healthcare more affordable for the people who experience the highest premiums in the state.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So colleagues, I don't necessarily have a problem with the concept of the amendment, but I think if you could place yourself in the position of somebody that needs to be appointing a board position, and you are supposed to take into account somebody who lacks affordable offers of coverage or who otherwise struggle to afford. I don't know that that's possible. If the proponents of the amendment could let us even conceptualize how that would be possible, that would be helpful. Otherwise, I don't know how I could support the amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L009. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment passes. There is an amendment on the desk. Never mind. We do not have an amendment on the desk. Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to make a few comments and then offer an amendment. So colleagues, I'd start by thanking the team from last year who worked on reinsurance and put together a bipartisan bill that in fact made a significant difference for folks, particularly on western Colorado and rural Colorado, who were paying significantly more for health insurance because the reinsurance that applied to those areas was actually a better reimbursement or higher reimbursement to insurance companies and did some good. It actually lowered rates by 30% in western Colorado, and in addition to some local negotiations like Peak Alliance in Summit County, we actually lowered those folks whose rates had gone up 16% a year by up to 40, 50%. That's significant. It really caught on. It's very popular. So to the senator from Vail, my colleagues in the House who worked on that, thank you. This bill is not really about reinsurance. It really isn't. It doesn't change a thing about the reinsurance program. It was supposed to be about finding a different way to finance reinsurance so that, in fact, we could save $60 million, $59 million in the general fund. It was meant to be, in my mind, an approach to balancing the general fund to the tune of $59 million. And we had general approval from the insurance carriers to do something like this, to finance reinsurance. And I wanted to be on the bill. I actually tried hard, worked with the bill sponsors, very good people, knew exactly what they were doing. What this is, in my view, is an opportunistic approach to ramping up a fund which would fund some undefined future health care. And it creates a big new commission. I don't think we need to do those things, A. Secondly, I don't think those things have been vetted with the people involved, the stakeholders. Up till this point, we've had a real tradition on these health care bills. Anything we've done, and we've done some good work, but they've been thoroughly vetted in this massive, complex system so that everybody involved knew what we were doing and either bought in or at least we heard their objections. That is not true. That is not true with this. This sets up a commission, it creates a slush fund, and it loosely defines future health care expenditures. So I don't really think we need to do this. I think what we need to do is what I envisioned when one day over in JBC we said, let's not cut health care. Let's send this over to the legislature. Let's not cut reinsurance. Let's send this over to the legislature for an innovative refinance plan. Why do we need to add all these other elements to it who are a completely separate purpose, completely unknown future? With that, I move Amendment 006 to Senate Bill 215.
We need to read it first. Would the clerk please read Amendment L006?
Amendment L006 and Bill 250 must not rank and amendment printed will strike everything below the enactment clause and substitute section 1 Colorado Revised Statute 1016 1104. Amendment 1F and 1G as follows. 1016 1104 Commissioner powers and duties, rules, study, and report. 1. The Commissioner has all powers necessary to implement this Part 11 and is specifically authorized to F.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 006 to Senate Bill 215.
To the amendment.
So what this amendment does is really pretty simple. It finds a new way of refinancing reinsurance that relieves the general fund of a $60 million burden. That's all it does. That's all it does. And it has buy-in from the people who will pay the fee. It avoids doing a lot of other things that have not been vetted. It's simply that. It simply takes it back to a simple fee paid by insurance carriers. It leaves the hospital contribution in the bill, and it still uses the federal contribution. It's the kind of thing we ought to be doing in this extended, sped-up session where we don't have time to vet these big deal bills. I believe it deserves your serious, I don't care I think it deserves your serious attention to doing reasonable things in a short period of time that balance the budget, which is what this was supposed to be all about.
Senator Lundin. Hold on one moment. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My grandmother was a very wise woman, but my grandfather is the one who said, when you're in a hole, stop digging. So I was not a fan of reinsurance. I think it hurt more people than it helped. It helped a few people. The debate and conversation, the establishment of the harm that's been offered up by the bill sponsors, the problem we are trying to solve to this point in the conversation has been about reinsurance. This bill is not about reinsurance, except in small part. This bill is about, is a tax a tax a tax, or is it a fee, or what is it? It's about the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. It's about the creation of an enterprise that is not, at the end of the day, a value-add, value-creating enterprise as we all would understand it. So if you want to solve the problem that is the stated objective of the conversation so far in the debate, which is simply keeping the reinsurance program, which again, I will point out, I did not support, but I'm rising in this moment in support of doing exactly that, because when you're in a hole, stop digging. If we want to solve the reinsurance problem, let's do that. That's a small piece of what this bill would do. I urge your support of this amendment because it would bring us back online. It would bring us back to that point of simply saying, you know what, we had a problem in some of the rural areas of our community or rural areas of our state. Let's solve that problem, or at least let's do something about it. That's what reinsurance did. That's what this amendment would do. I urge your support of this amendment, and let's lay aside all of these other gigantic questions of should we create an enterprise? Is it a tax or is it a fee? What's going on? Let's narrow the conversation with this amendment to what is stated to be the problem we are trying to solve. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to my colleagues, particularly those on the other side of the aisle who I feel strongly are going to find themselves in a position next year asking, well, what could we have done instead since we've created such a disaster for a second year in a row? What could we have done instead? My answer is maybe we listen to the one person in the room who was basically the creator of the reinsurance program in the state of Colorado, the senator from Carbondale, who also just so happens to be on JBC, and maybe assume that he might know what he's talking about here. So after we get into the details of this bill, sadly, it may be too late to go back to this amendment, which I don't support the amendment because I don't support reinsurance. And I know what is done so horribly to the lowest income earners on the Front Range of Colorado. So I don't support it. But if you want to get out of jail free card, in my opinion, this is your one opportunity.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, I do request a no vote on the amendment. The reality is that the reinsurance program, as valuable, as important, as successful as it's been, included some unintended consequences. Like the senator from Vail mentioned, it unintendedly did actually increase premiums for some people. For us to extend or propose to extend the reinsurance program without making an effort to address those unintended consequences, I find irresponsible, colleagues. Those unintended consequences are addressed in the bill as it stands right now. This amendment would take that out. It would also take out any reference to further efforts to try to make health insurance more affordable. So for that reason, colleagues, I do request a no vote on L006.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. And the amendment is lost. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are we to the bill?
We are.
So I've heard so many things already here today that were even different from what we heard in committee, that I do feel we need to get the record straight on some things, especially for those of you that don't live in the Front Range. But we keep hearing how this is a bill about saving people money in healthcare, about how it's helping affordability, which, by the way, apparently we can't define. So to say that we're helping affordability when we have no idea what affordability is and can't explain it to our constituents seems like sort of a circular conversation. But when you hear that reinsurance saved people money, that's a half-truth. It's not a lie. And also, especially for the people who are watching, just know that my concerns about this program as it was created last year, my concerns about it today, are not personal attacks on the bill sponsors. I respect the bill sponsors. I know what they're trying to do, what their intent is. They have good intentions. Not to mention I like them as people. So seeing a bill that's this poorly crafted, that's this poorly presented, that's this poorly explained, it hurts me, right? Because no one likes being told that their dog is ugly, right? So,
I like that.
no. So I will give you 3 reasons to not support this bill, and we can go into the details, all of them. One is that this bill is imposing a new tax, a new fee on the purchasers of health insurance.
Call it what you will, we are creating a new tax or a new fee that didn't exist before. We are going to raise the cost of health insurance to virtually all of the purchasers, shouldn't say that, many of the purchasers in our state on the heels of this global pandemic, recession, depression, whatever you want to call it. This is the time that we feel it's a good idea to go to people who buy health insurance in the state of Colorado and say, we are upping your costs by, not by $10 a year, no, by several $100s a year, especially if you have family coverage. That's the first reason. Second, and this hurts me to say out loud, I really don't think anybody truly understands the numbers of this bill. I really don't. And we'll talk a lot about why I feel that way, mostly because I was in the Finance Committee when the numbers were presented. And for those of you who were in the Finance Committee, you'll notice we were asking sort of the same questions over and over again. So how does this number work with this? And how much money are you putting towards that? And we got no answers, no accurate answers, because all the numbers were wrong. Okay, colleagues? The numbers that were presented in the Finance Committee were incorrect. And I know what you're thinking. Hey, look, we all make a math error every now and then, right? Even if it is in front of the Finance Committee, whose job it is to, I don't know, look at the numbers and things. But so we're off by a few $1,000s in the Finance Committee. But it wasn't a few $1,000s. So you're like, well, yeah, you know, so it's a few $1 million, right? Like $4 million. That's a big deal, right? But it is the 11th hour. We're pushing a bill through in a matter of hours and not days. So we can make a $4 million error, and I'm sure that's not a big deal. Except it's not a $4 million error, colleagues. It's not a $10 million error. It's not a $20 million error. It was a $40 million error. And I clearly remember the good senator from Aurora standing right in this spot a few years ago talking about how we were wasting $30 million. $30 million. Huge number, $30 million. Well, colleagues, what we're talking about in this bill is an error of $40 million. Except that it's not really just $40 million. Because it was $40 million for 2 years. So it's actually $80 million. That's what was presented in committee. A small little $80 million error. So when I tell you reason number 2 not to vote for this bill is because people don't understand the numbers, I've got 80 million little reasons that maybe you should think, I wonder if we really do understand the numbers on this. And I'm not necessarily picking on the bill sponsors, right? They had a matter of seconds or minutes, I'm sure, to review this stuff. But then we had the experts come in to provide testimony. Okay? The folks that are the brain children of putting this program together. Certainly they would notice in a presentation to the Senate Finance Committee that their numbers might have been off by $80 million. But they didn't catch that either. Okay? So reason number 2. People can't put these numbers together. So if you can't understand it, how do you know it's going to help people? Because last year, when you were told that if you spent money it would help people, it actually hurt people. Third reason is the math continues to be wrong. And I'm going to go through that again with you. Not only was there arithmetic, I don't know, what do we call them? Misrepresentations? Errors? I don't know what we call them. Not only were those errors on the first fiscal note, which they fixed, right? We talked about it, they fixed it, they came up with a second fiscal note. How many takers do I have that there were errors on the second fiscal note? Anybody? Yeah, there were.
Yeah, about another $10 million. Right? But $10 million is pretty small after we're talking about $80 million. Even when you bring up the fact that there's an $80 million error, people don't catch $10 million error. First fiscal note's wrong, second fiscal note's wrong, and this third fiscal note that you're looking at now, which I'm sure you've all studied, it's also wrong. I'll tell you why it's wrong. Colleagues, I tried really, really hard to get rid of the hit tax. I passed out in the Finance Committee meeting a copy of a letter dated August 24th, 2017, that I signed along with Senator Irene Aguilar to Michael Bennett, talking about the hit tax. And as I said in the Finance Committee, I am not purporting to have any idea whatsoever where Senator Aguilar feels on anything like this. Her name just happens to be on the letter with mine. I'm talking about what I thought. I can't tell you what Senator Aguilar was thinking. And I'm smart enough not to try to put words in her mouth, too. As the leaders of the Colorado Senate's Committee on Health and Human Services, we're committed to efforts to provide Colorado citizens access to affordable health insurance coverage and quality care. Therefore, accordingly, we respectfully urge Colorado's congressional delegation to advance a one-year delay of the health insurance tax through any available legislative vehicle. With the health insurance tax now set to turn on again, because it was temporarily turned off, on January 1st, 2018, a failure to prevent the impacts of this tax will result in significant increases in health insurance premiums and costs for Colorado's citizens and employers. Not for the insurance companies, for the citizens and employers. Many Colorado communities are already facing the challenges posed by sharp increases in health insurance premiums that too often place care out of the reach for too many. Simply put, Colorado's citizens and families, seniors, and employers cannot afford this tax. Okay? I signed that letter on August 24th, 2017. And my colleague, the ranking member of the Health and Human Services Committee, also signed that letter. Now I'm hearing that, you know what, you don't really need to worry about this bill too much because, you know, this was already a tax that was in there and sure it was going to expire, but, you know, we're just going to keep that in place a little longer. Colleagues, we've been fighting to get rid of this thing for years. And finally we're there. We finally got it done. Finally we're able to lower people's health insurance renewal rates by somewhere between 1% and 3%. Just like that. And what do we as brilliant legislators in the state of Colorado think is the best thing to do post-global pandemic, recession, depression? Is put this right back in. That's what we think is the best thing to do. And start taxing the hardworking men and women of our state. I loved the comment that the senator from Westminster brought up in the Finance Committee as she was, I don't know, berating's probably too strong a term, questioning strongly why the insurance companies, when taxes are levied on them like this or fees are levied on them like this, with all of the money that they make, in her words, paraphrased, with all of the executive pay that goes into that industry. Why is it that the insurance industry simply passes these on to employers and consumers? And I was muttering in the back, mercifully she didn't hear me, which is, yeah, why? But colleagues, sadly, that's not the point. The point is they do. And when we tell health insurance companies that we're going to charge them a fee of 1% to 2.5% of the premiums that people pay, whether you like it or not, whether you think it's right or not, whether you think it's fair or not, they don't pay a nickel of that. And I have got large group renewals that we can walk through that will demonstrate that. I'm glad to share them with you. We've got small group rate filings that show the hit tax, show the pass-through on it.
So if you think for a minute that with this bill, you're taxing big insurance companies, I will prove to you on paper, forms that have been filed with the Division of Insurance, that that is an incorrect assumption. You are not taxing insurance companies. You are taxing the purchasers of health insurance. Some cases that's employers. In some cases, it's individuals. The same individuals that we just heard we're going to try to help. Think of how ludicrous a concept this is, colleagues. We're going to lower your rates by raising your rates. That's what we're telling them. Trust us, we're going to lower your rates. Now, I understand that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle need to do something. Because I promised you reinsurance was going to be a dumpster fire, and it was. Okay? And nothing burns me up more, no pun intended, than to hear folks in public talk about what a great success reinsurance was and how it saved people money. Because again, it's a half-truth. I'm not saying it's a lie. Some people's rates went down. Do you know whose rates went down? Rich people's rates went down. Statewide. Rich people, their rates went down. You know who else's rates went down? People in Aspen, people in Vail, people in our mountain resort communities. Their rates went down. Problem is, as you probably know, that's about 15% of our population. So, the question to ask yourselves, which nobody will say in public. I've heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle give public presentation after public presentation. Reinsurance lowered people's rates. Okay? We heard in the Finance Committee from the Commissioner of Insurance that rates, based on the question from the good senator from Loveland, how many people were negatively impacted by reinsurance? You know what the answer was? Anybody remember? 50,000 was his number. That was in committee. 50,000 people were negatively impacted. Doesn't sound like too many. Guess how many people bought insurance on the exchange? 166,000. So this great reinsurance bill, I mean, yeah, it only hurt a few people, like almost a third of the purchasers on the exchange. And which third, colleagues? The poorest front range purchasers are the ones that got hurt. That's the 50,000. Not the people in $20 million homes in Aspen, not the highest earners, the poorest purchasers on the front range. Yeah, but you know, Senator from Douglas County, I mean, their rates didn't go up that much. If you're the poorest purchaser in the front range and your rates go up on average $250 a year, what does that mean? What's $250 a year if you're the poorest insurance purchaser on the front range? Month's worth of groceries, car payment, 2 weeks worth of groceries. I guess it depends on where you shop and how much you eat. That's not insignificant. And to toss it aside like it's nothing is unconscionable, as far as I'm concerned. So, I see the problem. Reinsurance, as predicted, didn't work. So now we got to try to way to fix it. Senator from Carbondale offered you a chance, okay? And we hated that idea. So now what are we going to do? We're going to double down on a horrible idea. Okay? Meaning throwing tens of millions of dollars in this to raise the health insurance costs of the poorest purchasers in the front range wasn't enough, so instead we're going to double down. So this new law now is going to add a new fee, a new tax on, I will say, everybody that buys health insurance in our state, but sadly it's not nearly that easy, right? Because in Colorado, we can only impact those people who fall under our state's laws. So according to the fiscal note, of 5.5 million Coloradans Guess who's going to pay this tax? Guess how many people, according to the fiscal note? Everybody studied the fiscal note. 875,000, roughly. That's it. 875,000 are the only people that are going to pay the tax. Okay? Which I'm sure includes like all of the big corporations, right? Well, sadly it doesn't. It doesn't include any of the big purchasers because statistics show us clearly 99% of organizations that have over 5,000 employees are on ERISA plans. Guess who doesn't pay the tax on this? ERISA plans, okay? All of us in this room who are covered under United Healthcare today, okay? State of Colorado chose United Healthcare, and next year chose Cigna as one of the insurance companies. Guess what kind of plans those are? ERISA plans. Guess who's not going to be paying the tax that's in this bill? All of us, okay? This is good enough for you, state of Colorado, but we're going to go ahead and opt ourselves out of this because we're an ERISA plan. Guess who else is on ERISA plan? Big companies, state of Colorado, city and county of Denver. So guess who else is not going to be contributing to this? Employees of the city and county of Denver. Heard the term Ponzi scheme in Finance Committee. Fewer and fewer people paying into this every year. This is why the math is broken. And when you look at the revised fiscal note, and you see projections out there that this number is going to get bigger, you'll know that that's wrong because the number is going to get smaller. Why did the city and county of Denver choose an ERISA plan? Why does the state of Colorado choose an ERISA plan? Because it's cheaper. Why else would you choose it? It's better and it's cheaper. And why is it better and cheaper? Because it's not loaded down with mandates like this tax and this fee and everything else that we as brilliant legislators have shoved into these programs to make the non-ERISA plans less and less and less competitive. So over the course of the last 3 or 4 years, you've seen in the state of Colorado what was 50% ERISA plans in the market grow to nearly 60%. What do you think is going to happen in the next 3 to 5 years with all of our other great mandates that we're putting in here? And once we add another tidy 2.5% additional load on top of their premiums, think people are going to stay in the fully insured market? Think CFOs, controllers, HR directors are going to stay in this? No, they're not stupid. They're going to move to ERISA plans. Just like we went from 50% 3 or 4 years ago to 60% today. It's going to go to 70% and then 80%. And who's going to be left? Who's going to be left? The suckers that didn't leave early enough. And what's the state going to do when all of these first initially incorrect projections turn out to be more and more incorrect, which they're going to be? Well, of course, we're going to go back to the taxpayer. Hey, that 1%, that 2.5% of premium that we talked about, sorry, our numbers were wrong. Kind of like they were in Finance Committee, twice. Okay, so we're going to have to come back to you for more money. So we asked in the committee, where is this money going? This is probably the most disappointing part of this bill. Is that even if you assume that the numbers weren't $80 million off, nobody can tell you anything. In fact, I'll gladly step away from the podium, Madam Chair. Let our folks come in to answer questions like, how many of those 50,000 people that reinsurance screwed, how many of those 50,000 are we going to help with this new bill? All of them? Some of them? What's the number? How many are going to be helped? We raised their rates by $240 a year. How much are we going to lower that? Are we going to take away the full 240? Are we going to lower it by 8 cents? Are we going to lower it by $80? What percentage are the rates going to go down? Here's my favorite. And I tried desperately to have the Division of Insurance give me an answer as to, okay, how much is going to reinsurance? How much is going to for the carriers to help our poor people? How much is going to implement, enroll, reach out, and how many are we doing state subsidies for the qualified folks? Okay. And again, I'll step aside after I go through these numbers. Here's what I have. Again, in the fiscal note that's been corrected twice. $64,700,000 in revenue. Some of that's money coming back from the hospitals. $45 million going to reinsurance from the state. $87,500,000 going to reinsurance from the federal funds. A mere $3,100,000 for administrative funds, right? Because we're creating this grandiose government enterprise that needs $3.1 million when our teachers are getting their salaries slashed. So that leaves us with $56,600,000, of which the bill says, okay, we got $56 million. Guess how much the bill says is going in 2021, 2022? Because it does nothing in 2020, 2021. 2021, 2022, how much is going to help the poor? The way the bill's written, maybe 10% of the revenues. The revenues were $64 million. What's 10% of $64 million? $6.4 million. Maybe. Maybe. The bill doesn't say you have to help the poor. It says you can if you want to. But the rest, what does that do? $50 million. What is that $50 million for? Well, it's to create the program and to do outreach and to implement the plan and to help enroll people and to provide grants to Connect for Health. Okay? $50 million. Do you know that that's what you're voting for with this bill? Do you know that you're putting $50 million in 2021 and 2022 in this budget cycle to help create, implement, outreach, and enroll people, provide grants to Connect for Health? The family glitch is allegedly the last piece of this bill. And I'm not trying to be mean, but when everybody keeps referring in committee to this as the family gap, tells me that they might not really understand what the family glitch is. Because it's not a gap, it's a glitch. Okay? It's a flaw of Obamacare, of the Affordable Care Act. And you've heard me at this well lots, talking about some really good things that the Affordable Care Act did, and some really, really bad things that the Affordable Care Act did. One of the dumbest things in that piece of legislation created the family glitch. The proponents purport to fix all or some of the family glitch here. What you won't hear today, state of Colorado, is you won't hear any proponent come stand here, at least I don't think you're going to, and explain to you what the family glitch is, what caused it, how to fix it, and how this bill specifically is going to fix it. And I say that pretty confidently because it's not in the bill. So we talk about it, and we use vague general terms, but there's nothing in the bill that talks about the family glitch. There's nothing in the bill that even defines what the family glitch is. It doesn't even restate the problem for the layperson. So what this bill really is it's a giant slush fund. It's a giant slush fund that a government-appointed commission is going to be authorized to spend basically how and where they see fit. Okay? I'm not sure if you've
glanced at the most recent fiscal note. See if I've got a copy here, Madam Chair. There's been so many. Here we go. 2022, 2023. See the expenditures there? $310 million in that year. The next year, 2023, 2024, $326 million on top of the $192 million, okay? You see, we're quickly approaching $1 billion program, okay? $1 billion program, but nobody knows where any of that $1 billion is going. We know the sum's going to reinsurance, okay? But the rest of it is so vaguely defined. $42 million in 2023, 2024. $42 million to help qualified individuals bring their health care costs down. Okay, what's qualified individual? Basically anybody. Doesn't have to be a U.S. citizen. Okay? Can be undocumented people, can be folks, asylum seekers, refugees, folks here on student visas, U.S. citizens. Okay, qualified individual can be basically anybody who's here in the United States as I read it. We're going to send 42 million taxpayer dollars to lower their healthcare costs. How? What's the mechanism? How much are we going to lower their healthcare costs? How many of those people are we going to lower their healthcare costs? No answers, no answers, no answers. It's not in the bill because the commission can do whatever it wants, whenever it wants. Almost $1 billion with no strings attached other than for reinsurance. I was getting texts during the committee meetings that people don't know why I get all worked up over this, that the fate of this is long since been determined, that people have no choice but to vote to support the governor. When the governor says, we're going to have a reinsurance program and it's going to save people money, then by golly, we're going to have a reinsurance program and it's going to save people money. No matter how we get there, no matter how many hundreds of millions of dollars we're going to throw at it, one way or the other, the governor is going to get his wish of a reinsurance program. One that people like me can't throw rocks at because it increases the costs of health insurance for a third of the people in the state that happen to be the people that need our help the most. And again, I don't blame the bill sponsors on this. You had no time to do this. You didn't have time to review the details of the bill. You didn't have time to review the fiscal note. There's no time. Session's over. By constitution, unless we want to do an interim committee, I suppose, that would be enough time. I'd be on that committee. We could figure out how to do this the right way. Instead of ramrodding something through at the 11th hour that nobody can explain, that nobody understands, and to double down on the disaster that was last year is a huge mistake. I'm glad to share any of these numbers with you. I try not to be hyperbolic with this stuff. I have it in black and white. I'm glad to share the numbers with you. This is something that needs to be laid over until we can think about this the right way. So you don't have to vote no. We just vote to deal with it at a different time. Thank you for your patience, colleagues. I appreciate it very much. I appreciate where the bill sponsors' hearts are coming from, because I feel like I have a good idea of where that is, and I appreciate it. And thank you, Madam Chair, for being gracious with the time that you've given me.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and let me first extend my thanks to my colleague from Douglas County, even though he eloquently eviscerated the piece of legislation I'm carrying. I'm not going to pretend to know as much as he does on this issue, because I don't sell insurance for a living. But colleagues, what I do know, what I do believe, is that healthcare is a human right. It is not, and it should never just be available for the people who can afford it. And the fact that we've settled for a system like that says a lot about us. So although I don't have the same professional experience, the same knowledge as my colleague from Douglas County, I do know that I approach this issue with a different frame of mind. And that's that healthcare is a human right, and when it is not affordable, when people are struggling, when people are deciding who in their family should get health insurance because they simply can't afford it, then absolutely it is appropriate for the government to step in and to make it more affordable for people. That's how I approach this issue. We talked a little bit about half-truths. I won't use that term, but I would like to mention some of the things my colleague omitted. One of them is this wide expression around self-insured plans and the assertion that none of us will be subject to any requirements under this bill. The omitted piece is that if you have Kaiser, like I do, Kaiser will pay into this program. Kaiser will do their fair share to make health insurance more affordable. So if that means that Kaiser passes the cost on to me, colleague, I'm proud to pay it. I'm proud to pay it if it means health care on the whole will be more affordable for everyone in Colorado. The piece about the administration fee. Colleagues, don't assume that immediately the Division of Insurance or the newly created enterprise will max out what they're allowed. The language in the bill is specific. It is up to. And they're required to only utilize what their direct and indirect costs are. So we can throw around that number, and yes, it is the maximum, but it's not a given. The other piece that was omitted was that within this bill, the $56 million slush fund that you heard about, what was omitted is one of those purposes is to actually provide subsidies to the health insurers themselves to help them make health insurance more affordable for their own customers. This isn't a slush fund. Every purpose in this bill is designed to make health insurance and health care more affordable for our constituents. The other piece that was omitted, we had an amendment that was offered that failed. It said, okay, just continue a 1% fee and only pay for reinsurance. The people that have been affected negatively by reinsurance would not have been helped under that amendment. Even though it was an amendment that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle supported, that the health insurance plans support, the negative consequences, the unintended consequences from reinsurance wouldn't be addressed. That can only happen through the bill as it stands right now. I get it. I get why health insurance plans only want to continue reinsurance. Because candidly, colleagues, they benefit from that too. They benefit from us taking out their highest cost claims and covering those for them. So what it tells me is that the health insurance industry is only interested in paying for things that directly benefit them. That's not going to make health insurance more affordable. So I just wanted to provide a bit more context, a different side of the argument for why this bill is so important.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess, too, I'll start by sharing my chagrin at how well the senator who opposes this bill can come up here and walk through it, although I do appreciate his continued engagement on a complex topic. That my conversations with the senator from Douglas County have actually only advanced how fervently I feel about working to find affordable ways for healthcare, because he continues in his comments to illuminate the complexities and some of the built-in insidiousness of healthcare. I walked in here and as a citizen lawmaker 6 years ago and didn't anticipate that healthcare would be something that I would repeatedly talk about at the mic. I was the person who went in, my friend was my agent at State Farm, and I said, just please point me to the policy I should buy, and I would walk out and have healthcare. And so now, yeah, we're trying to work on a complex bill to address issues. And I don't think any of us will deny that reinsurance is complex. What I do want to do is point out a couple things. One, in my colleague from Douglas County, there was some conversation of federal policy and how it impacts us. Unfortunately, I can't change federal policy. I would if I could, because it has some ongoing impacts on the cost of healthcare. One of those impacts that we were talking about, how we were claiming that reinsurance suddenly cost people more money. Well, guess what? When we lowered people's cost, when we lowered their cost of health insurance, guess what federal law did? It immediately lowered their subsidy. Right? We lowered their cost, their subsidy was lowered. And at the end of the day, that meant that I had a couple constituents that I heard from that ended up paying more. That wasn't something that we could control, regrettably, because we can't, the feds could have addressed that. They could have acknowledged the work that they were doing. They knew of the work that we were doing on reinsurance, and they could have addressed that they weren't going to lower the subsidy with it. The other thing that I just have to respectfully push back on, because it's been an ongoing maddening conversation, is that everyone that lives in Vail and Aspen don't own $20 million homes. I didn't say they did. But that's who you highlighted. And so yeah, it's easy to highlight that maybe we lowered the cost for the 20 million homeowner in Aspen, but we also lowered the cost for small business owners, entrepreneurs, sole proprietors, fly fishing guides, ski instructors, right? All those other people that make up these communities and end up having to buy on the individual market because of their employment model. Let me tell you who also we lowered the cost for. My neighbor, who is a special ed teacher for Eagle County School District. Because we can't quite figure out how to fund our schools to acceptable level, she isn't a full-time employee. She doesn't get her insurance through the district. She has to buy her own insurance. Their car broke down, and they couldn't afford to buy a new car. Reinsurance came along. It lowered her cost enough as a special education teacher that suddenly they had enough money in their budget to afford a car payment. That's the impact of this legislation. That's real, guys. That's why we all carry many bills in this building. But tell me how often one of those bills that you've carried has resulted in you getting stopped on the street and thanked for. When we passed this bill, reinsurance last year, and people saw their rates go down, I actually got stopped and thanked for passing reinsurance. My neighbor called and told me, she volunteered that story to me, that because of the good work that the General Assembly did, her insurance cost went down enough that they were able to buy a car. They did not have a car. They were able to buy a car and replace the one that had broken down. So I just want to return us to the real people that this law will impact, and the real people that 215, by establishing more stability in the long-term funding of this bill, will continue to impact. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to senators from Commerce City and Vale for their comments on it. I apologize if I wasn't clear on the short list of people that were helped outside of those that I had mentioned before, because certainly wasn't meant to be an all-inclusive list. My biggest problems with reinsurance have not been how many people were helped and how much. My problem with reinsurance is how many people we hurt and by how much, and who it was that we hurt. The low-income folks on the Front Range, where 85% of the population is, were the folks that were hurt. I can't phrase it any more simply than that. Everybody else, maybe you got helped, maybe you got hurt. But the lowest income earners on the Front Range, where 85% of our citizens live, got hurt. Commissioner's own numbers, 50,000 people. I wanted to remind my colleagues that I'm still hoping for an explanation around the family glitch, what it is, how this bill will fix it, and by how much, because I still haven't found it in this bill nor in the amendments that were offered. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Lundy. Or, I think Senator Moreno. I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, so if my colleague is asking for, an explanation of the family glitch, I'm happy to offer one in fairly rudimentary but understandable terms. The family glitch is essentially when the cost of health insurance is tied to the employee rather than the cost of covering an entire family. Most employees have to cover the cost of their entire family. But when the price of buying health insurance is only tied to the employee, that's the family glitch. That's the correction we need to make. That's the subsidies that we need to provide to those individuals so they can actually afford coverage for their entire family.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I had not planned to speak on this bill because I was occupied on something else earlier today. But it was called to my attention that while I was working on other things, Amendment L007 was adopted. And it contains a legislative declaration that, among other things, and the legislative declaration says, the General Assembly further finds and declares that consistent with the determination of the Colorado Supreme Court in Nickel versus E470 Public Highway Authority, 896p 2nd 859, Colorado Supreme Court, 1995, the power to impose taxes is inconsistent with the enterprise status under Section 20 of Article 10 of the state constitution. That's Tabor. And the health insurance affordability fees and special assessments charged and collected by the health insurance affordability enterprise are fees, not taxes, because the fees and assessments are imposed for the specific purpose of allowing the enterprise to defray cost of providing business services specified in Section 1016-12041A to the carriers and hospitals that pay the fees and assessments and are collected at rates that are reasonably calculated based on the benefits received by those carriers and hospitals. Now, that's what's in the bill now that is before you because Amendment 7 was adopted. But it always causes me to wonder, why is it that someone wishes to state the obvious. Maybe it's not so obvious. So I went and took a look at Nickel versus E470 Public Highway Authority, Supreme Court of Colorado, 869 P. 2nd 859, for those of you who want to read along. It makes reference, by the way, to Amendment 1. I thought, how quaint. Only a few people in this room will understand that Amendment 1 was how Tabor was referred to at a time past, although I'm sure the senator from Sterling will remember that it was referred to as Amendment 1. So what was Nickel versus E470 all about? Well,
Senator Gardner, I hope you're kind of getting around to the point where it's applying to the bill. Senator Gardner.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the bill now has a legislative declaration that says the General Assembly further finds and declares that consistent with the determination of the Colorado Supreme Court in Nickel versus E470 Public Highway Authority, et cetera, so I asked myself, is the bill consistent with Nickel versus E470 Public Highway Authority? That's the question, because now that's in the bill. I am speaking to the bill because we are now saying that this is consistent with that case. And so if we're going to adopt the bill, if we're going to vote aye on the bill, we are saying that it's consistent with that. And so I wanted to know, consistent with what? And the what is, in that case, a holding that really that the taxation powers granted to that authority were inconsistent with the characteristics of a business, and thus the authority was a district subject to Amendment 1's requirements. Well, I can come back later after some of my colleagues speak to this and talk a bit to the case and the 17 double column pages that are there. But Nickel is one of the seminal cases with respect to what constitutes an enterprise versus a district. And what's going on here is that the proponents of this bill are really, really concerned that what they've created here is a district, maybe statewide, but nevertheless a district, and that what it's really doing is imposing a tax. Now, sometimes when we say things in legislation, the fact that we say it so makes it so. Sometimes we can call an apple an orange, and that makes it so for purposes of that bill. But we can't make something a fee when it's really a tax, when something is an enterprise, when something's a district and we try to call it an enterprise. And that's what we're trying to do here. The thing that makes something a fee is because there is some connection between the fee I pay and the service I get. And there's an attempt to make this into a service for me, but what we have imposed the fee on is all lines of insurance, small business, large business, individual business, regulated by the the Division of Insurance. And what we've done is impose a fee of 2.5% on people's coverage, to hand that money over to someone else. That's what we're doing. Government does that all the time. Every April 15th, except this one, it's a different date this year, I settle up with the state of Colorado, the federal government as well. I settle up with them what I owe in taxes, and they take that money and they give it to somebody else. They use it for other purposes. I don't buy a set of services for my taxes. I don't do that. I pay taxes so that the General Assembly can appropriate the money in the long bill and pay for it for K-12, even though I no longer have any children in the K-12 system. So I'm not buying that service. I'm not questioning whether that should or shouldn't be, but that's called a tax. Now, how far away do we get? Can I create an enterprise to do some roads? I'll create an enterprise and have the people of El Paso County pay for a fee so that the people of Weld County can build some roads. Can they do that? Well, the state might create that kind of enterprise, and we certainly have had fees like the faster tax, if you've been here long enough. And that one probably passes muster whether I like it or not. But I suggest to you that the very need to make this legislative declaration, and I will spend some time with nickel versus E470 while others speak to this issue. I suspect that the very need to say so is because it ain't necessarily so. So we're going to try to say it as much as we can, and we'll put it in a legislative declaration and say, well, 18 members of the Senate and 33 members of the House and one person on the first floor believed it was so. That doesn't necessarily make it so. This is a tax. It's a tax under Colorado law. Now, several others will come down here and say, not so, not so, not so. Well, that decision gets made across the street, catty corner from us here. And I suspect we'll see you all there for a decision of whether this is a fee or whether whether placing a levy on my health insurance plan that will not benefit me in any way and handing it to someone else that will, however meritorious it may be, and it may very well be, whether that will constitute a fee to me, because I don't see what I'm getting. And trying to create the way around that legislatively doesn't make it so. I ask for no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So this question of enterprise is incredibly meaningful. It is something that, unlike the amendment we discussed earlier that would give new life for another year and potential headroom to reinsurance, this bill does a number of additional things. Principal among them is the creation of this enterprise. At least a third of the dollars raised would go into that enterprise beyond the reinsurance effort, and it grows ever larger this enterprise does year after year after year. And the most interesting thing about the enterprise is its defining characteristic is a slush fund. Now, when you read the bill, I guess let me make a fine point. There is a way of looking at it. Is it an enterprise or is it a statewide taxing district? I think that's a fair question. When we think about an enterprise, we think about an operation that brings a team together and provides a value proposition. They do something that has inherent or intrinsic value that people are willing to purchase, subscribe to, participate in. The value, the inherent value of this particular enterprise, if you read from the bill, I'm on page 7 of the bill at this point, the enterprise is to provide the following business service. The first thing it does is outreach, a little bit of marketing. But the second thing it does is increase the number of individuals who purchase health benefits by providing financial support to those very individuals. So it says your job, your primary purpose in business, is to give away money to people to get them to become your customers. The next thing it says is it funds the reinsurance program. Well, how does it do that? It does that by giving away money to attract people into business relationships so that they can, in fact, continue on. Then it goes on, and the additional value add it provides is creating stability in the marketplace. And how does it do that? By distributing money. The next thing it says your business job is to reduce provider cost shifting from the individual market and the uninsured market to the group market. And really that's not, it's a task, it's a goal, it's an aspiration, but how would it do it? And this is what's the most interesting thing about the bill. It says we're going to eliminate this cost shifting by substituting an alternative cost shifting. This shifts from the individuals involved in that particular insurance relationship to another group of individuals who are not in that particular insurance relationship, but it takes money from them. And as the good senator from Douglas County explained earlier, it's a pool of a little more than 800,000 people that logically is going to be diminished year after year after year. So, and you can restates essentially down in the bill what are the primary purposes and duties of the enterprise: to assess and collect, to allocate money. So this enterprise, the value proposition it brings is it's going to take money to subsidize people who are going to buy insurance that I think has been demonstrated will become more costly over time. We know it's going to have a 1% or a 2.5% premium charged on it right out of the gate. So the insurance is going to become more costly over time because the theoretical restraints will in fact become a sophistry. There's no way you're going to be able to restrain the fact that that drives inflation. So then the reason that the insurance providers need to raise the prices is because they have to pay the fee. And so what you've got is this vicious cycle that has the providers charging more of the people and subsidizing them, et cetera, et cetera. So, Madam Chair, there is an amendment at the desk, L008, and I would ask that the clerk have an opportunity to read it at length. It's at least 17 words, don't panic.
Thank you, Senator. That is my job to ask the reader to read that amendment, so.
I aspire to leadership, Madam Chair.
Mr. Carpenter, would you please read Amendment L008 in its entirety?
Amendment L008, Senate Bill 215 by Senator Lundeen. Amendment printed bill page 5 after line 4, insert 2. A visual representation of the effects of this act is best represented by 3 arrows that point in a never-ending loop, or the universal recycling symbol.
Senator Lundeen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L008. May I continue?
You may.
You are most gracious. So what we had just described is, in my mind, a never-ending loop. And I've got to give credit to the amendment drafters. I walked over there earlier in the day and said, look, this is what this bill does. I want it in the ledge deck. I want everybody to see what this bill does, because a picture is worth 1,000 words, or so the poet said. Now, this, I want to make sure I've got the circle going the right way. We have providers. Doesn't matter, you can go either direction, but the reality is it's a closed loop. And it's a closed loop that's going to get fatter and fatter over time. Kudos back to the bill drafters. I walked over with the image and said, this is what the bill does. I want that in the ledge deck. And they said, well, can't do it. We're not allowed to put images in the statutes. But they came up with this explanation. A visual representation of the effects of this act is best represented by 3 arrows that point in a never-ending loop, or the universal recycling symbol. Now, the challenge is, if we're an open loop, then there might be hope for an economic advantage. But since it's a closed loop, there's no hope for economic advantage. It is, by its own definition, by its own description, a Ponzi scheme. I know that sounds incredibly uncharitable, but I can't figure out how I would describe it in any other way. So, I urge your support of Amendment L008 because I think it's important that we honestly in our ledge deck describe what this is all about. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to L008, I had been operating under the assumption that it was only my Republican colleague from Adams County who supported recycling, but it's great to see that it's catching fire with my friends on the other side of the aisle. Vote no on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the record, I supported the reinsurance bill last year. Had I listened to my, oh, we're on the amendment.
That is correct.
Please vote for the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L008, the motion before the body is the adoption of the visual representation of the effects of this act as being represented by 3 arrows that point in a never-ending loop, or the universal recycling symbol. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. And the amendment is lost. Is there any further discussion? Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the bill, thank my colleague from Monument allowing me to go ahead. So where I was, I should come down more often, then perhaps I would be able to keep track of things. But I did support the reinsurance bill last year. Had I listened to my colleague from Douglas County more closely, perhaps I would not have, but I doubt it. And I knew at the time that the funding was begged, borrowed, appropriated from money that had been designed to go elsewhere. So I knew we did not have a long-term solution here. I did think we would have more time before we had to address this again, like at least 1 more year. Now, the reinsurance bill from last year lowered the premiums for many families in my district. I have a very diverse district. So in my more rural parts of the district, I heard from them that their premiums went down. It was a wonderful thing. This afternoon, I have heard that probably other people in my district, the premiums went up. I have not heard from those people. So I'm just assuming that the senator from Douglas County has good facts based on the fact that is the business he's in. I do appreciate the sponsor's attempt to help the families that have these exorbitant health care rates, again, many of which are in my district. It was a lot more fun to explain to them that I was part of making their rates go down than it will be this next year to explain to them that, oh yeah, we made your rates go back up again should this bill not pass. However, and speaking to the financing of last year's bill, at best it was ill-advised that we go ahead with that bill based on how we were going to fund it. even if we hadn't had the COVID-related budget reset, we were going to be in trouble as early as next year. So 215, while very creative in trying to solve problems for even some of my constituents, is one that I cannot support, and I urge a no vote.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I gave him a warning. Yeah, members, it's kind of funny. When I was listening to the good senator from Parker, Colorado, go through the numbers, the history of reinsurance, who's helping or who's it hurting, the quantitative rationale behind not moving forward with this plan, it kind of reminded me of something from my third week in the General Assembly. And since this is my final week in the General Assembly, or 2 weeks, I'm going to ask for a little leeway to reminisce about a certain situation from 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I remember I was a rookie and I had a bill, and I was assigned to this committee called State Affairs. Didn't really know what that meant at the time, but I had a bill and I had spreadsheets, graphs, and I was lobbying the crap out of the bill at the time. At the time, I didn't have like the Jedi Knight powers to get out of State Affairs like I do now. And I remember just the members of the committee kind of smiling at me, almost like, well, isn't this quaint? He's got all his graphs and data and factual reasoning, not knowing that this bill is dead as a doornail. And I also remember the committee chair at the time used to walk by her car every morning, and she had a bumper sticker that said, "I love small business." And those are the two things I'm thinking about as I've heard the testimony today, is like I was then, I was kind of somewhat disillusioned at the time that with all the facts and reasoning in the world, nothing was going to happen because there's something called politics. I've kind of adapted since then, and I guess I've emotionally gotten through it, and I'm doing okay today. But I just want to emphasize that we can take a pause to review information that's been given to us. We can look at it and make a good decision for small business based on quantitative reasoning that our members are providing here. And I think small business is key to this. I feel like almost like an albatross situation here, where once again I'm talking about small business and the unique challenges they have in terms of access to capital or access to scale benefits like health insurance. We are once again here, in leaving aside the issues of certain aspects of this thing being bass-ackwards, where we're making it less affordable for the people who need affordability. But one thing we are for sure doing is making the plans that individuals and small group purchasers, we're making these products more expensive for them in the marketplace in general and on the exchange. And I don't understand that. I mean, I feel like I'm a broken record up here. I think I said this exact same thing, 3 months ago about a different bill, making insurance more expensive for the individual group market and small group market, which, by the way, used to be the cheapest insurance you could buy. Used to be the cheapest insurance you could buy. But times have changed. Times have changed in terms of how underwriting works. Times have changed in terms of all the avalanche of new mandates we put on this market. Meanwhile, like one of my colleagues mentioned, all the ERISA plans, which is the big part of the market, are exempt for everything we do down here. We just keep on piling on. I mean, if there's ever health insurance itself is so critical to every family. Why would someone innovate, become an entrepreneur, or start a company if they're going to be socked with disproportionately expensive insurance? It's actually kind of striking when I came here 6 years ago, how cheap the insurance was again, because going from a private plan to something that's self-insured here. I myself am at the end of my patience on the mistrust, or I should say the misunderstanding of the challenges of small business. Like as if like it doesn't matter. And besides small business being the domain of people who take risk, come up with an idea of a new product or service, it's also the domain of some of our most talented people, people that go invest years and years of education just to become a consultant of some type, or an engineer, architect, you name it. If you're having a little consulting firm, finance, accounting, whatever, 2, 3, 4 people, maybe you don't provide insurance. I can't remember now exactly what the requirements are for what provision of benefits a small business has, but the bottom line is if you want insurance, it's getting more expensive every year with every mandate we have for these plans. And the thing is, it's like a death by 1,000 cuts. You know, no one little thing seems that bad. It's kind of why I like, when you're looking at, not that it really happens that often, but let's say you're cutting a program at the state that's going to save taxpayers a nickel each, you're not going to find people mobilizing an event at the Capitol to support saving 5 cents. Small cut. Either way. Small Band-Aid, small cut. Same thing here. The little cuts, the little nicks. Costs just pile up year after year after year until it's not affordable anymore. And like I said this morning, maybe that's the goal. Maybe that's the goal. Maybe like we don't want some people to have credit. Maybe we don't want small businesses to be able to have health insurance. Maybe we want to make things so expensive for small business in general. It'd be risk, liability, health insurance, regulatory burdens, compliance issues, I don't know. But is that the goal, to make small business a bad place to be? So we all aggregate in big, huge organizations? If that's the goal, then I guess, count me as wrong about everything I said in the first part of my remarks. That means we know exactly what we're doing. But if it's not the goal, then I would urge, a certain degree of caution. Let's pull back. Let's take a few minutes to figure out what's going on here with the financials behind this proposal. Let's bring in industry experts a little bit more into the fold to hear what they have to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Coram, hold on one moment. We just need to wipe down the mic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was talking to the good senator from Monument, and he showed me his little prop that he had here, and it's totally understandable why your amendment failed, to me, because you have it turning to the right. And things seem to turn to the left a little more around here, and they do the right. So I think that's an honest mistake, and perhaps when you're here a few more years, you will learn that. I'm almost afraid to talk about insurance. And after I tell this story, I probably should be considered the good senator from Vail's best friend. A few years ago, I went to the insurance commissioner, and I was complaining about the cost of insurance in my district. And I said, we have to make some changes. And lo and behold, the commissioner agreed with me. So what happened was we made changes in western Colorado. There was a region that was basically, I believe, the good senator from Vail could, but it was Summit and Aspen, Vail, or Pitkin County. They were the highest insurance, I believe, in the nation at that time. So I was so convincing with the insurance commissioner that something needed to be done, she followed my advice. What happened? Summit and Pitkin County were added into my district, lowering their insurance rates. What did it do to the other 20 counties in the region? It raised their insurance. So you might understand why I'm a little bit apprehensive about talking about this today. But we're all talking about stories that mom and dad told us. My mom always said the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And I do believe we have the good intentions of helping the citizens of Colorado. I was a huge supporter of reinsurance, knowing that, one, it was a Band-Aid. It was short term. I had no idea things were going to get turned so fast. And so we're stuck here trying to solve a problem that may or may not help the citizens of my district. Talking to a young lady last year, she and her husband are 59 and a half years old, and they made just above the limit to get any help in the Affordable Care Act. Their insurance premium is $2,940 a month. Did you hear that? $2,940 a month with no assistance. So they have to make the decision. Do they go without insurance? Or do they pay their mortgage, their taxes, and things like that? So that's what we're dealing with here, and trying to resolve a problem that, in essence, if the good senator from Parker is correct, may make their situation even worse. So I'm thinking that we really need to do a timeout here. Timeout. And let's get the facts. Because I'm going to quote my father now. Figures don't lie, but liars figure. So somehow, I would truly like to get to what the real facts are. You know what? I think this issue is so important that perhaps, God forgive me for saying this, we need to take a long, hard look at this, and if need be, come back in a special session and give the right answer rather than the best guess. I would ask for a no vote as presented.
I think you were almost out of order there, but I'll let it slide. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We have perhaps an array of perspectives on what some of the really big important words we use around here mean. In my experience, rights are something that I or you have intrinsically, and you don't need to take something or something from another individual in order to have those rights. The rights inscribed in the Declaration of Independence and the founding documents of our country are life. I have a right to life. I have a right to liberty. And I have a right to the pursuit of happiness. Now, you could argue that the small business people, the job creators of Colorado, who are reaching out saying to us right now with regard to this bill, I will be negatively impacted if this bill is passed. And the workers of those small businesses who are saying, hey, the estimate is this is going to drive my insurance cost up by $450 per family. You could argue under the idea that rights are something that you are entitled to because it's a good thing to have. You could argue that we're impacting their rights. So I'm open to a robust discussion about the principle of what constitutes a right. And we can have an honest debate if we would choose to have an honest debate about whether or not health care is a human right. I think that's a good conversation to have. But that's not what this bill seeks to do. This bill doesn't say the Colorado General Assembly has considered this carefully and we, as a matter of public policy, choose to spend the tax dollars raised and paid by the people of Colorado to fulfill what we perceive to be a fundamental right. Now, I would engage that debate and challenge whether you can take something from someone to create a right for yourself or not. I think that's an honest and fair debate for us to have, but that's not what this bill does. This bill creates this gigantic apparatus that, in fact, will grow and grow until it runs out of the cash that it's raising in the effort to provide less expensive insurance to certain individuals. Now, if I could take us all back to where we began, and that is this conversation around reinsurance that you've heard from senators, Republican senators, where we have said, you know, certain members of my constituency, my specific district, have benefited from reinsurance. Others not so much. Some members of my district have been harmed. And that's kind of the tug and pull, the give and take. That's the policy conversation around reinsurance and whether you want to have that or not. But this bill has wandered far, far, far from that particular discussion. What we've found as drafted, and this bill has not been materially amended as it's moved through, what we found is that the 2.5% increase that will be paid, the premium, will be paid by individuals in a moment when they can least afford to do it. The National Federation of Independent Businesses, which represents 7,000 small businesses across the nation and several hundred here in Colorado. No, it has 300,000 members across the nation and 7,000 here in the state. So this is a substantial number of individuals who participate in this. They are in vigorous opposition to this because it creates a new tax. Now, again, keep in mind, the conversation's not even being allowed to be had that this is a new tax. Instead of saying we're going to create a statewide taxing district, we're going to raise taxes, and we're going to do this, we're going to use those taxes for this purpose. This bill creates a construct where it says it's an enterprise, and it's going to be, quite frankly, I suspect that will be challenged in court should this bill advance. But the NFIB says that this is a $100 million tax on the small businesses of Colorado at a time when they can least afford it. And then, of course, we all know the economic reality. Businesses don't pay taxes. Businesses simply pass through the expense that government puts upon them. That's the way businesses operate. They need to get a return on their capital in order to stay viable, to stay in business. And so they will pass on to their customers through higher prices, or to their employees through lower wages. They will, by necessity, pass on this additional cost that the state of Colorado is putting upon them. And so to run this game simply shifts the cost to other individuals. And it does it at a time when people are least able to manage that. NFIB is concerned that this approximately $450 fee per family will make healthcare less expensive or less affordable for them, and in fact might push many people out of the ability to provide or to access coverage. So the challenge is we start off with a great intention, and then we create an overly sophisticated, too smart by half construct that at the end of the day is going to, I think, challenge people in a way that we do not intend to do. It may, in fact, continue to extend the dearth of insurance coverage just in different areas because some folks will be forced out, pushed out, whereas we're trying to invite other people in to access to health care coverage. So appreciate your attention, Madam Chair. I urge opposition to Senate Bill 215, and I reserve the balance of my time for my actual comments, which I've been warming up and preparing for.
Senator Rankin.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I've heard a lot of discussion about reinsurance and sort of reiterated a lot of things that went on last year. And, you know, I said at the beginning, and I'll say again, this really is not about reinsurance, or it wasn't intended to be. It was about balancing the budget. But to the point of reinsurance, you know, when this came up in JBC, you know, it was a motion to defund reinsurance. That's the way it came up. It was a recommendation by the JBC staff to save $60 million of general fund money by defunding reinsurance, second year. So remember that reinsurance was only put in place for 2 years, and it was really an experiment to see how well it would work. And it's had some successes and some failures. Certainly the failure of some folks whose subsidy dropped so that they ended up paying more could be considered a failure. Although, you know, the facts are not all clear on that because they could in fact shop for insurance and do some other things. So, but the point is when this came up in JBC, I started getting emails. I started getting stories. Now, if this were a normal world, we would have committee meetings and we would have people come in and tell their stories. And we would have people come in here and say that my insurance rate dropped 50%. And I'm a small entrepreneur trying to get a business started, and I have a family. That class of people, just above Medicaid, above the subsidy, you know, was always what this was all about. It was always about trying to help people who were in a category where they were buying individual group insurance and their rates had gone up 16% a year. It was unaffordable. So we had people who were entrepreneurs trying to make a living, supporting their families, and we had an extremely high uninsured rate in western Colorado and in other parts of the state as well. So that's what it was all about. I first started thinking about this problem 6 or 7 years ago, looking at the disparity in rate structures. And just to remind you, we had 11 different regions. And those are an artificial construct, by the way. Some states have one geographic region. So we actually we had a bill, and we asked Department of Revenue to study the feasibility of converting our state to one geographic region. And they did that, and the result was that we shouldn't do it because rates on the Front Range would go up a little bit, 5%. Rates would have come down on the Western Slope 30 or 40%. So the idea was we should share the pain, you know, this is one Colorado. But that didn't work. Couldn't get a bill moving on that. So along comes reinsurance. And reinsurance was designed to drop that individual rate, which had grown much, much faster than the group rates over time, and it did drop 20%. But at the same time, we put in different structures for western Colorado, and those Region 9, which encompasses almost all of western Colorado and some of the other rural regions, those rates dropped further than the group rates on the Front Range. Sure, everybody's rate went up a little bit, but the people who were in the most trouble benefited the most. So if you really look at individual cases and the class of people who were benefited, you know, they were exactly the people who we wanted to help with that bill. There are other things, other slices, other bills that help other pieces of the health care problem. But that's not really, you know, that reinsurance program, we've heard it disparaged. I think, in fact, if you examine individual cases, it's done a lot of good. But that's not what the bill is. This bill is about balancing the budget, or was. And instead, today, it's a massive new commission with all sorts of vague duties. I'll read you now. The category 4 of spending on this thing says the enterprise shall allocate the remaining money, I don't know how much that is, probably a lot, for subsidies for state subsidized individual health coverage plans purchased by qualified individuals. Who's qualified? What's the state subsidized plan? What's that all about? It's about anything that we want it to be. It's about the public option, which has been hotly debated. It's about funding for our undocumented folks. It's about anything that it can be. So what we're doing here is creating the future of healthcare to be run by a commission, to be funded by a tax on insurance. Is that really what we need to do? Is that really what we need to do in the last week or two of the session? What we really need to do is balance the budget. What we really need to do is use this to just finance healthcare, perhaps extend it to help those folks whose subsidy was impacted negatively. But that's all we need to do. We don't need to we don't need to design the future of healthcare in Colorado with this bill. And that's what it's trying to do.
Senator Lundy.
I think I have an amendment at the desk.
It remains to be seen.
It's a phantom amendment at the moment. Did you want to?
So how about Minority Leader Holbert while we are chasing that down?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to step in for my colleague while we find that amendment. Well, here we go again. I have voted against enterprising things before, and I'm going to vote against it again. The title of this bill, a long one, needs maybe some deciphering for the people of Colorado who might be watching or listening in. This is a bill for an act concerning measures to address the affordability of health insurance. If I were drafting the bill, it would say concerning measures to address increasing the cost of health insurance for Coloradans to the benefit of a few. But generally, this is going to increase the cost of health insurance, in my opinion, for people who live in Colorado. Purchasing coverage on the individual market. Now, I voted against the reinsurance bill last year, and I would again, but I don't live on the western slope. And I do hear from people, and I appreciate the story from the senator from Vail. I've heard similar stories from the senator from Carbondale. The people who saw the rates went down, they were happy. Not so with the people whose rates went up, but they may not have known why, because rates go up. The idea that we save people money on health insurance is, I think, a stretch. But the title goes on to say, purchasing coverage on the individual market and connection therewith, establishing an enterprise That's such a great word. I mean, Star Trek fans will say, yeah, who's against the enterprise, right? Enterprise means government-owned business. And this body, this General Assembly, has voted many times to create enterprises. And when you understand what it is, enterprise doesn't sound so cool. A government-owned business to manage, administer a health insurance affordability fee. Wow, that sounds great. A fee to make health insurance more affordable. Wow. So I think a colleague said earlier, and I agree, what that means is making some people's insurance more affordable by making other people's insurance more expensive. So we're going to have a government-owned business created by this bill, Senate Bill 215. We're going to create a government-owned business to take money away from health insurance companies and companies that buy insurance from them, and put that money, which I consider a tax, we're going to put that money, huge amounts of money, into the control of a government-owned business that is outside the control of the people's representative legislature, the House and the Senate, because that's what happens when we create an enterprise, a government-owned business. We're saying that they, whoever they are, probably appointed, not elected by the people, those people over there, who the people really won't have much idea who they are, but those people over there are going to manage the money that we take away from health insurance companies and hospitals and group insurance policies. And the senator from Douglas County, my colleague from Douglas County, has said over and over again, if you'd like to see the line items in a policy, he can bring that in and show you. It's not absorbed anywhere. It's just a direct cost. It's just a direct cost in a group plan. So this government-owned business with little to no oversight from this legislature will have the power of this proposed law to take money away from health insurance companies, line item in the group policy, hard cost increase, take that money and redistribute it to other people who have insurance without oversight from the legislature, because that's what it means to enterprise something. So this government-owned business will administer a health insurance affordability fee, and I've started to use that three-letter word, not fee, but fax, a tax by any other name. Well, some people want to call this a fee. We won't call it a tax because, golly, if we called it a tax, we'd have to put it on the ballot and let the voters weigh in. So we'll call it a fee, or the supporters of the bill will call it a fee, assessed on certain health insurers, certain health insurers, and a special assessment on hospitals. So thank you, hospitals, for helping us through the COVID-19 crisis. Thanks, everybody who put their lives on the line to defend people who maybe contracted COVID-19, but the answer to make health insurance more affordable is to make hospitals charge more, to raise the cost at hospitals. What a great plan. Not at all. So we're going to give that government-owned business the authority through unelected people to administer a health insurance huge pool of money collected through a fee or a fax or a tax or whatever we call it, assessed on certain health insurers and a special assessment on hospitals. Again, make it cost more money when you go to the hospital. That's how we're making health insurance and health coverage more affordable for some people by making it more expensive for everybody else. To fund measures to reduce consumer costs for individual health coverage plans. It's the individual health coverage plans who are going to benefit from all this. Is that all? No. No. This bill, Senate Bill 215, also allows that huge pot of money to be used for other things. And golly, what's the difference between a tax and a fee? Well, a fee is collected for a specific purpose, and a tax is collected for general purpose. So if we're going to use it for more than supposedly cost shifting, some people's insurance will cost more and some people's hospital stays will cost more, so that some people will have lower individual health coverage plans, and then we're going to use some of that money for other purposes, golly, that's a tax. By definition, that's a tax. This bill is, in my opinion, the opposite work product of the one we had just prior, Senate Bill 217, the Law Enforcement Integrity Bill. That bill, the sponsors had a vision. They wanted to go in a particular direction, but they were willing to listen to the minority. They were willing to listen to the law enforcement community. And they said, oh, wait a minute, this isn't perfect. And it wasn't. So in committee and today, we adopted amendments, and we got a bill that is going to have strong bipartisan support. Maybe passes this chamber 35-0. I don't know. I can't speak for anybody else's vote. But what a great testimony to how this chamber could work. Then the next bill, Senate Bill 215, totally opposite. There have been discussions outside this chamber with health insurance companies, other stakeholders, and there's a better way to do this. Those of you who voted for reinsurance, my good friend from Carbondale led that effort for our caucus. There was a better way to do this, but we were told just before this bill got introduced, no. So now, those who are going to support this, I guess, you just hold your nose and pretend that all of this gobbledygook in the title makes sense. And what it gets boiled down to, you vote yes on this, if this bill becomes law, we're going to put an unelected group of people in charge of a government-owned business to take money away from health insurance companies, money away from hospitals. Where does that money come from? The people who have insurance and people who go to hospitals, who pay the bills there. You're taking money out of some people's pocket to put it into other people's pocket. And you're going to do that through a device called an enterprise, a government-owned business with almost no accountability to the elected legislature of the people of Colorado. This is wrong. This is wrong. But there's a better way. There's a better way. There's an amendment that my friend from Carbondale is working on that is a better way, but we're told, no, can't do that. Can't go down the good road that we went on 217. Nope, we just got to hold our nose and create yet another government-owned business so that there's more money being poured into some entity that has no accountability directly back to the taxpayers of Colorado. The only vote is no.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, at the end of this bill's journey, to the extent there is any end, should it pass, should it advance through both chambers, should the governor sign it, it's highly likely that a lawsuit will be filed to challenge the idea that this that is claimed to be an enterprise in pursuit of a fee is in fact nothing more than government in pursuit of a tax. So the question before us, and we do have an amendment pending, so instead of calling for a senatorial 5, I will frame up the amendment if it pleases the chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So Shakespeare spoke to this question.
Oh, wait a minute. You're starting with Shakespeare?
So much Shakespeare lately. So much Shakespeare.
So much Shakespeare.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Shakespeare framed up this question, is what's in a name? And he did it in a piece of theater that we all know to a greater or lesser extent, Romeo and Juliet, star-crossed lovers, youngsters at the time. This particular question and answer, is a tax or is a fee a tax, what is what, comes in the famous balcony scene. Juliet says, "O Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name. Or, if thou wilt not, be but sworn my love, and I'll no longer be a Capulet." Romeo says, as an aside, kind of under his breath, sotto voce, he says, "Shall I hear more, or shall I speak at this?" Juliet continues, "'Tis but thy name that is my enemy. Thou art thyself, though not a Montague." What's a Montague? It's not a hand, nor a foot, nor arm, nor face, nor any other part belonging to a man. "Oh," says Juliet, "be some other name." What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name, would it smell as sweet? So Romeo would, were he not Romeo called, retain that dear perfection which he owes without that title. "Romeo, doff thy name, and for that name which is no part of thee, take all myself." Now Gertrude Stein riffed on this later and said, "A rose is a rose is a rose," meaning it's inescapable. Regardless of the name, that which it is, it is. And I am confident that the attorney who argues this case before whatever case it is lodged in, or court it is lodged in, will start his or her arguments with Shakespeare in pursuit of the identification of whether it's a tax or a fee. It's pretty clear what we're pursuing here by sleight of hand and by subterfuge is a tax upon a certain class of people that we would then use to benefit another group of people. Not a fee that we're all familiar with. You jump on a toll road, you pay a fee to drive on the road. Do you pay the fee so someone else can drive on the road? No. You pay your portion of the cost of driving on that road. Taxes, on the other hand, have a broader and more disparate use, which looks much more like what the dollars raised and spent in this particular enterprise would be. So, what we will be offering to you here in 30 seconds, 90 seconds, 4 minutes, in a short while, is an amendment that seeks to get at this question, to create clarification before this body, and to put clarity into this legislation, should it become law, about exactly what we are doing.
Senator Lundin, would you permit another speaker while you're waiting for your amendment?
Madam Chair, should I not lose access to the floor, I would permit any other speaker, because I so respect and admire my colleagues and what they may have to say with regard to this matter.
Fantastic.
So I yield for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Senator Donovan. Oh, you were not waving at me? I apologize. I interrupted you for nothing. I thought there was another speaker lined up. I apologize.
We're interrupted, perhaps, a senatorial 5.
We will take a senatorial 5.
We'll take the break.
Senatorial 5. Senator Hill.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Colleagues, on February 5th of 2019, we received a note on our desk, a memorandum from the President of the Senate. I'll read this memorandum because it dealt with an issue that was really quite personal at the time and something that in all candor, we have not, we haven't dealt with here. I think this was a big change in how we've approached things in the Senate. This memorandum from the President says that Article 5, Section 31 of the Constitution, Colorado Constitution, provides that, quote, all bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose amendments as in the case of other bills. Now, we were told we were going to take a strict view of this, and it lays out some guidelines, which I'm happy to read here in a minute. But, colleagues, this 2 years ago was a political tool for shutting down a bill that folks didn't want to vote on. And it was after the fact, it was after bills were introduced. It became a hot issue. And in many of those conversations, many of you were in the room for some of these conversations. They were conversations at the microphone, they were conversations in the majority office, but they were conversations very clearly aimed at addressing this part of the Constitution. And Legal Services did some work on this. I know helped draft a memo. We went back and forth on this. But colleagues, the reality is, if you're going to adhere to this memo, you can't introduce Senate Bill 215 in any good faith. Not in the Senate. Not in the Senate, because this bill, spoken by the sponsors as well as by the opposition, is clearly designed to raise revenue. There's no way around it. The fiscal note says it. I mean, just a little bit of revenue, right? Only a couple $100 million. This bill raises revenue. So I'd love to hear from the sponsors how, in good faith, they can shoot down ideas about funding schools in Colorado using this memo from the President about starting bills in the House versus the Senate, and then at the end of session, when session should have been over a month ago, introduce a bill clearly raising revenue. I expect I won't be responded to because there's no one here to respond, and let's be honest, it seems folks are more interested in other things going on. But this is why folks don't trust politicians. Because you can't say one thing and then when it's convenient, ignore that from a position of power and do something else. In fact, I think that was exactly what this past bill was about. It was about accountability. And the lack of trust, unfortunately, we have created in our public institutions. Colleagues, I'd love an explanation about how, in good conscience, we can come out with formal policy saying that we don't introduce bills in the Senate that raise revenue, and then turn around and introduce Senate Bill 215, Senate Bill, started in the Senate, 215, that raises hundreds of millions of dollars in new revenue. Maybe I ask the sponsors to respond to that before I speak to some of the other issues.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 215? Senator Lundy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have been awaiting an amendment. I don't want to put any more pressure on the incredibly talented and hardworking staff than is already on them with me standing here acknowledging this. Are you comfortable with a short delay as we wait for that amendment to come to the desk?
Not at all. Let's take a senatorial 5.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L010?
Amendment L01 by Senator Lundin. Amend printed bill page.
Senator
5.
Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you to our pinch-hitting reader. Nice job. I move amendment to Senate Bill 215 L010.
To the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So if you get into the bill, the guts of the bill, the meat of the matter, the reality of what we've got going on here, you find those elements, the crux of the whole thing on page 8 and 9. It says the enterprise's powers and duties are. So what's this enterprise about? A, to assess and collect. B, to assess and collect. C, to allocate money. D, to issue revenue bonds. E, to hire people as you need to do this. F, to engage in outreach and let people know what's going on. And G, to adopt and amend rules and things around what you're doing. So let's go back to, other than the administrative functions, what does this enterprise do? It assesses and collects what? Taxes. So the reality is, this isn't an enterprise at all. And to call it an enterprise is fallacious. It's mistaken. It's wrong-headed. And so what this amendment would do is everywhere in the bill where the word enterprise appears, you strike enterprise and you get honest. You tell the truth about what's going on. You substitute the words statewide taxing district, because that's what the bill creates, not an enterprise. In fact, because that would smell not as sweet, but perhaps foul. It's in fact a statewide taxing district. So that is the purpose of this amendment, to bring light and truth and transparency to this bill. I urge your support, members, of Senate Bill 215, Amendment L010.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L010? Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd ask for a no vote on this amendment.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L010. A division has been called.
It has much more resonance when no one's here.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Cindy, do you have a copy of the
Here you go.
Can you count? I can count.
I can count to 10. If I pull my boots up, I can make it to 20. You're the one who left that there. 10. So you know on Panorama, when you're taking a panoramic picture with your iPhone, you know how to do that? So it takes a big horizontal horizon. If you have a person stand over on this side, and you start taking the picture, and they run around behind you and stand in on this side by the time you do it, same person, twice. So I'm going to pull one of those out. You've got to count me right here, and then I'm going to run it back and count behind you. Oh, I guess I should run behind. Yeah, no. No, it's better because that's exactly the way it should be. I should run behind you.
We're good to go, Rachel.
We're almost here.
A division has been requested. All of those. A division has been requested. All of those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is for the adoption of Amendment L010. All of those in favor, please stand.
Truth and honesty in government. Government. It just strikes enterprise and replaces with statewide taxing district. Hi, Ray. Ray is standing up. Actually, we don't.
I believe he's doing both. Please be seated. All of those opposed to adopting Amendment L010, please stand. That amendment is lost. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 215? Senator Smallwood?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, thank you. And look, I know you've been listening to testimony for a long time. We're talking about a 27-page bill that is a couple of $100 grand short of $1 billion of taxpayer money. Okay? So I understand that people don't want to sit here, people want to leave the room and do other things. This isn't a principled discussion with a $20,000 fiscal note. Okay, we're talking nearly $1 billion. So a couple items that I want to bring up. First of all, I want to commend the senator from Commerce City's definition of the family glitch because it was pretty good. I don't think it emphasizes the problem enough, nor how many people are in the family glitch, nor, remember my question had 3 parts. What is the family glitch? How will this bill address it? And how much will it address it? How many people are we actually going to help who are in the family glitch? Because this is a point that keeps coming up. This is how we're going to help make healthcare more affordable, or health insurance more affordable for Coloradans, is we're going to fix the family glitch. Okay? So the way the Affordable Care Act was set up was that if you are offered from your employer good, I use that term in quotes because the government defined what good is using actuarial tables. If your employer is offering you good health insurance and they're offering you affordable health insurance, because unlike any of us geniuses here at the Capitol, the federal government actually defined affordability. It's a number that you can attach to one's income that says if you have to pay more than this, the coverage is unaffordable. If you're paying less than that, the coverage is affordable. So what happens to so many workers in our state is, think of, let's say, a 2-parent household with children, but only one parent works. Okay? So that one parent, let's say, has a great job, and they make pretty good money. So much so
that the other parent has the ability to stay at home, or that's a choice that they make. And let's say that family has a number of kids. This is the way the Affordable Care Act set it up, is that if that family, let's say with one working parent, makes $60,000 a year, and the health insurance cost for the family is $60,000 a year through the employer, hypothetically. Okay, so the family makes $60,000, to cover the family, and health insurance costs $60,000. Because the one working parent has good and affordable coverage offered to them, it is deemed that the entire family has affordable coverage. And the real world examples that we deal with all the time is maybe not $60,000 of premium, but regularly $20,000 of premium, $25,000 of premium. Health insurance, especially for people in these older age brackets, can get really, really expensive. The family glitch is real. It is one of the fatal flaws of the Affordable Care Act. And the federal government hasn't fixed it. They didn't fix it under Democrats. They didn't fix it under Republicans. I don't know that they're ever going to fix it. Okay? So this bill purports to fix the family glitch, which to me, I mean, it'd be funny if we weren't talking about such a serious topic. The fact that nobody has come out to say how many Coloradans are in the family glitch. Okay, I heard a number of 40,000, which I think is an absolute joke. You're telling me that of 5.5 million people in our state, and all of the families where one parent works and the other parent doesn't, plus all of their kids, total, we're talking about 40,000 people? I would say conservatively double that number, maybe triple that number. But here's what you should be asking colleagues, especially those on the Finance Committee. Where's the data? If we're going to purport to fix a problem, don't you think we need to know how many people have the problem? And once we know that they have the problem, let's say in my example, family of 5, making 40 grand a year, the premiums are 20 grand a year. How many of you think that's affordable? If your family's making 40 grand and your health insurance premiums to cover your family costs 20 grand. I know who. Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. They say that's perfectly affordable, okay? So let's use my example. It's $20,000. How many people times $20,000 is it going to take to fix this problem, and where is the money in this bill to do it? Where is it line itemed in the bill that says folks that are experiencing the family glitch as defined like this, because the senator from Commerce City was able to define it, I'm able to define it, why don't we define it in the bill? And once it's defined in the bill, then we will say that we are going to allocate this amount of money of $326 million to actually help those people. And what are we going to give them? A 10% reduction in their premiums? A 20% reduction? 50%? Until the money is gone? Colleagues, even if we said stuff like that, at least I could live with the language in the bill, because we're identifying the problem and attaching some sort of solution to it. Do you know what this bill says? Page 13, line 21. Fourth, right, because we already decided that 3 things are more important than the family glitch. Fourth, up to 10% of the total amount of revenues collected or deposited into the fund in the applicable years to carriers to reduce the cost of individual health plans
for individuals who purchase an individual health benefit plan on the exchange and receive the premium tax credit. I'm hoping that's what you meant by the family glitch. Doesn't seem like it because it's not addressing group coverage. But let's say it is, hypothetically, because the bill, not surprisingly, doesn't tell us. Let's say it is. The bill says up to 10%. Up to 10% of 140 million would be 14 million. What if the commission decides, you know what, we like 1% this year? Or reinsurance has gone totally haywire, we'd like 0%. The bill clearly allows them to do that. It's up to 10%. But the most you're going to put into it when these incorrect projections come out is $14 million. So who's done the arithmetic? How far does $14 million go to fix the family glitch? How many people are we helping? By how much? So let's say, hey, you know, Senator from Douglas County, that's not where we were addressing the family glitch. It kind of sounds like it, but that's not it. It's actually under Section B, $15 million for subsidies for state-subsidized individual health coverage plans purchased by qualified individuals. Colleagues, we're just talking about the family glitch and group insurance. You work for somebody, they cover you, but they don't cover your spouse or your kids, therefore it's ridiculously expensive. That's group coverage. That's not individual coverage. A, 3% administrative costs. B, subsidized for people buying individual health coverage. C, stuff going to the reinsurance. D, again, people buying individual coverage. Guess what? There is no E, F, G, H. We got four things that we're covering. None of them address the family glitch. So you come to the Finance Committee and you say, we're here to fix the family glitch. And then you write a bill that has absolutely nothing to do with the family glitch, as if you don't know what the family glitch is. Or just wanted to say that you're going to fix it, but then don't fix it. How does this fix the family glitch? How many people are we dealing with? How much money? How much are we going to lower their rates? We keep breaking out in this bill separate buckets of money for people who are receiving subsidies on the exchange and for qualified individuals that don't. Do you know what the difference between the two of those are? What is their status as a citizen? That's the difference. That's the difference. We have one pool of money that only U.S. citizens can access. Therefore, the writers of this bill said we need a second bucket of money to cover non-citizens. And I'm not saying I have a problem with that. I just want to know why we're not having the conversation. How much is going to refugees? How much is going to asylum seekers? How much is going to folks that are visiting here on student visas? How many people are here as permanent residents or on work visas? And how much are just undocumented persons? Okay? We've got a lot of categories under non-citizens. Do we not care how we're going to divide that money up and how much the refugees get versus those folks that are here on a work visa or the asylum seekers? Or are we just so confident that when this commission is built, they're going to make all of the right decisions exactly the way the proponents wanted this to be? And I don't know the answer, but I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear what, I might totally agree with you
to say, hey, look, we don't do enough for refugees and asylum seekers in this country. I can see getting behind that. How much is going towards them? How many are there in our state? How much does it cost for them to get health insurance? And how much are we going to support them? Again, nowhere in the bill. Colleagues, a lot of these are probably very good ideas, but we need time to build a bill that actually goes through and defines these things. Because right now, who knows if we should vote yes or no? If we're setting aside money for non-citizens, and let's say the board decides that $0 goes to undocumented persons, zero, they don't get a penny. Is everybody going to be okay with that? And if they are, then why did we line item out in the bill anyways? Is this strictly for refugees? Is this strictly for asylum seekers? Who's going to make these decisions? We've just found out we have a finite amount of money in the state. If we're going to be appropriating it, don't you want to be part of the process? Don't you as legislators want to know where that money is going? If you're in front of a group of asylum seekers, don't you want to say, hey, I helped pass a bill that's going to put $2.7 million towards your health care? Wouldn't that be important? But nope, we're going to leave it all up to a board. I appreciate the comments from the senator from Denver. I don't see her, but we've got a board that's going to make all these decisions because we don't want to make these decisions as a legislative body. We want whoever is the governor 10 years from now, we want that person to make all of these decisions on how to spend $1 billion of taxpayer money. Some person that we have no idea who it is right now. But I guarantee they are. And how do we know that? Because if you go to page 16 and look at line 10, we talk about the Health Insurance Affordability Board, the creation of the board. Okay? And colleagues, before we get into the details of the board, can I just remind everybody that we have already had 4 different task force healthcare containment panels convened by multiple governors, Republican and Democrat, to come as a nonpartisan group to give recommendations to the state as to how we can save money. Started with the 208 Commission, and they provided a report in 2008. Then we moved into, I want to make sure I get the wording right on this, the Colorado Commission on Affordable Health Care. Anybody heard of that? Colorado Commission on Affordable Health Care. They came, testified in committee my first year, 2017. Senator knows what it is. Okay? So, Governor John Hickenlooper, I don't know if you've heard of him, Democrat, okay, convenes the Colorado Commission on Affordable Health Care. Now, I don't necessarily want to say that the folks on this panel are any less qualified than any of us here in this body, but we've got somebody on the body on the commission that understands consumers with chronic medical conditions, a physician who's not employed by a hospital, somebody representing large self-insured businesses, all the ERISA plans. By the way, they're the ones that don't pay any money into this bill. A healthcare economist, okay? Not a lot of us in the room. Somebody representing licensed health insurance producers. An organization representing consumers. PhD from Pueblo with expertise in public health, the provisions of healthcare to populations with low incomes and significant healthcare needs. Somebody representing small business. Somebody representing hospitals, statewide hospital associations, plus all of the ex officio members as well. MD, MD, MBA, BSN, RN, okay? Now, alphabet soup might get people caught up at some point, but I would say these are fairly qualified individuals appointed by Governor John Hickenlooper. And their agenda, their legislative charge, 2015, 2016, 2017, come to the governor, come to the state legislators, tell us and them what we need to do around affordable health care. Quick show of hands, how many of you have read that? It's only 98 pages. Light reading, okay? Well, sadly, in preparation for this, I read it. Guess how often they talk about reinsurance? Close, once, for prescription drugs. Nothing to do with covering people's health care premiums. Okay? Not a recommendation. So what are we saying? The commission in 2015, 2016, 2017, they just missed it. It's the best idea. It's an $800 million idea. They didn't get it right. 4 years worth of reports coming from experts. Not once do they mention reinsurance. How often do they mention stepping in to provide subsidies to fix the family glitch? Okay, family glitch has been around since Obamacare has been around. Okay, the last report on this was in 2017. When did they talk about this in the study? Nope. Virtually everything that's in Senate Bill 215, we're going to tax hundreds of thousands of Coloradans, hundreds of dollars each. We're going to have this massive pool of money available, and we're going to apply none of it the way the experts said we should. Not a nickel. I don't know about you. That doesn't sound like a really good idea. If we've got all this money, if you're going to tax our people to death, maybe we should put it towards some of these other things. Senator from Fort Collins has 3 or 4 times. Bills that she ran are in these reports. But guess what? They didn't cost $800 million. I was apoplectic when they spent $3 million, not $3. Is this really the way that we want to try to fix healthcare in our state? This one giant swing for the fence billion-dollar program, and we're going to adopt not a single sentence from what any of the experts had said in 4 years of reports that came out from governors. Not a nickel. But since this board is going to know way more than we as lawmakers, I'd like to talk about the board. They're going to be managing hundreds of millions of dollars of our taxpayers' money, new tax money. So what is the board going to look like? Well, we heard in committee that the board is going to have 9 members. Okay? Hard to divide a lot of this stuff into 9. And this is where I was really hoping that my colleagues would step up to provide some ideas on what this board should look like. Because here's what we have so far. The executive director of the exchange. Okay? So, well, it's probably a good thing. The commissioner's designee. So we have the Division of Insurance represented and currently Connect for Health. And now we have 7 members. Okay? So guess who they're appointed by? The first one, we already know who hired the executive director of Connect for Health. I would assume that the commissioner is going to be of the party that is appointed by the governor. I don't know historically, I've only been tracking this for a few decades,
how often commissioners of insurance were appointed that were of an opposite party. I'm sure it might have happened. It doesn't seem like it's normal. The other 7, they just come right out and say it. They're going to be appointed by the governor with the consent of the Senate. So we're going to have 1 member who is employed by a carrier, 1 member who's a representative of a statewide association of health benefit plans, 1 member representing primary care health care providers who does not represent a carrier. So I'm assuming you don't want somebody who's representing Kaiser and then somebody else who's also a doctor that works exclusively to see Kaiser patients. 2 members who are consumers of health care, but who are not representatives or employees of a hospital, carrier, or other health care entity. 1 member who represents a health advocacy organization, and 1 member who is a representative of business that purchases or otherwise provides health insurance for its employees. This feels like a fairly homogeneous population to me. All appointed by the governor, plus the commissioner of insurance and the head of Connect for Health. What kind of diversity of ideas are we going to hear in that commission when basically everybody is serving at the pleasure of the governor? Meaning, so often on these healthcare task forces and that type of thing that I've been a part of, 1 member from a minority party, 1 member from the majority party, some member appointed by the speaker, some member appointed by the minority leader of the House. Why do we do that? Because the ruling party wants to? Exactly, because they want to. They're writing the laws. They can build them however they want. They could stack the deck, but that's not what we see in these healthcare task forces. They want to see diversity of ideas. This has none of that. Okay? Now, to make things more difficult, and I appreciate the bill sponsors' work on this because it made it marginally better. It changed it from the membership of the board must reflect this exact diversity to where they now shall reflect the diversity. So it turned it from a must into a shall. So we've already talked about the 9 members of this board. Here's what they need to reflect diversity in: race, ethnicity, immigration status, income, wealth, ability, and geography. Okay? We've got 9 members that need to reflect diversity in these 7 categories. So I ask you, colleagues, if you've got a 9-person board and you have to reflect the diversity in regards to, let's say, immigration status, because that's an easy one, okay? Immigration status, we all know what they are, right? U.S. citizen, permanent resident, undocumented person, refugees, asylum seekers, okay? We need to, on this 9-person board, reflect the immigration status of the state of Colorado. So of 9 people, how many U.S. citizens do we need to have? I don't know. Who's got this U.S. Census Bureau? How many undocumented persons need to be on the board to accurately reflect diversity? And are they going to want to serve? And do they meet these other criteria? I don't know that they do. How many asylum seekers represent health advocacy organizations? I don't know. But we've got to do it. We've got to build a 9-person board. We've got to have a 9-person board that reflects diversity of income. So across the 9 people that we talked about, because we've got to take kind of the commissioner of insurance and the head of the Connect for Health, I guess, can we find out how much they make and use that as maybe one income band? And then everybody else, I'm assuming that they make more than most people in the state of Colorado. That's just an assumption.
So does that mean that the other 7 people of the board need to make much less money than the Commissioner of Insurance? Way less? Do they need to be unemployed? Because the other criteria says they can't be unemployed. And the senator from Vail asked me not to pick on millionaires and billionaires, but there are some in our state. Do they need to be represented out of the rest of these 7? And what's the income thresholds that we're using? And income, as we talked about in committee, income's fairly easy, kind of. If you've got a tax return, you can kind of tell how much somebody made. Maybe you have these board appointees submit their last 3 years of tax return. But here's where whoever appoints these board members is going to fail in the legislative charge. They have to reflect diversity of wealth. How is wealth defined in our state? I can only think of one way, which is net assets. Take everything you have minus everything you owe. The example I used in committee is, what do we do with a person who has made hundreds of millions of dollars their whole life? They own colossal properties across the globe. But for whatever reason, they haven't generated any income in the last 3 years. I would still call these folks wealthy. If you own hundreds of millions of dollars of property across the globe, I would say you're exceedingly wealthy. So in putting together the board, is the governor going to require not only tax returns, but some sort of personal financial disclosure that talks about everything that they may own? And if one of these board appointees is really serious about getting on the board, what happens if she takes the money and puts it into her husband's trust? Or he takes the money and puts it into their children's trust? At what point in time does that person's wealth not count any longer as criteria for being part of the board? Colleagues, you're about to vote on the bill. It says exactly what the governor needs to make sure is reflected in diversity. Income, wealth, immigration status, ability. I'm assuming we're talking about persons with disabilities or not. So do we need to have somebody represented who is a person with disabilities? And how do we factor that in with the other 7? What if they don't happen? What happens if we are not able, the governor is not able to find a person with disability that meets any of these other criteria? We're just going to not accurately represent the diversity in the state of Colorado? What happens if all of the best candidates are of one particular race, let's say? Does that mean you have to say, nope, sorry, state of Colorado is, let's say, I'll make up a number, 60% white. Therefore, the board has to be 60% white. Who does this? This is nonsensical. This is insanity. Why wouldn't you just have a sentence that says, the governor should strive to reflect diversity of the state of Colorado? I'd support that. We wouldn't be talking about it. And colleagues, I'm not bringing this up for the first time. We talked about this in committee. This is a problem. You don't build a good board by shoehorning all of these people into a one-paragraph, impossible definition. And nobody brought an amendment that says, look, why doesn't the governor strive to create a board that reflects the diversity of the state of Colorado? I can get behind that. Enthusiastic yes on that part. The last piece is geography. So, how many times have we heard in this room that an appointee to a board or commission does not accurately reflect the geography of the state of Colorado? How often have we heard that? I did last week here. We've got to have a certain number of people representing different parts of the state. What does that mean? We've got 7 people. Okay? Because, again, it's not defined here. So if there's nobody that you find that meets these other criteria who resides west of I-25, for example, what do we do? What does the governor do besides be clearly in violation of the law that we just wrote? If you really want these things in as your board, let me make a few recommendations to you. First of all, you can't have a 9-person board. You might not even be able to have a 19-person board. But you've got to have a lot more people. If you truly mean what you say, that you want the board to reflect the diversity across the state, you can't limit it to 9 people who are potentially puppets of whoever the party in control is. And I'm careful in how I say that, because this bill could be everlasting, okay? We may not always live in a world where the Democrats control everything, okay? And you got to be comfortable living in a world where Republicans now control everything. And are you going to be okay with this language? I'm not. So you've got to have a lot more people, and you've got to be way more clear in how you define these things. Just like we do for other boards and task forces. How many people do you want representing the West Slope? How many people do you want representing the Eastern Plains? How many people do you want representing mountain or resort communities or urban areas, maybe defined by density of population, not of mindset? Last thing I'd like to talk about, colleagues, is really the process for this. And this has been frustrating for me. And candidly, I think whether one's in the minority or one's in the majority, respect for the process matters. And I fully understand that it very well may be an individual's decision as to what the process is. But let me give you an idea of how I was introduced to the process. Okay? You probably don't remember Senate Bill 3 in 2017. One of my very first bills as a lawmaker. So I bring that bill in front of the Finance Committee. There is a senator there named Lois Court. I don't know, Madam Chair, am I supposed to refer to Senator Court as the former senator from District 16 or 16?
You probably could say the good senator
31?
from Denver.
The good senator, former senator, senator forever from District 31 before the current senator. I showed up as a rookie lawmaker into that committee. Guess what the very first question that Senator Court asked me was? What, Senator Smallwood, welcome. Can you please go through the stakeholdering process that you went through for Senate Bill 3?
Although you did just refer to yourself in the wells.
Senator from Douglas County. What was your stakeholdering process? That's the first thing she asked me. I'll remember till the day I died. Because my stakeholdering process was talking to the business community, the health plans, a gazillion patients, but I did not talk specifically with the organization that represented health insurance purchasers. Guess who lit me up for that in that committee? And I don't think she was doing it to be mean, and I don't think she was picking on me for being a rookie. I truly think the senator from District 31, not speaking for her, this was the impression I walked away with, she felt that stakeholdering was important.
that stakeholdering mattered. And that it's something that if you want to put forth a good piece of legislation, a lawmaker should do. That's the impression that I got. And boy, she worded it in a way that I won't ever forget it. Now, we compare and contrast that to the last 18 months of being in this building. And what I hear from senators when I, respectfully to Senator Court, ask the same question: what was your stakeholdering process like? I hear things like, you know, Senator from Douglas County, there's no rule around stakeholdering. There's no law around stakeholdering. Sometimes we stakeholder, sometimes we don't. We're elected officials. We make the decisions as to who gets communicated to and how. Or, what I've heard is, thank you, Senator from Douglas County, for the question. I didn't do any stakeholdering because this is where I do my stakeholdering, here in the first committee meeting, because everybody is invited in and can provide public testimony, and we can debate things back and forth. Senator from Denver told me that. As I thought about it, I was like, you know what? She's right. She was elected. She can do things however she wants to do it. If you're going to have a first committee hearing and a second committee hearing and then go to the floor, we have all kinds of opportunities. Guess what we don't have today? Packed committee rooms filled full of people who are comfortable coming to the Capitol to testify about an important bill. We're talking about spending $800 million of taxpayer money. Do you want to guess how many people came to the Finance Committee to testify? $800 million. Any guesses on how many people were there? How many were here? 4? 4? 5? Almost $1 billion. We're in an empty room. Now, why is it an empty room? Is it because nobody cares in our state? Or is it because I'm speaking to you while wearing a mask, which hopefully isn't slipping down this time, so I don't get more angry voicemails, behind a plexiglass, behind all of my colleagues sitting apart from each other, several on a screen, rightfully concerned for their health. So if we say, you know what, we do our stakeholdering here in these committee meetings, right? Because the public can come in. You know what I heard from stakeholders? Here's what I heard. We weren't contacted at all about anything, ever. Nobody told us anything. We saw the bill a day ago, or 2 days ago, or over the weekend, and now here we are on a Monday or Tuesday. So again, I don't disagree with those lawmakers who say, I was elected. I do my stakeholdering here in the first committee meeting. Deal with it, Senator from Douglas County. But on what is hopefully the tail end of a pandemic, hopefully, do any of us feel that that's right? Does that not feel icky to anybody to be debating an $800 million bill in front of 5 people? And that is a little bit hyperbolic. I don't remember exactly how many were in the room, but I think 5 testified. Okay? In any normal year, that room would have been packed. Packed with business owners, packed with insurance purchasers, packed with health plan people, packed with brokers. But this was dropped so late with so little notice. And again, I'm not blaming the sponsors, right? I mean, yeah, it feels a little cloak and dagger, but I don't think that that's truly their intent. But what I'm asking you is this the right way to put through a piece of legislation this colossal? Or should we slow things down, spend time in an interim committee, and really discuss how to spend nearly $1 billion of taxpayer money? I'm not going to try to tell anybody how to stakehold. I think you should do it however you feel it's appropriate. But I will tell you, this did not feel good, and anybody who was in that committee room, I would assume, shares my opinion with that. It just didn't feel good. So again, Madam Chair, thank you again for being gracious with the time. It's a big bill. It's an expensive bill. I think it's a poorly thought through bill. I think we need a lot more time to go through this in detail. Let's work on this together. Let's work on this collaboratively. Let's bring all of the interests in so that we can put a good bill together that will truly help deal with affordability in healthcare and health insurance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We do have a quick little announcement for the next speaker. The pizza will be here for all the senators in the chamber very shortly, and I believe it will be served in the antechamber. Senator Rankin.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. So we've had a lot of debate. We've talked about whether the insurance program itself is any good. I'll reiterate that we ought to be worried about balancing the budget. We are in really big trouble in the state because we have years of recovery ahead of us. It's not time nor the place to be inventing a new billion-dollar program. So, but there are some things that we can do. It looks like we're not going to be able to compromise on the things that I feel we should not be doing, like the commission, like inventing new spending avenues. But I would like to offer one amendment which at least equalizes the fee on the insurance that's going to be taxed, feed. So I offer Amendment L014. You don't. I have the packet here.
There is an amendment on the desk.
So this is a simple bill.
Hold on one moment. Let's have the amendment read. Will the clerk please read Amendment L014?
Amendment L014.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L014 to Senate Bill 215.
Great, to the amendment.
So what this does is strike the current rates and add 1 3/4 for the rates that will be charged or taxed or feed or whatever to both nonprofits and profit insurance.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L014? Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I request a senatorial 5.
We will stand in a senatorial 5. Senators, we were discussing Amendment L014. Is there any further discussion of Amendment L014? Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the proposed amendment before you, to be clear and to recap and bring us all back, equalizes the rate, the tax that will be paid by nonprofit and for-profit insurance companies. Currently, the nonprofits are at 1% and the for-profits are at 2.5%. The amendment says, you know, let's split the baby. Let's take it at 1 3/4 for all. The challenge is it eliminates a tell. The tell here is this about an ever-increasing cycle of ever-increasing costs where government subsidizes and then taxes the providers so that they can afford to pay the government, so that they can raise or subsidize individuals, so they can pay the higher rate that the providers are required to charge, et cetera. It's easier to do that, drive that vicious cycle forward, if in fact you've got the for-profits engaged, because there's a 2.5% rate there. They have potentially greater access to the ability to pass that on, raise the cost, and keep this vicious cycle of expansive government growth going. So the amendment takes that tell off. It says simply, you know what, let's just make it flat across. And so I think it's beneficial, and I would quite frankly be surprised if the sponsors accept it, because then they give away part of the motivation and they lose, or we would lose, the visibility to see the tell, poker term, reading your opponent. We would lose visibility of the tell that this is about an ever-expanding cycle of growing government in this particular space. So I urge the support of the amendment, and I hope my colleagues would come along with that, and let's just get this tell off the table and at least clean up that piece of the conversation in question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. I'm going to encourage a no vote on L014. The reality is this would be a reduction in what for-profit health insurance carriers are currently paying, and would almost double the contribution of nonprofit carriers. So I request a no vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L014. Excuse me, Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was curious of the bill sponsor, not to drag him back up here, but did I miss the rationale as to why a nonprofit pays different than for-profit? They're both making gross margin, just different capital structures.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the Senator from Centennial. I'm not sure how much I can answer your question other than to say that that's what the current structure is at the federal level for the health insurance tax.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L014. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have an amendment.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L012?
Amendment L012, Senate Bill
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L012 just ensures that the entire state is represented, and if you look at the bill on page 17, line 16, after geography, insert, the governor shall appoint one member from each congressional district in the state and shall ensure at least one member resides on the eastern plains and one member resides on the western slope. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L012? Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We consider this a friendly amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. This is quite the strategy. We know the governor hates rural Colorado. Are you trying to get him to veto this bill just so we don't have representation? That is liable to cause a veto, but thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L012. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 215? Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's been a long afternoon into the evening hours here. But I think it's, quite frankly, worth spending a few hours to discuss essentially a $1 billion expansion in the state government. That's basically what this is. We've just taken a $32 billion enterprise, or prior to the policy response to the coronavirus, it was a $32 billion enterprise, and tacked another $1 billion onto that enterprise. If you're going to call it an enterprise, let's call state government an enterprise, because that seems to be what we're calling everything these days. So I just want to put a signpost out that this bill, 215, dear taxpayers, dear people of Colorado, is a $1 billion expansion in the government apparatus of the state of Colorado. To see it any other way would be a mistake. So let's take this parenthetical moment to acknowledge the substantial nature of what this is about. So should you, as you apparently do if you support this bill, believe in expanding government by that, have at it. But I think that, in fact, if we wanted to deal with a specific insurance matter, which is what we all said we were trying to address when we started this conversation, it could be done at far lower expense without the creation of an additional enterprise and an additional element that essentially over time becomes a department of state government, called by a different name, run in a slightly different way, but it is in fact just that. It's a $1 billion expansion in the government of the state of Colorado. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, let's just be clear about what we're really doing here. We ought to be balancing a budget. We ought to be worried about the cost of health care. This is neither. This is an opportunistic addition to a bill that should have been required to balance the budget, which sets up a major enterprise going forward, which is much bigger than anything like the public option, which was debated for over a year and withdrawn. It's bigger than the Office of Saving Money on whatever. It's bigger than all of that stuff. You know, this is a fundamental change in the state's approach to paying people's insurance bills for health care. We don't even know. We haven't even talked about what it really is. The language is so vague as to be meaningless. Which sets up a commission that says it can do anything. You know, this does not get at the real problem of the cost of health care. It doesn't get at the problem. In fact, it exacerbates the problem of balancing our budget. Believe me, colleagues, we have several really difficult years ahead of us. This is not the time to be creating a $1 billion enterprise to dictate how other people will procure health care. I ask for your no vote. This is just the wrong time, the wrong place, and the wrong funding.
Hold on one moment. We need to clean off the microphone. Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Probably no surprise asking for a no vote on Senate Bill 215. As I discussed when I came up and spoke to the bill earlier, it seeks to create yet another enterprise. If you read our state constitution, it allows the legislature to do that by a simple majority vote of both chambers and the signature of the governor, or at least not the veto of the governor. People have asked me in my 10 years in the legislature about different enterprises. The most common complaint that I hear about enterprises, why did you guys authorize more toll lanes? And I explained we didn't. The legislature before I got there created an enterprise at CDOT, created 2 of them in the faster bill. And unelected people, mostly unknown to the public, make the decision on where toll lanes go. And there's another enterprise at CDOT that has a lot of influence on what bridges or overpasses get built. We have an enterprise that manages the hospital provider fee, and huge sums of money are managed by people who are not elected, and the public thinks that that's us. Well, it's us because we're the ones who vote to create enterprises. I don't know that I've ever voted for one, but I'm not going to vote for this one. What we do is we cede our power. We give that power away. Our branch is supposed to be a co-equal branch with the executive branch and the judicial branch. But during the COVID-19 shutdown, our branch was silenced. Well, here we are, we're back. What's one of the first things we're going to do? Cede power, give power away from the people's legislature. They'll come back at some point. I'm confident we'll have constituents who want to come back and hold us accountable. Why are my health insurance rates going up? Where is all this money going? What is this group, this enterprise that has control of so much money? Why are you allocating money to it? And the answer is, we won't be. If this enterprise exists, we're saying, you guys take care of that money, and we'll give up our control over it. I've expressed my frustration with the governor's decision to allocate the CARES Act funding. And it took the voice of the people and the control, the oversight of the citizens' legislature to have influence over that money. Those who are going to vote for this bill are voting to cede power and give unelected people control over that money. Again. Members, I appreciate the debate this afternoon, and members of the Minority Caucus, thank you for being engaged in this important bill. I appreciate your efforts to try to represent the people of Colorado and to represent the interests of the legislative branch. But being in the minority, we can see the writing on the wall. I predict a 19 yes vote, 19 yes and 16 no. Why? Well, there's 19 members of the majority and 16 members of the minority. And the magic number in this room is 18. Whatever 18 or more agree to do, that's what happens. I'll be one who says no to Senate Bill 215 and ask that you join me in that. Don't cede power from this branch. Don't build this new bucket of money that the people's elected representatives and senators won't control. Don't do that, please. Vote no on Senate Bill 215.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 215. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the body is to rise and report. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will rise and report.
The Senate will come back to order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met, and we've had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee will hold Biggs leave report as having consideration of the following test bills being second reading thereof. Makes following recommendations to run Senate Bill 212 as amended, Senate Bill 205 as amended, Senate Bill 217 as amended, Senate Bill 215 as amended, pass second reading order, gross place calendar for their ring of final passage.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment 001 to the Committee of the Whole?
Committee of the Whole Amendment 001, Senate Bill 215. Senator Rankin moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Rankin Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
To the amendment.
So, this amendment simply says we go back to the amendment that I offered at the beginning, which is what we ought to be doing here, which simply funds with a new source the reinsurance program and lets us get closer, but not there, to balancing the budget. So I hope we all really understand what we're just doing here. You know, what is it we're doing? You know, this is a fundamental reshaping of the state's approach to how we fund health care. It's bigger than the public option by far. It's undefined. It goes on for years. It's very partisan. It has no stakeholder input to speak of, as we normally do with all of big bills that affect big systems. You know, this is unconscionable what we're doing, to just completely reshape the state's approach to this whole complex environment in one bill in an extended session with no input from anybody who will actually be affected. I urge you to, you know, vote for this amendment. Let's get it back to where it ought to be, to funding reinsurance. I don't think reinsurance is the answer to everything. It was a temporary 2-year program. By the way, reinsurance is still funded for another year, even if this bill would fail through general fund. And we could have, that's not that big a deal. We'll just take it out of reserves like we are everything else with all these bills that have no set-asides. We really need to think about what this is. This is not some simple refinancing of reinsurance. This is fundamental reshaping of the state's entire approach to health care. I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there further discussion? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, I will request a no vote on this Committee of the Whole amendment. I guess, colleagues, I'm kind of okay with the reshaping of how we do things because it's not working for a lot of people. People can't afford health insurance today. In every single one of our communities, healthcare affordability is a major concern for many of our constituents. I won't pretend that this is going to be the complete answer. Nothing in this, no policy ever is. But the reality is that this Cow amendment would take us back to solely funding reinsurance, to having an across-the-board 1% assessment on both for-profit and nonprofit carriers. What it doesn't address is the unintended consequences of the reinsurance program. That piece about that the senator from Douglas County spoke so eloquently about the unintended consequences, about the people who ended up actually paying slightly more. Their concerns, their issues are not addressed in this Cow amendment. They are addressed in Senate Bill 215 as it stands right now. So that's the proposition you have before you, colleagues. Do we want to address the unintended consequences? Do we want to fix what we got messed up the first time? Or do we not? If you don't want to fix it, adopt this Cow amendment. If you do, and you want to continue down the path of making health insurance more affordable for people, then reject this Cow amendment.
Further discussion. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I'm not going to beat this to death, but just know that what we heard from the good senator from Commerce City is that this is going to fix the problem that reinsurance created. If this bill actually said that anywhere in any of the 27 some odd pages, it'd be a pretty good argument. Sadly, once you go through all those 27 pages, you will see, just like I did, that the bill doesn't fix that. It doesn't address it, it doesn't call it out, it doesn't allocate the right amount of money to it, and provides no information whatsoever on it. So, although I appreciate the senator's points, I'd really encourage you to read the bill, because it's not there.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I do ask for an aye vote on the Cow amendment. This is an opportunity to possibly steer this bill back to shoring up reinsurance. And I voted no on reinsurance. But the way the bill stands right now, we're literally creating, or those of you who support the bill, not we all, because I oppose this, you're literally creating a fourth branch of government, unaccountable, unelected, almost completely unknown. You're ceding the power of the people's legislature to an appointed board. The senator from Douglas County, my colleague from Douglas, pointed out the, I think, unnecessary complexity of the makeup of the board. And we're notorious at that here in the legislature. We've had different interim committees that have had, we sponsors of bills say, oh, this will be great, we'll have such a diversity of people on there, and then those of us who make the appointments to those committees, we can't find anybody that fits the description. But if we don't pass this Cow Amendment, we have a bill that, in my opinion, creates a fourth branch of government, unaccountable to the people, and at some point, your constituents are going to figure out they're paying more, not less. Getting government more involved in health insurance is not going to bring the price down. It will only make the price go up. But this is a formula to take money away from some people because they'll be paying more and give a little bit of that money to some other people. But the problem with that scenario always is government isn't free. We're going to create, again, this new fourth branch of government, in my opinion, and those who create enterprises, in my opinion, have been doing that. And it's frustrating that our Constitution allows for this, but it does. But setting up yet another enterprise to collect more money to distribute that doesn't come through here, that's not how we make healthcare more affordable or more accessible to more people. We don't accomplish that by having more government. It just simply can't work. So while I opposed reinsurance last year, I appreciate the good senator from Carbondale bringing this amendment because at least it focuses this bill on what it originally, I believe, intended to do, and that was reinsure that the reinsurance program was working. Reinsurance. We're going to do that a third time next year. We're going to have yet another bill to pour millions and millions of dollars into a coffer that we do not control and oversee. I won't be shocked. Ask for an aye vote on the Cow Amendment.
Having no further discussion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 001 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Foote, Danielson, Lee, Williams, Pedersen, Gonzalez, Winter, Todd, Janal, Fields, Donovan, Bridges, Rodriguez, Moreno, Zenzinger, Hanson, Majority Leader. Please add the President.
Andrew's having some issues with the computer. It'll be just a minute.
Into the Western Slope.
Senator Story. With 16 aye votes, 19 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment 001 is lost. Is there further discussion regarding Senate Bill 215? Excuse me. The question before the body is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 212 is amended, Senate Bill 205 is amended, Senate Bill 217 is amended, Senate Bill 215 as amended. Passed on second reading, ordered, and engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading, final passage. Introduction resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 23 by Senator Lundin concerning the designation of the Interstate 25 bridge over 17th Avenue as the Richard R.J. Lawrence Bridge.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Joint Resolution 23 lay over one day under the rules.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and SJR 023 will lay over one day under the rules. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 221 by Senator Moreno and Tate, Representative Tone and Soper, concerning banning the use of a panic defense unless a party can show its relevance to the court.
State Veterans and Military Affairs. Message from the House.
The House has passed on third reading transmitted advisory statutes. Senate Bill 85, amendments printed in the House Journal March 6, 2020. The House has passed on third reading transmitted advisory statutes. Senate Bill 88, 96, 120, and 42, amendments printed in the House Journal June 4, 2020. The House has passed on third reading transmitted advisory statutes. Senate Bill 104, amendments printed in the House Journal June 3, 2020. The House has passed on third reading transmitted advisory statutes. Senate Bill 110, amendments printed in the House Journal June 3, 2020. The House has passed on third reading transmitted advisory statutes. Senate Bill 56, amendments printed in the House Journal March 13, 2020. The House has passed on third reading. Returns herewith Senate Bill 68, 139, 166, 175, 129, 21, 183, and 194.
Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bill 42, 56, 85, 88, 96, 104, 110, and 120.
Announcements. Senator Gonzalez.
Announcement to Senate Finance Committee. We will be meeting in 15 minutes to run through a number of bills. All of the bills that are on the calendar and also House Bill 1218 and HB 1002. So to read all of the bills that will be under consideration today, we will be discussing Senate Bill 216, House Bill 1211, HB 1119, HB 1184, HB 1207, HB 1285, HB 1219, HB 1376, HB 1143, HB 1265, HB 1293, HB 1218, and HB 1002. See y'all in 3:57 in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Senator Foote.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. President. State Affairs, we have 5 bills on the calendar. Just one quick minor change on scheduling. Right now, we have the first bill will remain HB 1286, but then will be followed by HB 1404, then 1290 as on the calendar, then 1336, then 1402. So we'll be in the old Supreme Court 15 minutes upon adjournment to hear those 5 bills.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Appropriations Committee will be meeting tomorrow at 8:30. We will be hearing Senate Bill 162, Senate Bill 218, and Senate Bill 220. Thank you.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Members, thank you. We had great discussions today. And I have something that I need to address. First of all, I want to thank the committee for accepting an amendment that I put on, because I'm always very concerned about representation on our boards and commissions. That was a conversation that I had with the governor last week. We need to do that. Now, I am not here to chastise. I am here to enlighten. I've been in the majority 4 years. I've been in the minority 6 years. And every year I have had a good relationship and been very successful. But my good colleague from Westminster reminded me something yesterday. I like country music too. And the quote was, if you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything. So I want to talk to you about our responsibility in Senate appointments and how we are not, in my opinion, not fulfilling our obligation. A couple of weeks ago, we had 51 appointees to boards and commissions. 51. 2 were east of I-25. 1 in Parker and 1 in Windsor. More frustrating than that, in looking at the appointments, one of the appointments on the marijuana board was from Scottsdale, Arizona. Can we not find qualified board members from throughout Colorado? I think we can. I think we shirked our duty in doing that. And I've been just as guilty as everybody. Because what I have done, I have listened to the committee of reference. And I said yay, nay. But I think it's our obligation to take our responsibility seriously. If we are going to be a rubber stamp, let's run legislation that just says the governor can appoint anyone he wants from anywhere. If we're not going to do that, we need to take responsibility and do what we are required to do. A couple of weeks ago, on this 51, there were appointees to the Colorado State Fair Board. And I take full responsibility. I was late for that meeting. The Senate Ag Chair is so efficient that before I could get across the street, that bill was ran. I asked it to be taken off consent, and it has been. But it's been on the calendar day after day after day. And I understand that is the right of the majority. It is the right, and I totally respect that. But let me explain the consequences if we do not take our responsibility seriously. This bill, these appointments can die on the calendar. What happens then? The governor can reappoint. Now, the way these appointments happened was a little bit screwy in my mind to begin with. Mr. Brian Capon from Longmont, I believe, Congressional District 4, was appointed to replace Becky Brooks from Congressional District 1. So that was in November or December, before we were in session. So then the appointment has to come. Statute requires one from each congressional district, as the amendment that we just passed. So a new appointee came from Division 1. Now what happened, the member that was on Congressional District 4 was from Lamar. He has been replaced by a gentleman, and I do not know the gentleman. I will not question his qualifications to be on this board. But what that leaves for the whole Eastern Plains, east of I-25, let's put it that way. There's a member from Thornton. I do not know which side of the I-25 they live on, and there's one from Brighton. The entire Eastern Plains, which is 84% of the production dollars of our agriculture in Colorado, do not have a representative. I think Aaron Tippin was right. You've got to stand for something or you'll fall for anything. And I cannot force a vote on this. I understand that. I respect that. But I truly believe it is wrong. It is totally wrong for us to go another year without 84% of the agricultural production dollars in Colorado represented. Thank you very much.
Chair Fields.
Mr. President, I'd like to request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to add to the comments that were made by my dear friend from Montrose as it relates to representation, because I believe that representation does matter. And I know as a member of the Black Caucus, one of the things that we've been doing is to make sure that the boards and commission reflects the population of the state of Colorado. So we believe that there should be more blacks and brown and just a variety of people on those boards and commission. And so we've been working really hard with the governor to make sure that those boards have a reflection of diversity. Because I believe in diversity of thought. And when you heard from the senator, he just mentioned about the gap, the disparities that exist as it relates to just not being reflective of the great state of Colorado. So I think that we could do better and we should be doing better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, if you are active with the ACE Foundation, ACE Scholarships, you may have received this email earlier from Norton Rainey. He wrote to us to announce the passing of Ed McVaney. Ed McVaney is a tremendous entrepreneur in this state. I hope that your life has been blessed by him as mine has. Mr. McVaney started a little company, and if you remember the old Denver Tech Center, the north end of that at I-25 and 225, that was the J.D. Edwards campus. Ed started this little company, and it provided business software. It was later purchased by Oracle. I met Ed McVaney about 10, 12 years ago. He was in khakis and a leather bomber jacket, and he wanted to talk data regarding an election. I didn't even know who he was. Ed McVaney was a billionaire, and he used his wealth, in my opinion, to make this state better. He made the lives of low-income children in this city better. If you haven't been to an ACE Scholarship luncheon, if you haven't heard the stories, please go. Maybe there's some reason to be politically opposed or not supportive of what ACE Foundation does. But I hope if you haven't seen it, you'll go and experience that. And if you do, I'm confident that you will see the magic, the inspiration, the joy that Ed McVaney brought to Denver and to Colorado. Mr. President, I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to memorialize Mr. McVaney in a more formal fashion. But if you knew him and didn't get that email, I wanted to make sure you were aware of it. Ed McVaney was a great man, and I'm grateful to have known him. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as the chair has mentioned, we will be going on to a couple of committees. We will close the desk now and let everything get figured out and set for tomorrow. So, Mr. President, I move that the Senate adjourn until 9 a.m. Tuesday, June 9th, 2020.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will stand in adjournment until 0900 hours on Tuesday, June 9th, 2020.